We are just minutes away from North American action, but first on Tournament Talk, we have a recap of Week 1 games, Godslayer joins me on the couch, and a preview of the key matchups from Week 2. This is Tournament Talk.
The Crown Championship Series is going to crown the best player in Clash Royale.
This is our first ever global tournament.
There are 1 million people
Asia, Europe, Russia, Oceania.
The highest level of competition.
playing this tournament for $1 million.
Rarely get to find the true champion.
These players crave respect. They want the achievement. They want the accomplishment. Come November, I cannot wait to see who's going to be wearing that golden crown.
Welcome back, Clash Royale fanatics. I'm the Rumham, and this is Tournament Talk. Tournament Talk is your one-stop shop every week for everything related to the Clash Royale Crown Championship Global Series. I'm talking metagame analysis, deck reviews, player profiles, and more. This week we've got 8 great stories for you right here to my left. But our top story, Surgical Goblin dominates the European region. Surgical Goblin potentially the most hyped player in the globe right now. After finishing first at ESWC 2017, all eyes are on Surgical Goblin to see if he could continue his streak of wins. And sure enough, despite competing against his quarterfinal opponent, Royale from Romania, and his finals opponent, NemSensei from France, Surgical Goblin showed that this train was not stopping. Surgical Goblin competed a 4-0 sweep of the 2 best players in Europe. 100% win rate sweeps them both. Some people are wondering, will Surgical Goblin complete a 7-0 sweep of the European region? Who will be the first to defeat Surgical Goblin in Europe? Though Surgical Goblin is the #1 story this week, definitely not the only story happening in the Crown Championship. We had 27 matches across Europe, North America, and Latin America. Let's take a quick look at a recap of the Week 1 games. All right, we are moments away from the start of the North American Crown Championship Global Series, Week 1.
Last weekend, the best of the best began their battle in the Crown Championship spring season.
Welcome to the top of Royal Arena. We are about to look down on the field for our first games of the Crown Championship Global Series.
The top 8 in North America, Europe, and Latin America kicked off round-robin play. And it wasn't long before the world's top players made their move.
How am I going to win? Rice pulls it off!
It's going to be the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Adam going up against NemSensei.
In the European region, all eyes were on NemSensei, a favorite from France who showed up in style.
NemSensei with the shades on.
He immediately made his mark and surprised everyone with a Sparky deck.
Wait, is that a Sparky? Oh my god, you're right. NemSensei's playing a Sparky.
Becoming the only player in all regions to reach 3 match wins.
NemSensei, undisputed.
What a guy.
We just love his stage presence.
With NemSensei on a roll, viewers voted on Twitter to see him square off against his longtime Dutch rival, Surgical Goblin.
Surgical Goblin has defeated NemSensei in the ESWC Winter Finals. Can he pull it back again and claim the win?
Surgical Goblin rose to the occasion.
Surgical Goblin! Surgical Goblin!
Once again, Surgical Goblin came out on top.
And the 2-0 victory for Surgical Goblin.
After 1 week of play in the European region, NemSensei and his Dutch rival, Surgical Goblin, top the leaderboard, while Adam, Danny, and Suarez are still looking for their first match win. Over in the Latin American region, a fan favorite was born as Anthony came out swinging, fighting for his native Mexico.
¡Oh! 64 de vida. Recordemos que tiene el zap.
But right away, Anthony ran into a buzzsaw.
5 segundos. Vamos. Tiene 5 de Lissi. No le da tiempo, pero ya le hacía 3 coronas.
Achin relied on a Golem Nightwitch deck and aggressive play to make his mark, climbing all the way to the top of the Latin American standings.
Achin lo dominaba perfectamente y gana la primera batalla con este mazo.
Adrian Piedra and Dark Shadow join Achin atop the Latin American leaderboard, with the rest of the field not far behind. In the North American region, all eyes were on an unknown country boy from Texas who earned his name slaying gods.
Godslayer standing lording over him, cowboy hat ready.
Godslayer relied on a personalized lava loon deck to pull off an upset over Rice.
Godslayer's loving that lava loon deck, not stopping on that one.
With Elixir Collector and Rocket, it's a deck as big and heavy as Texas.
Come down. Oh no!
The rocket goes on
That's
and
it!
Godslayer.
Boom! He gives the guns, he throws the hat, Godslayer walks off the stage. That is Godslayer taking a 2-1 Game 3 victory.
I honestly thought I was going to lose, but I like to call myself the Lava Loon King, so you can't beat me with my own deck.
While the underdog made his arrival on the big stage, a tournament favorite shocked the North American region when he failed to show up at all.
Apparently CMcHugh, he had a soccer match or something, so he actually is going to get disqualified from this match. And that's huge for CMcHugh because giving up a free loss isn't a good way to start it off.
At the end of the first week of play, Batman is undefeated and stands alone atop the North American leaderboard. Meanwhile, Unstoppable has been stopped in his tracks and is still looking for his first win.
This is going to be intense.
1 week is in the books, and the stage is set for week 2. The Crown Championship has only just begun, and the spring season title is still anyone's game.
There was a staggering amount of action in week 1, over 10 hours of tournament gameplay. To break down some of the most exciting players and matches, I've invited Gregan from the EU broadcast to join me on the couch. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling great. How are you?
I'm glad that we got some sleep after our broadcast this weekend.
It was so much energy exacerbated on those games. It was crazy how hype it was.
In 2016, we had a great rivalry between two North American players. Colton and Top Notch played each other 3 times in big events, and oftentimes with thousands of dollars on the line. It seems like for 2017, Surgical Goblin and NemSensei is that rivalry. So many people were looking forward to the matchup. It was far and away the highest voted fan matchup of the weekend. All the broadcasts had a fan voted game. But Surgical kind of dominated that game 2-0. What do you think was going on in NemSensei's mind during that?
Well, going into that game, both of them had shown a variety of decks. It was very tough for them to choose what they were going to match up with. And I think in the final game, Surgical Goblin just took it with that battle ram and the pumps building up to that point. So Surgical Goblin's plan was sit back, defend everything, defend all those chip damage, use his tower as a resource, let it go down, and then do that big push to win just before overtime.
NemSensei, very confident early in the day, obviously started off with 3 match wins. I know he was really preparing for his match with Surgical Goblin, and he was very, I think, disappointed afterwards, but I could easily see NemSensei finishing in one of those top 2 favored spots at the end of the spring season.
Yeah, he's looking very strong, and definitely keep watching his games because you might get to entertainment with a different style of deck you've never seen before.
Who doesn't love Sparky?
Who doesn't love Sparky?
And speaking of weird decks, one player who really stuck out to me was Batman. Batman came into this event with a very strong ladder resume, a litany of accomplishments in community tournaments. So he had, I think, some of the highest expectations in the North American region, and boy did he deliver. 2-0 match record, 4-0 in games, didn't drop a single game, and like NemSensei, he brought a custom-built, kind of weird deck that I don't think people were expecting. He played P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram Dart Goblin, and it looked very strong despite not running Executioner or Night Witch, which is so common right now.
Well, P.E.K.K.A. is one of the most powerful cards in the game, but it's never really found much use because it gets distracted so easily. But I think the difference here is it's not being used in a beat-down fashion like we see the other big tanky units. It's being used smartly in defense and allowing a counter push to happen. And that's why that Battle Ram is so nice in there, because as the counter push is beginning, P.E.K.K.A. draws all that aggro, the Battle Ram sneaks through, and then once you've got things close to the tower, everything gets very scrappy for their opposition.
So far, we've talked about some of the most accomplished, known, successful players, but this is about discovering new stars in the Clash Royale universe, and nobody stood out as more of a new character into the arena as Godslayer. Outswaggers this Texan in a 10-gallon hat, throwing the hat across the stage, giving the finger guns to the camera. He ended up getting the fan vote. For him to win the fan vote on the first day was people were watching the show and going, I want to see more of this guy.
He just had so much emotion bubbling in him. That's what I want to see from all of the players who come into studio.
Well, that's going to do it for our Week 1 player analysis. Gregan, thank you so much for joining me on the couch. It's always great to have your insight.
It's been an honor to be around you, Mr. Rumham, sir.
Next up, with all this hullabaloo about Godslayer, we just had to send a camera to follow him around after his Week 1 games.
My name is Jose, and my in-game name in Clash Royale is Godslayer. The name Godslayer came about when Clash Royale first came out. They're like, oh, I'm so good, I'm a god. And then I'm like, okay, you guys say you're God, so I'm just gonna slay you. So that's where I came up with the name Godslayer. I'm raised in Texas. I've been there most of my life, the whole time. I love it. Texas is where my heart is. Everything's bigger in Texas, like the saying goes, including me. I'm a pretty big guy. I'm 6'3", and I can be even taller when I wear boots. I grew up in Texas, and I'm from Mexican descent, but I gotta get one thing straight. I hate country music, and the only thing I hate more than country music is Mexican music. No! I'm a hip-hop guy, and I like rap a lot, so even though I dress like a country boy, I don't like country music whatsoever. One of the craziest stories about me that hardly anyone knows, only a close friends, that I was actually born in a prison. I remember my grandma one day, she was bugging me. She's like, you never do anything for me. I always do everything for you. I was like, give me an example. He's like, I'm the one who picked you up from the damn prison when you were born in. And I was like, what? Yeah, you were born in a prison, no one told you? And I was like, yeah, no one told me that. I didn't even know what city I was born in until I looked at my birth certificate. I started playing chess in the 8th grade, and that was my very first year. And I'm a competitive chess player, and last year I went to the national tournament for chess, and I tied for 4th in the nation for my high school section. I play Clash Royale and chess the same way. I'm a very aggressive player. If my opponent slips up, I'm gonna punish them. If they leave one of my troops undefended, I'm gonna make them pay for that. Checkmate. I am considered the underdog because I'm the only North American player who is not a professional player. I'm just a guy who loves playing the game, and I happen to make it to top 8 in North America. I am intimidated, but I'm getting more confident as we speak. I never thought esports would take me this far out here to LA. I get to play versus some of the best players in the game. It's a dream come true to make it out here.
And now that you know a little more about the man, the myth, the legend, let's meet him in real life. Godslayer joins me on the couch here. How you doing, buddy?
It's awesome to be here, Ronham. Having a great time so far.
Now, you're really an underdog in this setup. You are the only member of the top 8 that is not a sponsored pro player, someone with a lot of tournament experience in the past. What's changed about your sort of Clash Royale career in life? Are you getting reached out to by pro teams since qualifying?
Yes, Bomber Esports has contacted me, and also Nova has contacted me, and they actually want me to join in some practices with them. They want to see me do well. And actually Ace, one of the best players out there in Clash Royale, direct messaged me on Twitter and saying, I want you to win it all. I will get you into practices. I will help you personally.
That's awesome. That's so cool that like the community is sort of coalescing around you, sort of a new star. I remember when you played your game against Rice, the final fan-voted game of week 1, it seemed like he brought a Lavaloon deck meant to beat other Lavaloon decks, but you still won that matchup. How familiar are you with Lava Hound? How many times have you played that deck? How long have you been playing it?
Lava Hound was my first legendary, and everyone said it was trash, it's garbage, so I'm like, I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. That's my first legendary. I don't like people talking bad about my first legendary, so it's like, I'm gonna use it. So ever since I was level 8 in Clash Royale, that was my first legendary, and I decided to use it, and I love it even till today.
It's such a fun card, right? Like a tank that turns into a minion horde. It's like pretty cool there. Well, thank you for joining me on the couch, Godslayer. I know a whole group of new fans will be rooting for you this weekend.
Well, thanks for having me, Runham, on the show. It's been an awesome time, and see you next time.
Next up on Tournament Talk is Community Corner, the section of the show where you, the creators of the Clash Royale community, get to have your voices heard. If you have a video about the Crown Championship, make sure to submit it to the link below, and it could be featured on next week's Tournament Talk. This week, we've got a great one for you. Check it out.
How's it going? My name's Max. My in-game name is Kelly Slater. I work at this office here, and we've been watching the Crown Championship, and we have not stopped playing like since. Oh, sorry. But so here's the thing: is like we have this huge presentation due like this weekend, like by Saturday, first thing in the morning. But I guarantee you, everybody is just playing this right now, just like not even working. Take a look real quick. That's Matt. Sorry. Alex. Oh, he's on right now.
Dude, that's like 3 out of 4. It was like, no way we're gonna get this done. No way in time. Busted, busted, busted.
That was an awesome community corner. But now, we're shifting gears. We've spent most of the show talking about what happened last week, but now it's time to talk about what's happening today. We've got some exciting matchups in all 3 regions, and I've brought Full Frontage and Trid from the North American and EU broadcast to the couch to join me today. Welcome, guys.
Thanks very much for having me, Seth.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
In North America, we've got Batman versus Oxalate. Now, Batman couldn't have done any better in week 1. Won 2 matches, 4-0, swept all the games. Oxalate 1-1, looking to see whether he's going to fall toward the bottom half of the standings or move his way into the top. Full Frontage, you play with Oxalate on Hammers Esports.
Yep.
Without spoiling too much strategy, what do you think Oxalate's going to bring to the table this weekend?
Now that the balance changes are out, everybody's looking to see that bandit and see how it works in action. So being a fantastic graveyard player that he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of took that splash yard and evolved it to the next level with the double lane pressure with the bandit.
We saw that P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram deck a ton in week 1 across really all 3 regions, but most impressively out of Batman. Is Oxalate preparing for that deck, or does he think with one Sparky Blast, and then your opponent's got to defend against the Sparky?
But that's why I'm going to give an early prediction here. That's why I think NemSensei will win this matchup, because Donkey Kong looks best when he's on 3 muskies. And if he wants to bring out the Sparky deck again, for those exact reasons you just listed, he could absolutely decimate Donkey Kong in at least one of the matchups, because I think Donkey Kong will rely on those 3 muskies that he has done so heavily in the past.
Well, all right, guys. Trid, Full Frontage, thanks for joining me on the couch. It's always great to have your analysis.
Yep, always a pleasure.
Thanks for having us. See you in the booth.
See you in the booth, buddy. Next up, we spent a lot of time talking about NemSensei, and how could you not? He oozed confidence in week 1 with his deal with it glasses and thumbs up to the camera. But I think you'd be surprised at what sort of trouble NemSensei gets into when he's not battling in the arena. Check it out.
My name is Victor. I live in France, and my name in-game is NemSensei. I am perfectionist because when I do something in my life, if I just fail a leader of this thing, I will just repeat the thing to make it really perfect. I can play the piano, the guitar. I'm pretty perfectionist when I play piano too. Like if I fail just one note in a whole piano song, I will just start again from the beginning. It's because I really hate to fail something. I think that you're never really alone when you're listening or playing music. There's like something that makes me forget all the problem. So I prefer to be alone because it's just better. Like, I don't really like when there's too much noise. I just really love the silence. Like, silence is also a kind of music that can carry you away. I also like writing stories, like fantasy story. Just help you to think of other things, and it just carry you to another land, to another planet. I think in Clash Royale, it's very important to be perfectionist. I just want to be the best and to be a model for everyone, like playing my own deck, playing my own style. Even in competition, it's really important to deserve the title. That is the most important thing for me.
I hope you enjoyed getting to know NemSensei a little better. He is 3-1 so far in the European top 8. With 3 matches to go, he just needs to put a little crescendo on his performance in order to secure one of those top 2 spots. Next up on Tournament Talk is my favorite segment, the only one where I get to talk until the editors cut me off. It's Gem of the Week. Gem. Gem of the Week is a segment each week where we talk about the most pressing breaking news from this week's Crown Championship Series. This week's gem is P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram. That's right. We've got a new deck entering the metagame with this first week of the Crown Championship. P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram is a new deck that did not win a single CCGS qualifier tournament, but after gaining steam in community events around the world, it made a big splash in this first week. It was played in all 3 regions. Suarez took a game off of Baron in their 3-game set, and Adrian Piedra used it successfully in his match against the Phenomenal. But most impressively, Batman in the North American region went 4-0 on the week. A majority of his games used this P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram deck. Using a combination of cards that are not widely seen, this made a huge impact on the metagame by countering one of the most popular decks this week, Night Witch. Night Witch and Executioner are solid health, medium-sized troops that have dominated the gameplay recently. When people have an Executioner or Night Witch cross the river, you drop a P.E.K.K.A. right on top of their heads, and P.E.K.K.A. makes quick work of the Night Witch and Executioner. On the counterattack, you put a Battle Ram behind that P.E.K.K.A. Why? Because the Battle Ram moves so fast, it is hard to tornado it to the King Tower like you can with a Hog Rider. And that is an incredibly valuable tool to have in your arsenal. The good times are battle ramming, but those aren't necessarily going to last forever. It remains to be seen if P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram is a flash in the pan or a new archetype that is here to stay. It preyed on the Executioner and Night Witch heavy metagame of week 1, but with over a dozen balance changes coming in on Monday, it remains to be seen what decks players are going to bring in week 2. Those matches are beginning very soon though, and we will have our P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram related questions answered shortly. That's going to do it for this week's episode of Tournament Talk. Now you have everything that you need heading into week 2. The North American matches are about to begin, so BBXH, Findable Carpet, Low 5, take her away. Don't forget to tune in to Tournament Talk next week, where we break down the results from week 2, preview week 3's key matchups, and get to know the players a little better. We'll see you next week on Tournament Talk, starting just before the North American Tournament game.
Welcome to the Clash Royale Crown Championship Global Series, where our mission is to find out who the best Clash Royale players are in the world. Now, this is your North American broadcast, and over a series of tournaments, we were able to figure out who our top 8 North American players are. Now, here on this scoreboard, you'll get to see the players' names. You should probably write them down, memorize them. You're going to see quite a lot of them throughout this week and next week as well. I'll give you a quick rundown of how this works. So this is a round-robin style tournament, which means every player here is going to be playing every other player once, which means everyone's playing 7 matches. A match is a best of 3 games, and the way you earn points is by winning a match. So even if you lose a game, you'll still get the full point by winning 2 of the 3 matches. Now, it might look a little skewed right now, but the way this scoreboard works is by score differential. So essentially, it's your wins minus your losses. So you'll notice that Rice might be sitting in the middle at 2 wins and 2 losses, so he's technically at a 0 differential, while Tinu's above him at 1-0. And just to explain the color coding at the top, if you do end this round robin in the top 2, you get preferential seeding going into our finals, and if you end bottom 2, you're out, you're done, your dreams are crushed, and we're not gonna get to see anymore. But I couldn't do it alone. I've got my trusty sidekick, BBXH here, and my trusty steed, Low5.
What the heck, man? You said sidekick, and I was like, what am I gonna be?
You're the steed.
Great, all right.
Are you allowed to have 2 sidekicks? I was gonna do 2.
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, it's not typical. Batman only had Robin, but I
That's
guess
true.
it's okay.
I've
to
never
have more
seen a
than one.
superhero
You
with
have
2
2 sides, right?
That's pretty OP.
You have your right side, your left side. It makes sense
pretty
to
OP.
have 2 sidekicks.
You do have 2 sides, but usually a sidekick and then your trusty steed.
Sure, whatever. All right.
I
mean,
cannot be the steed. That's all you.
I'll take it. Let's, whatever. I'll be the steed.
So we have a lot of matchups for you guys today, but there's always a special one we like talking about. We have a featured match today. It's going to be Baxman and Oxalate. Batman and Oxalate are going to be our featured match of the day. That is going to be match number 8. So if you want to watch this, be sure to stay tuned in.
It's going to be an awesome match. Both these players like to think of themselves as hyper-aggressive players, but last week you didn't see that a whole lot. I mean, Batman played Hog, which was in this meta a super aggressive play, and Oxalate played a little bit of Splash Guard, but that was kind of the most aggressive thing that he played.
That's his go-to, is graveyard decks. That's what he loves to play the most. And so I'm excited to see them here today. They're both really into the games, obviously. They're both athletic outside of this. I know Oxalate, he loves to do snowboarding, which I myself also love. You guys snowboard or ski?
Oh, yeah. I thought about, instead of moving out to LA, this is a weird tangent, but instead of moving out to LA this winter, I was planning on instructing snowboarding.
What?
Yeah. Instead, now I live with this
You
guy.
need to teach me, because I am actually terrible.
I'll teach you. No problem. Let's do it.
Yeah, no, we saw the P.E.K.K.A. Dark Goblin deck make its debut. I was a big fan.
Yeah, you love the Dark
Any
Goblin.
excuse to put a Dark Goblin in a deck, I'm all for it. And it played really well. And surprisingly, we did see a Hog, considering there's so many tornadoes out there. Hog has lost a bit of popularity.
More or less been replaced by Battle Ram, since, as Rumham was saying in the tournament talk thing, it doesn't get pulled to the tower like Hog does.
Which Batman said that one of his least favorite cards is the tornado for that reason, because it always it counters as Hog. It always pulls it into the King
It has
Tower.
gotten a little bit of a nerf, but it still doesn't really stop Hog from being pulled to the King Tower.
Nope.
So that's going to be our match number 8, but we've got a jam-packed schedule for you guys up until then. Take a look at our schedule leading through the rest of the day. We have no breaks. It's just all out. We get to see every single match back to back to back.
It's not up here yet, but I'm really looking forward to, it's going to be on the second page, don't worry. I'm really looking forward to Tinu and Godslayer coming up. Godslayer has already made the statement that he's going to play Lava Loon the entire way through. Tinu, we already saw last week, is a really, really capable Expo player, so I'm really excited to see how Godslayer handles that, as Expo's kind of known to counter Lava Loon.
I'm excited for match 1, honestly. Batman versus CMcHugh. Both of those players are strong players in this game, so I think this is going to be the match to see today, and it's going to be a good one.
And you can see there match number 9. The question marks are not an accident, I promise. If you go to twitter.com/Clash Royale, you yourself can vote for the match that is going to be match number 9. And don't worry, this is not a superfluous match. It's not extra. This is part of the matches that need to get scheduled, but we figured we'd give everyone a little bit of room to have fun and maybe see who they want to see. I know.
It's a big word for you.
It's thanks, I guess.
You've been practicing.
It's like a weird compliment. Like, that's a big word for you.
Carbo was actually standing in the bathroom before this saying superfluous.
With his thesaurus.
Yeah.
Superfluous.
Practicing.
Superfluous.
Yep.
So last week we had an interesting result. CMcHugh had to be DQ'd for his match because he wasn't there for the scheduled time. It was his only match last week, and he gave it a loss. Now, first match of the day, we get to see CMcHugh go against Batman, a player who we're going to actually get to see here. Don't worry, we're going to get to see him here on the couch a little bit later today. I mean, how do you guys feel about the first match going in?
Like I said, I am most excited for this match. I think Both of these players are, like I said, they're so strong in this game. Both of them have a resume on them. And I wouldn't be surprised if we end up going to a third match with these two.
Yep, this is going to be a killer match. Batman's the guy to beat right now. He's the only one that's undefeated so far. Well, I guess Tinu has one, but Batman's at the top and undefeated. But CMcHugh, obviously, we've talked about it before. But CMcHugh went through bracket play without losing a single match on day 2. Coming into this, he's definitely one of the tournament favorites. So if anybody's going to take down Batman today, it's probably going to be CMcHugh. Really looking forward to see how Batman stands up to the favorite.
Yeah, I think the undefeated right through the qualifiers is a really big status to have.
It says a lot.
Yeah.
But again, like you lost the first one. You know, he's here. There might be some more stress now. It's a different environment, particularly as well. I'm hoping it does really well. But I'm sure they're itching to talk. They're done listening to me. We've got Rumham and full frontage on standby. Take it away, boys.
All right, thank you so much, Carpet. We are here in the caster's booth, breaking down the plays and getting you guys insight on what's going on in the players' minds. I'm Full Frontage alongside Rumham, and we have some exciting matches today.
This first match is not just the featured match, like the first match. It could be the featured match this week. It could be the best match that we see out of the entire North American region. These are two of the most accomplished players. Like, I wish I could differentiate them a little better, but they are both so accomplished in every game mode that I don't really know what to say about them. Batman, multiple top ladder. I mean, top 10 finishes multiple times. CMcHugh has finished #1 on the ladder. Multiple times, twice, right? He finished top 5 even more than that, you know? Both of them, hundreds of thousands of cards won in grand challenges. Both of them, multiple community tournament wins. CMcHugh won the Super Magical Cup Season 2 season championship over some of the other North American players we're seeing here. And Batman, of course, has won multiple events in Clan Royale League, Royale Premier League, all sorts of stuff like that.
Yes, so we have the players coming in. So let's go take a look.
Let's take a look at them. All right, coming out first, we've got Batman. Batman traveled really far, brought his mom out, in fact.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, met her backstage. Now, Batman, really strong performance last week, had that P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram deck. He is playing for Nova Esports. You can see he's got that Nova jersey on. I think it's such a big difference being under the stage and under the lights than it is being at home. I want to see how he adapts to his first time being on the stage. And also here in the studio, we've got CMcHugh, the pride of New Jersey, coming out. There are so many accomplishments for Colin that I'm not sure if I can even list them all, like, before he gets out onto the stage. Super Magical Cup Season 2 champion, finished #1 and #4 on the ladder in the same season on 2 accounts. Got the Nova Esports, thrown up that #1. If you go to his Twitter account, you'll see that #1 Ultimate Champion logo from the time that he finished first in the season very recently.
Yeah, so this is going to be a fantastic match. Two of probably the best players in North America, but all these players are great. But I think this is probably a fan favorite matchup. We have 2 Nova Esports players going head to head. Who do you have in this match?
I gotta go with CMcHugh. I mean, I know we've kind of built him up as like this mysterious figure, but the truth is that he's just an amazing player. Like, I don't know.
Fantastic.
There's almost nothing I can say in terms of weaknesses in his game. He plays every deck. He's accomplished in every format. I assume he's prepared a lot for this first match. The pressure, though, is really on McHugh simply because he's down a game and Batman's 2-0. If Batman comes out of this match with a win and moves to 3-0 on the leaderboard and McHugh goes to 0-2, that is a gulf of difference in their standings.
Yes, and in day 2, when CMC won, he went undefeated in his run in day 2, and with a very adaptable deck to B-Rad, so he's able to adapt to his opponent, and let's see if he does that today. We're getting into the match. Let's go to it.
First game, we've got McHugh in red along the top, or it looks like, McHugh is in red along top, Batman is in blue along the bottom. The cameras are flipped, but they're in the right spots. We've got a log bait deck out of McHugh and Splash Yard out of Batman.
So this is the first time we've actually seen log bait in the North American region. We haven't.
Right, we didn't see it at all last week. No. Rocket comes out early on, doesn't kill the bowler, but that is a strong amount of damage to contribute, and it looks like his prediction might be strong. This Princess might shoot him. No.
Oh, wow.
One more shot out of the Princess would have killed the bowler, survived, and been able to threaten that tower for more damage.
Yeah, and the Knight almost got a hit off on the left-hand side. Let's see if Batman goes in with the Graveyard to support this baby dragon. The Ice Spirit is going to clip it, the Inferno Tower is going to lock on, and Batman is going to reset here.
Now, we mentioned that we didn't see a lot of log bait last week. We also didn't see a lot of Inferno Tower, and that's a very, very strong building that I think a lot of people aren't ready for. Batman uses the Tornado, is able to activate his King Tower at the last Goblin. Tornado now does not kill stab Goblins, and that allowed the Goblin to survive a little bit longer in order to hit that King Tower.
Yeah, the Tornado lasts 2.5 seconds now, and this Graveyard is getting quite a bit of damage, almost evening out the damage on both sides here with going into a minute 30 left in the match.
McHugh, though, does have some things on the board. He's got the Knight and the Princess, 6 Elixir of Troops still on the board that allows him to keep the pressure up. Princess shoots down the Skeletons and now threatening the tower. Can Batman stop her? He's going to take 140 every time that thing shoots. Oh, goes down after 1.
Yep, elite damage down on the bottom left-hand tower, 1337. Mega Minion does not connect for a hit. The Princess is able to take it down with the assistance of the Crown Tower, about 15 seconds away from double Elixir.
Princess is the first legendary to release in Clash Royale along with the Ice Wizard. It is such a high skill cap card. It is so good for like amazing players like this to do work, because if you can guard her, like McHugh has been doing expertly, beautiful defense. He's been, oh wow, he's pulling him away from the tower. That Princess can eventually do infinite damage. You know, if guarded, if protected, she's just going to keep shooting at that tower and never being vulnerable. McHugh is really controlling the tempo of the match here by keeping the Princesses in that left lane and forcing Batman to constantly answer it instead of creating pushes of his own.
Yeah, a beautiful bowler right there to take down the Goblin Gang on the left-hand side. Baby Jack Graveyard coming in on the right-hand side. Knight's going to come down to defend against that. Let's see if Batman's going to play the poison here. It doesn't look like it. It looks like he's going to give up on this push and let the Graveyard do as much damage as it can.
Did get a couple hundred damage in there. Doesn't quite have the damage lead. There's a elite amount of damage on Batman's tower. And he's protected and no damage with that Tornado.
Yet 19 seconds left before we head into overtime. This match is probably about as close as it can get right now.
To me, this is a display as a clinic on expert defense. When you talk about really good players, I think what sets like the average players apart from good players is good players learn how to play good defense. These elite players are just playing next level, like insane defense.
The Tornado plays have been perfect from Batman. He's pulling the Goblins away from the tower so they don't get any damage whatsoever. And that poison is going to ramp up 240 damage on that right-hand tower.
Oh, Batman takes the damage lead. McHugh tried to put that prediction log there, hoping to hit something on the ground like the Skeletons. Hit nothing, but did get some damage on the tower.
What's interesting is CMC keeps placing the Goblin Barrel on that top left-hand side, and it's just getting tornadoed away. I don't think there's really any position. He might be able to surround the tower completely with it, and then the Goblins would still get some stabs in, but it looks like CMC is going to start to rocket cycle here.
We saw a great Inferno Tower placement by McHugh. It was just outside of poison range. Even though we saw the poison on the tower, it didn't lower that Inferno Tower at all, which gives it more time to defend McHugh's lanes and kind of allow him to rocket cycle. I think he was comfortable throwing that rocket, knowing that he's got half an Inferno Tower to buy some time. If that Inferno Tower takes out this Baby Dragon, that is a huge Elixir advantage for him.
Yeah, now there's no tank for Batman to do a Graveyard push. The Mega Minion's going to roll in, but it's going to get stopped by the Knight at the bridge. Baby Dragon's going to come down, and this is going to come down to the wire. The Graveyard is going to come out. The tanks are rolling in. Here comes the Goblin Gang. Is the poison going to come down in time to take care of the Goblin Gang and let the Graveyard do damage? But it doesn't look like it. It looks like the Graveyard will die out. Rocket's going to come out, and CMC takes game number 1 over Batman.
Defeats his Nova teammate, gives that exhale. I think a lot of pressure comes off McHugh with that first game. Obviously, you're down a match. You're going against the #1 player in North America. You get a first game win in your match. You've got to feel a lot better.
Yeah, so this is going to be some of the most tough matches throughout the day, and these two guys going head-to-head. I think CMC played fantastic against Batman there. He pretty much dominated Batman that entire time. While it was still a close match, CMC was able to continue to dominate throughout his play, and even though Batman was countering with the Tornadoes perfectly, he was able to defend the Graveyards as well as he could, and he took the win in there.
I like the gameplay switching. So we saw early on, the first, say, like 2 minutes of the game, McHugh was really committed to the Princess plan, kept the Princesses in that left lane, forcing his opponent to just respond, never got to build up a big Graveyard push. We never saw, for example, a bowler played behind the King Tower that is like the start of that massive Graveyard push because of the pressure McHugh kept. But once he realized that was within 3 rockets of damage and he could just defend, switches plans altogether. Rocket once, rocket twice, defend, 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 get that winning rocket.
Yeah, and I think if Batman started to play the bowlers in the back, like we saw in the first play, CMC rocketed the bowler, that doesn't leave the bowler with very much health, and it doesn't really give Batman a chance to get a good graveyard push off with the bowler, which is kind of what you're looking for in the splash yard, because the bowler is just so tanky. But when you get that rocket value onto the bowler and the tower, I think Batman was a little hesitant to start playing the bowler behind the king tower.
You know what I would have liked to see out of Batman, but I understand why he didn't, because the whole rocket thing, is that you can defend goblin barrels with a bowler. You put a bowler either behind the tower or in front of the tower, directly in front. That rock is so wide, it hits all 3 goblins with one roll. Now, if you can play that when you are counting and your opponent is low elixir and you know he's not going to be able to like rocket right after, you can use that instead of tornado to build up to build up a big counterattack. But it felt like Batman was never really able to get a good counterattack going, and that's really where the graveyard decks thrive.
Yeah, and interesting stat, the Baby Dragon was used in 81% of decks in week 1, and we saw it come out there in game number 1.
No baby dragons in this match, though. We've got Batman playing a traditional kind of giant beatdown deck, going a little homage to the Jason deck of Helsinki last year. And we have McHugh running looks like a graveyard cycle deck. I wouldn't call this splash yard, but rather a very high tempo, very fast-paced graveyard deck, looking to play probably more graveyards than the bowler deck we saw last match.
I would also like to point out that this is the first Electro Wizard usage in the Clash Royale Crown Championship Global Series top 8.
In North America.
In North America.
Yeah, you're right. That was a big shock to me because Electro Wizard, I feel like, is one of the best supporting troops in the entire game. Wasn't used at all last week. We see it here in the first match this week. Batman in a very strong position, taking 800 damage on his tower, but he has 2 pumps out, and that's got to be a better position than... I think I'd take 800 damage to get 2 pumps.
Yes, especially with a giant deck, because he can just be able to cycle so fast. He might even be able to get another giant come double elixir if he continues to get these 2 pumps on the field at once.
The trick for McHugh is how is he going to be able to build up a big surprising counter push when he doesn't have, he doesn't have any way to build elixir or invest it up like with the elixir collector, but also there's nothing in Batman's deck that costs that much. I mean, playing a giant behind the king tower is not the same as like a golem or a lava hound where you're really vulnerable and defenseless. You still got 5-6 elixir to defend with.
Yep, CMC is going to be putting a poison down on this pump to make sure Batman kind of loses that elixir advantage. The pump in the back left is now at the same exact health as the one he just put down.
Yep. And that's that you prevent your opponent from stacking up. It's really not a positive elixir trade. They're going to get 1 more elixir than they, you spend 4, they spend 6, they get like 1 pump out of it. But what it does is it prevents your opponent from chaining multiple collectors all together and getting that overwhelming flow where they're just making 2 pumps for every 1 pump you make and you can't keep up.
Yep, double elixir kicks in right here. The Mega Minion is going to come down here, but the minions are going to come down, destroy this Mega Minion, no problem. That Giant is going to get to the tower with half health. Tombstone's going to come down to defend it. Ice Golem's distracting the minions. Another Giant is played from Batman.
I think the second giant might be the lethal one here. The first giant held off very well. I thought great defense by McHugh, but eventually it's just so much hit point to deal with, and he put a giant on the board before the first giant was dead.
Yeah, and the Fireball came in there to take care of some of the archers. CMC had 4 archers down on the field, and now a Mega Minion Archer Graveyard push coming in. The Giant's going to come down to tank.
Giant doesn't really fight the skeletons, though.
Nope, Ewiz is going to come down, Poison's going to come down, but I think this Ewiz will be able to defend most of the graveyard and negate a lot of the damage that Batman could have received.
And after being down by 2 pumps and feeling like he was falling behind, I think McHugh might turn around and win this game.
Yeah, here comes the Ice Golem. The Fireball is going to clip the archers and the Ice Golem. Minions will come down. The Poison's going to come down as well. Let's see if Batman can defend this and get a big counter push and tie this matchup 1-1.
And Poison really makes the graveyard decks work. Wow, is it down to within Fireball? He's got another Poison. He's got to cycle back. McHugh only needs 1 more Poison to win this game. Poison, I believe, does like 240. 240, you're right, yeah.
240,
I always think Fireball 229. It's a little more than that. So here we go. Here's the Poison.
Poison's going to come down. The Fireball. The Giant will not get to the tower in time, and CMC will sweep Batman, the undefeated player from week 1.
What a statement by McHugh. He forfeited his week 1 match, had to play in a soccer tournament. He's here this week, he's in studio, and he dominates his Nova teammate and #1 player in North America, Batman, in 2 consecutive games. That really displayed his gameplay, his strategy, his deck choices. Like, I'm super impressed. If there were any questions about McHugh coming into this week, I think they were answered in that first match.
Yep, and we just saw CMC and Batman hug it out on stage. friendly sportsmanship right there. Obviously, being both from the same team, that's what you love to see.
I mean, talented futures for both of them. I mean,
yes.
These guys just hit the age limit this year. They're just qualified for Worlds. I expect to see both of these players in Crown Championships for years to come.
Yeah, and CMC actually tweeted out last week, he goes, hey, I still got 6 more matches. I can make something happen.
I'm super confident he could go 4-2, 5-1, 6-0 in those 6 matches and end up in one of the top 2 spots. I mean, I think he'd still be my pick even at 0-1, and I'm glad I picked him.
Yeah.
1-1.
Yeah. So so he came out here.
Real quick, do you say CMC or do you say McHugh? I say McHugh.
I say CMC.
Yeah, I used to say CMC, and then once I realized it was like Colin McHugh, I've started saying McHugh ever since.
I like going short names.
Yeah.
So like I'm full frontage, but people call me full.
Okay.
And so I just like the shorter one,
Fair
CMC.
enough.
But let's take a look at the replay with the final Graveyard Poison that put the tower down into poison range. So the Electro Wizard does come down, and the skeletons are just piling up onto the tower and bringing it down really low.
Yeah, we talk so much about how, I mean, poison is what makes that deck work.
And look how fast he cycled back to the graveyard,
and
too.
as we mentioned, it's a graveyard cycle deck, right? It's not splash art. It's not running these 4 and 5 cost troops. Nothing in that deck costs more than 3 except for the graveyard and the poison.
Yeah.
So he's constantly cycling. No matter what cards he's playing, he's cycling for like 10 elixir, give or take, and able to get back to his graveyard poison very quickly.
Yeah, there was like a 14, 15-second buffer before the graveyard went down, and then he had an Ice Golem Archer graveyard coming right back in. So it is, so that's pretty crazy. So in that first match, we didn't see Night Witch at all, and that was the second most used card with 78% usage in week 1.
Right. It got 3 nerfs on Monday. The balance updates came in on Monday after the week 1 games.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. Night Witch was the second most played card in North America, and so far we haven't seen it all. But I think we'll see it some today. But these 2 players, I'm sure, have been testing in a post Night Witch world, and they decided not worth it for this first match.
Yeah. So let's throw it back to the locker room and see what Carpet and everyone has to say about CMC's first appearance.
And the climb has begun for CMcHugh. He has now got himself out of the red. He's slowly going up there. He now has a 0 differential, but every win from here on out will put him higher up on the leaderboard. Batman gets his first loss, but we've got ourselves a beautiful guest here. Always got to put us to shame with the suit. How's it going? A brown bag here. How's it going, man?
Hello, Carpet. It is going great. Feels good to be here on this extremely comfy couch.
Yeah, I leveled it up. It's a little bigger now. Yeah. I had some experience points left over, so I just dumped him into the couch.
Ah, feel it.
How'd you feel about that match, though?
So, okay, I think it was a really strong match for CMC to start with. 2-0. Everyone really expected him to see big things, or to see big things from him today. So the fact that he came out and delivered says a lot about him as a player.
Yeah, I mean, like Dee said, he's a super strong player. And Batman being the guy to beat, CMcHugh was kind of still expected to take that win. He has such a huge reputation. I mean, he's showing up.
Yeah, I think where he really shined was the graveyard push in the second match. He started down. He was down 2 pumps. It was really hard. That's a difficult matchup to be able to play the graveyards while defending, because when you're playing against a golem deck where they're, spending too much elixir, it's easy for you to attack. The biggest weakness of graveyard is you can't defend effectively and make a strong push. It's a very high cost deck, and he just did that so well at countering such a deck that isn't as expensive. A beatdown deck that isn't expensive, beautiful. And the time at the end ultimately won him the match.
Yeah, Speaking of golems as well, like I love a good beatdown deck, but I have to say I love that CMC started this with the Logbait Rocket Cycle deck. That's one of my favorite decks right now, and that's the first time that we've seen that in this tournament. And he really played it true to style, and once he realized, okay, I'm not going to be able to get my barrel to Batman's tower, he's like, all right, I'm going to rocket him to death, and it worked.
Yeah, I love watching Goblin Bait, or Log Bait, excuse me. It looks like it just is so much fun to watch the thinking that goes into that.
Yeah.
And not to mention the hidden Goblin Barrel in the rocket.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
probably one of my favorite maneuvers in the game.
Solid.
Don't see it very often. All right, well, we'll see CMcHugh plenty later today. Let's get into it. Match number 2, Tinu and Rice.
Tinu and Rice. I'm excited to see Tinu. He's my boy. He's from Virginia, so he's from my home state. So part of me roots for him for that. It's like my home team,
Yep, I'm rooting for Tinu just because so far we've only seen Expo from him. But I mean, then again, that was against a Golem and Lava Loon, so of course he's going to play Expo. I don't know what he's going to bring this time. Rice played a lot of decks last week. He played 4 different decks, so Tintu's not going to be able to like peg him as a Golem Lavalin player. So we are probably not going to see Expos this time. Hope so. My favorite card.
You know what? I'm actually going to go for Rice. And I'll tell you why. Rice is a ladder player. So last week, I felt like he had a disadvantage of he doesn't play competitive. He doesn't know the decks as much. He's such a good player, and he's always on the top of the leaderboards. I think last week was really his adjustment week. Like you said, he played the 4 different decks. You know, he was really feeling it out. What are these guys playing? And what can I play better than them?
Well, Rice is he told us that he likes to play Cycle. That's what he does. And last week, when he lost against Godslayer, he was playing a Lava Hound deck. So I want to see if he goes back to his roots and what he's comfortable with.
Yep, it's going to be really interesting to see what he shows up with. I mean, he just played so many. He started off really strong last week, to be fair. He started off 2-0, then went 0-2. But hopefully, yeah, he goes back to his roots, gets something a little more comfortable, finds a rhythm, and stops switching it up so much and just nails the competition.
Yeah, I think deck diversity. I think deck diversity is huge. I might have to give it to Rice. So far, especially watching through the qualifiers, whoever could pull out the most amount of decks, since it is an anything go style tournament, those people tend to thrive. You can start reading your opponents like, okay, this is their best deck. I'll put something in to counter it. But enough of our opinions. I'm curious to know what they think. Rumem and Full Frontage, what do you guys got?
All right, thank you so much, Carpet. That was some good stuff. A little split on the couch there for predictions. What do you got?
You know, I think we've been severely underrating Tinu in the build-up to week 2 because, of course, you only play 1 match. It's over in 2 games. You don't have as much exposure, and, of course, he wasn't in the studio. But Tinu last week was dominant with an Expo deck, which was the only player we saw last week running Expo in the North America region, and he beat a Golem and Lava Hound deck, both of whom are like, you know, those are like kind of tough matchups for an Expo deck, and yet he won them both.
Yeah, and Tinu is probably one of the best Siege players in the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's a protege of Woody, the kind of Mortar Mauler, the original Siege Master, Reddit Alpha leader. Tinu, of course, played for Reddit Alpha for a very, very long time. Coming out, he won a Clash Royale North American Open tournament playing Expo. I believe he qualified the bracket, played a bit of Expo through, didn't play in the finals, but was obviously known for being a big Expo player, and I expect to see more Expo here in this match. In fact, if I'm Rice, I'm probably bringing in game 1 of this match an anti-Expo deck. Rice is somebody who we saw last week. Fortunes can change for a player in an instant. Started off 2-0, 4-0, seemed like he's a dominant performer, might have been a favorite, but the last 2 matches of week 1 dropped both of them, including the final fan-voted match to Godslayer. So even though Tinu is feeling good right now with his 1-match win, Rice can, of course, turn it around. Fortunes can change that quickly.
All right, so what decks do you think the players are going to... Do you think Tinu is going to stick with his guns and run Siege, or do you think he's going to switch it up a little bit?
You know, Tinu and Godslayer are very similar players in the sense that they're both so good with their preferred archetype that they can outplay bad matchups. You might play a bad matchup like, oh, you know, this deck against Expo, it's a 70-30 matchup in favor of the other deck. Well, Tinu's the person who knows how to win those 30% of other games.
Yeah,
so.
He is just such a dominant player. He plays Siege so beautifully, and like we said last week, he played against a Golem, which is a pretty hard matchup with an Expo, but he made it work. He was able to keep up the pressure. He was able to catch his opponent off guard and just be able to take him down. Now, with the new balance changes, what's your card to watch for this week?
I mean, it might even be Baby Dragon. It's funny because Baby Dragon was the most played card last week in North America, but it was the most played card largely because of how it matched up against Night Witch, matched up against Skeletons, didn't get hit by Log, and went well with Tornado, which were the other top 5 most played cards, right? So with the meta changing so much, is Baby Dragon still that dominant? We'll find out.
Oh, 2 Night Witches coming out
right away. Yeah, we were saying, well, maybe we'll see some Night Witches sometime today.
And
yes,
here's
sir.
the Night Witch. So both players, Night Witch, going same lane. Baby Dragon comes out from Rice. Executioner coming down from Tinu.
And of course, Executioner, the absolute hard counter to a Night Witch. Oh, there's
the
Bandit!
Bandit is the card to watch for me this week, and I am loving that Rice is playing it right now.
Yeah, Bandit got a pretty significant balance change on Monday. Much stronger card than it was before, and I know a lot of players sort of felt that Bandit was on the fringe of being a tournament playable card, and that buff might be enough to push it over. Yeah. We saw Bandit jump across the river there, get a shot. Go!
A giant skeleton from Rice!
What is happening? So that's a bit of an interesting choice. Giant Skeleton, I mean, I think it's not just an a rarely played card. I can almost say never played. I can't remember the last time we saw a giant skeleton.
Is that bomb
win a
in range
tournament.
of the tower?
It is
No,
not,
it's
just short.
barely out.
You can see Rice with a little bit of exasperation. He knew he was just one tile away from getting some damage on there. But then again, you did force your opponent to spend a lot of elixir on defense, and they still took damage on their tower. So 10-2.
Wow, giant skeleton, what?
Actually, I know why. I'm thinking about it. I know why Rice is playing that. It is so good against Expo. People put down an Expo, you drop a giant skeleton in front. Even if they distract it, it can blow up, and its death bomb will reach the Expo and kill it.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense now. Here comes the giant skeleton. It's so cool seeing the giant skeleton in competitive play.
King K is sitting home somewhere in Florida just losing his mind right now. Probably the only competitive giant skeleton player I can think of. He's got to be happy seeing this change. And that, it's not going to blow up on the Night Witch.
Nope, Night Witch is going to walk away. She's like,
Great defense
I'm done.
there.
I'm out of here. I'm going to the tower.
Oh, wow. This is going to be dual lane pressure. We got Night Witch on one side, Dark Goblin on the Graveyard on the other. Dark Goblin tries to clean it up. The Night Witch is able to be played outside of the poison range, but those skeletons at the river get close. I think 10-2's got to be happy with that Graveyard.
Yeah, that was a very successful Graveyard, and his poisons on the Dark Goblin have taken it down very quickly and not allowed it to take care of a lot of the skeletons.
Executioner Tornado is the exact sort of, oh wow, good lightning codes. I was saying, Executioner Tornado is the exact sort of thing that keeps things like Giant Skeleton from being largely successful. Doesn't have as many hit points as a Golem or a Giant, so the Tornado and Executioner and Towers can really hurt them, and you see right there, very effective defense. Didn't take any damage on the left side, and that counter-attacking Graveyard is brutal.
Yeah, 340 remains on that left-hand tower, so it's not quite in poison range, so a poison Graveyard will have to come down from 10-2. Executioner going down in the left lane, while Giant Skeleton Night Witch is rolling down the right. Knight's going to come down to distract it. Bandit's going to come down as well. Night Witch is going to come down. Skeletons come down to distract the Bandit. Zap is going to come down. Night Witch gets cleaned up, and the Bandit is going to get swept up by the Executioner Tornado.
And that might do it. If we see a poison Graveyard right here, that could be enough damage to finish off this tower. Well, I mean, you have to play Accept. No, that's
Yep,
it.
there it is. Yep, there's two skeletons locked onto the tower, and 10-2 is able to take the game. But huge props to Rice for bringing out the giant skeleton.
Yeah. Rice gave a little bit of a knowing smirk, like, all right, you got me. I was like, I thought I was going to rope-a-dope you. But 10-2 kind of outsmarted him there. I think everyone expected 10-2 to bring Expo, and for that, he did anything but.
Yeah, he defended the giant skeleton beautifully. He didn't put things clumped up, because usually when you see a giant skeleton, you panic a little bit and you just kind of swarm stuff down. But 10-2 did a fantastic job. He put the Knight in the center, then he put the skeletons up near the bridge. When those things kind of died out, he was already back to the Night Witch. Then he put the Night Witch off to the right-hand side next to the bridge, and he was able to defend the giant skeleton perfectly. Bombed, never got to the tower.
Only one game away from 2 matches, 4 games. Easy start for 10-2. Yep. Let's go back to the locker room and see what they think about that last exchange.
That's pretty much close to guess. The Dark Goblin kept going down to poison. No.
Yeah, he just kept putting it in the middle, and he just poisoned middle every single time.
Yeah.
Now, how about that giant skeleton?
That was actually...
The moment I saw it, I was like, yes, please, yes.
All right. I know Giant Skeleton is probably your second favorite card.
It's
so
pretty
Dark
dang
Goblin
close.
being in the same deck with it, I'm sure means you have.
We gotta talk. It's not just Giant Skeleton though. It's Giant Skeleton, Bandit, Night Witch. Like he was going for a real throw him off guard, get it to tower, take tower out of nowhere, and be like, that's how it's done. Unfortunately, it came out not as good timing, so he wasn't quite able to get it there. But we saw he was smirking as soon as that Giant Skeleton came out. He was like, "This is what I came here to do."
We're all like,
I may lose this match, but at least I played Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, I feel like, in fact, he would have really been able to get it there. The Bandit placements, though, he was a little bit close with his Bandit. You'll notice he didn't charge. And because the Bandit wasn't getting the double damage from the charge, it wasn't able to take out Knight. Knight's such a good counter to the Bandit, has so much health. If he could have got that double charge a few times, I feel like Giant Skeleton would have connected the tower.
Yeah, I feel like Rice needs to go back to his roots. He needs to go to his cycle. That's what he plays well.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like Rumham said, if 10-2 had played Expo, that probably would have crushed it. I would have loved to see that.
Game 1 down. Let's see who takes the match without any further ado. Rumham and full frontage. Take it away, guys.
All right, thanks so much. Back in the caster's booth, going into game number 2 of match number 2 of the day. We saw 10-2 play extremely well in game 1 with the defensive plays. Do you think he's going to clean it 2-0?
And we are, well, I don't want to say that for Rice. It hurts my feelings. Rice won his first 2 matches. To lose 3 in a row after that is a heartbreaker. I want to see this go to game 3, and of course, we want to see some interesting deck choices out of him. Tin2 starts by splitting the archers in the back. We've got an Ice Golem in the back for Rice. I think no matter what Rice plays, he's always going to be building something to be good against Expo. Looks like this might be an Expo deck.
Yet Night Witch is going to come down as well. Archers, it could be a graveyard deck. Yep, there's a graveyard. Poison's going to come down as well. And a defensive poison coming out from Rice. Rice, I don't think he wants to risk any damage on that tower, so he's going to poison it out. Take a little bit, but he'll defend it pretty well.
Poison is super good on both offense and defense when it comes to graveyard. If you put a defensive poison around your own tower when your opponent graveyards it, the poison ticks just clean up the skeletons and will more or less counter all the damage because the skeletons can't get there that fast. If you are on offense with the graveyard, you expect your opponent to play skeletons, Goblin Gang, Electro Wizard, any card like that, and you can use the poison to kill their defense.
Yep, here comes Skeletons. Oh, the Skeletons take the aggro of the Mega Minion. The Baby Dragon's going to clean it up. Bowler is going to get distracted by the Ice Golem. And the Archers should be able to roll in behind this Ice Golem and clean up the Baby Dragon.
That placement was exquisite, as that Baby Dragon, which matches up well against the Archers, never got a clean shot on him.
Yep, Poison comes down here. Bowler's going to come down to defend against Graveyard, but it looks like this Tower of Rice is going to go down below 1,000. Oh, 10, 11.
A good year. And there it is, 925. There's that triple digits. We were waiting on it. We just wanted to say triple digits. So here is, a Bowler's coming back for Rice. Now, if Rice wants to make a good counterattack, this is basically the time to do it. You've got 5 Elixir on the board. Don't let this go to waste. Don't let that 5 Elixir just get countered on defense. Really push it.
Archers are going to come down. Let's see if Rice can get the poison in time to take down those archers and make this graveyard very effective, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like Rice is going to reset here.
Yeah, we can't afford the poison. The archers clean it all up. Hardly any damage comes through. Might be able to kill these archers. Yeah, it does. Doesn't get any damage on the tower, though.
Log's going to come out. Misses the Night Witch.
Ouch. And the poison is large.
Huge push.
This could be a really big push because that Log missed for the most part. The poison didn't really full kill the Night Witch.
And now the archers are up at the bridge, and the graveyard's going to be in the back. The Log is going to come down to do some damage against the graveyard, but the graveyard's still going to stack up a little bit and get some really good damage on the tower.
And even though it's not exactly even in damage, they both are sitting at triple digits now.
Baby Dragon got 2 shots off on that left-hand tower, bringing it into triple digits.
And while the Mega Minion attacks the skeletons, the bats can get in there, clean them up real fast. Now you've got another graveyard.
It's the archers up at the center.
Again, you're right. It seems like the style of this has switched so much, though. While we saw Tin2 largely in the aggressive position early on, it's changed ever since that missed Log and poison.
Yeah, the Baby Dragon's going to get cleaned up by the Mega Minion here, and Tin2 is going to have to come in with an all-out graveyard push. Let's see if he can clean up the game here, or Rice may be able to get a comeback in here. 268, the poison. If another skeleton locks on, this could begin. The Log is going to come out, and GG, Tin2.
Both of those characters, Night Witch and Baby Dragon, have pretty slow attacks. So even though they like splash damage, they can clean stuff up, they're not just swinging that fast, and when the tower's distracted, the skeletons build up. Tin2 takes the game in 2 quick games, moves to 2-0. 4-0 so far in the Crown Championship.
And Tin2 has been playing phenomenally. Like we said, he played beautiful with Siege, and now he's coming in here playing beautiful with Graveyard.
Yeah, I feel like a real tomfool saying that he's going to play Expo after his performance last week. We saw 2 straight Graveyard games and looked like an expert Graveyard player in the process.
Yeah, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he comes out later on in the day against Godslayer with a completely different playstyle. Not Siege, not Graveyard, just something completely different, because that's a kind of player he is.
Yeah, I bet you that he's sitting there and he's trying to analyze his opponents and figure out what's the best deck, right? So you know Godslayer is going to run Lava Loon.
Yep.
So maybe play Expo, maybe play Graveyard, but really I think Tin2's probably just been practicing, scouting, and being like, whatever I play, it needs to beat Godslayer's Lava Loon deck.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's preparing for in the next match, and that was actually Rice's only match of the day.
Yeah, really? Oh, because he played 4 matches last week.
He played 4 matches last week.
In the flip side, Tin2 only had 1 match last week. I believe has 3 this week. CMcHugh, also 3 this week. Batman, 3 this week. So we're going to see a lot of the top players. But first, let's see a replay of that last match.
Here we go. So here's the Poison Graveyard that ended the game. The Baby Dragon's going to come down to defend. Like you said, the Night Witch and Baby Dragon, a little slow. And look at the skeletons that are about to spawn in the back. They spawn right next to the tower and just get that last hit in to make sure the Log will be able to come in and clean that up.
Slow attacking units can be such a liability because if they're targeting a skeleton and that skeleton gets shot by the tower, they sometimes like hitch. Like they go, oh, I was going to shoot there, but now it's dead. Let me pick a new target. And even those little stutter steps on your defending troops can mean more skeletons lock onto your tower and deal damage. The reason why cards like Dart Goblin and Archers and Goblin Gang are so preferred is that there's a lot of bodies, each with fast attacks.
Yeah.
They're just cleaning up skeletons left and right. Those slower attacking troops will and not quite do it.
And one of the downfalls of the baby dragon going against the graveyard is if it locks onto one skeleton, that gives a chance for 2 or 3 more skeletons to spawn in.
And we saw the baby dragon turn to the outside towards the middle of the 2 towers. There's like 1 skeleton, and meanwhile 3 to 4 are building up on the tower.
Yeah, so having that is pretty crucial. But let's give it back to Carpet, BBXH, and Low 5 and see what they have to say.
Graveyard seems to be the card of the day.
Yeah, no kidding.
Will do. I feel like Graveyard is such a strong card in the meta, and in this tournament today, it's like all we've seen take match after match after match. That backdoor Graveyard. We had a really cool backdoor Graveyard by Rice where he didn't really get his tanks in front, but the Graveyard came out at a good timing. He saw the Archers come down, and he knew that he wasn't going to be able to, his opponent wasn't going to be able to defend against it. So the Graveyard came down and he got the damage even without the tanks. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pull off the match, but it's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Look at this analysis.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. I mean, Tinu stuck with the Graveyard, and it worked for him in this match. And, I mean, Rice switched to the Graveyard to go against him, but Tinu proving that he can rock it. He can rock the Graveyard.
Tinu, I think, played the fact that he's really, really known as an Expo player to his advantage. I mean, didn't play Expo either time, and both times Rice was playing a little bit more of an Expo kind of centered deck for countering that. Right?
Yeah. I'll talk to Mom and Dad about keeping him. He's cute enough that they will. But 2 matches down for the day. Let's take a look at how the scoreboard's been altered. We got some wins now on the board for some players that really needed it. You see Lucifer and Batman now 10-2 coming up on top. A +2 win differential.
Yeah, we came in today with Batman being the man to beat, got taken down, and now 10-2 is that guy.
Yes, he
Still the
is.
only player with no losses.
Very true, but only 2 matches played.
Yep.
Yeah, and CMC also no losses except for the one that he
Except
had
the
to
soccer loss.
A voluntary loss.
Yes.
Maybe he thought he just needed a handicap to make it fair for everybody.
Maybe. He's just giving him a little help.
Yeah. Later on in the day, though, we have Tinu and Godslayer playing. I'm really looking forward to that, to see if Tinu can keep his undefeated streak and see if Godslayer can take him down. Again, I said earlier in this day, that's the match that I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah. I mean, we usually Lava Loon is pretty prevalent, but we haven't seen a lot. Godslayer really, it's kind of the consistent Lava Loon player here
Yeah, that's his
in North
go-to.
America. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you, Will, because that last match it's so interesting because we talk about crowd favorites and the underdogs, but there's so many good people in the tournament that we don't get to talk about. Oxalate, one of those people that I think relates a little bit more to people at home because a lot of players, they see these people that are so good and they think, oh, I'll never be like that. Oxalate's one of those players who said right off the bat, when I started this game, I wasn't that good. It was persistence. And I think games played trumps everything any day. It's the person that's always there. What's the meta? What am I playing? How am I beating that? Yeah. And so him versus CMC, it's going to be an amazing match.
I mean, on a similar note, Godslayer's kind of the same situation. He just showed up and was like, I just kind of play the game. I play Lava Loon really good. That's why I'm here.
Exactly. But I feel like he's going to have to switch that up, though. I mean, yeah, he's good at Lava Loon, but what else is he good at,
Does he have to, though? Because he's really good at Lava Loon.
True,
I mean, even though people were trying to counter his deck last week, he was still
though.
taking him to game 3.
People are going to catch on to that. And these players, they know the counters. They do, and they will counter it.
What if they just don't play the counters as well as he plays Lava Loon, though?
Hey,
maybe he's just so good at Lava Loon.
I think they will.
But it doesn't matter.
All right, I know the game's exciting. We have a lot more for you guys, but we have something really special for you North American live viewers watching right now. There's going to be a code coming up on screen in just a second. This is 20% off in shop.supercell.com. You guys can check it out. The people to my left, I know you guys can check it out too.
I actually forgot to do it.
I forgot too.
It was like 26 hours later until I remembered. I was like, oh no, I forgot to get my 20%.
The code's going to last for 24 hours, a little under that. I think it went live around 10 a.m. today. So be sure to check that out. You can go to shop.supercell.com to redeem your code. Everyone watching live right now, be sure to go check it out. There's some really sweet stuff in that store.
Somebody remind me. Somebody tweet
me
at me.
Me too. Please tweet
me that code. That'd be great.
All right, next match though. You've had a lot of opinions. Batman Godslayer. What do you got?
Batman Godslayer. So obviously Godslayer's the big talk of the town. He's got that awesome hat. He brings the confidence. And he said that he will only play Lava Loon during this competition. Now, if anyone could pull off the fake, I think it would be him.
Yeah.
So will he? I definitely think he'll bring the Lava Loon deck out.
Even if he stays with Lava Loon or if he switches up, it's still like one hell of a mind game.
Yeah, exactly. He's been using that to throw everyone,
Yeah.
and I think that could have a big advantage here.
But Batman, he is such an analytical player, and if he knows that that's what Godslayer's going to play, I think Batman's going to bring the counter to it, especially because, like you said, Brown Bag, he said, I'm going to play Lava Loon with his rocket in there the whole time. So I think Batman's going to bring it, though. I got my money on Batman.
I think we're going to see who was right from a little while
All right,
ago.
is it on?
Yeah, Batman's about to play a Lava Loon counter, and Godslayer's going to play Lava Loon. Godslayer's going to win.
I don't know. I think I want to give it to my Dark Goblin boy. He showed it in the first day, and I think CMcHugh was a really tough matchup. He did really well last week. I think Batman's going to do well, and I'm curious to know, in the title for the most animated talkers of all time, is it going to be Brown Bag or Rumham?
All right, thank you so much, Carpet. So we have, match
Brown
number
Bag
3
moves.
on the dance floor or in the arena.
You should see the dance-offs we have during rehearsals.
Oh yeah,
it's violent and sexy.
All right, cool. Kind of like this next matchup, Godslayer walking out on stage with some swagger.
Absolutely.
This is the first time we're seeing him today. What do you think about Godslayer?
I mean, I love this kid. He's so fun. Like off camera, really funny guy. You see a lot of charisma in front of the camera as well. I think though this is a matchup of underdog and overdog, probably more than any we'll see today. We got Godslayer's going to be coming out first here. Of course. Big imposing figure, buddy, 6'3", Lava Loon player, playing probably the heaviest beatdown deck that there is in Clash Royale. And on top of that, he has made an even bigger, tougher version of the deck, running Elixir Collector and Rocket. I feel like his average Elixir cost of that deck is like 4.9. Like, it's a big boy.
The gunshot.
Gunshot, cowboy hat. He made more fans last week than I think anyone. Went from an unknown to a fan favorite really quickly. But Batman coming out right now. We have both players in the studio. This is going to be great. For the first time, we are going to see Batman. How can he counter this massive Lava Loon deck that Godslayer is known for playing? And it's so funny because based on their tournament accomplishments, Batman is the big looming favorite and Godslayer is the underdog. But physically, sort of the reverse. I feel like Batman could stand on Batman's shoulders and Godslayer would still be the bigger of the two.
Yeah. So Batman coming off a loss in match 1 against CMC. Do you think he's going to be set back from this, or do you think he's just going to come out, he's like, all right, I'm reset, I'm recomposed, let's get into game number 2 of the day?
If it was any other player, I think he might go on tilt. But I think Batman went into that match at least understanding that it's very likely he could lose to McHugh, but also they're Nova teammates. I mean, they practiced together, they've lost to each other both ways multiple times.
Yeah.
That I think a loss to a friend and a teammate is not as mentally tilting as losing to what is a true opponent, someone from another clan or someone you're not really practicing with.
Yeah. Now it's interesting because people tried to counter Godslayer in week 1, and he still played the Lava Loon deck, and he was still able to win even against those counters. Do you think Batman's going to play into the counters, or do you think he's going to kind of be like, I'm going to play my own game style, and I'm just going to win because I think I'm the better player?
I think Batman's going to counter it, and counter it well. I mean, we saw Rice try to counter it last week with a Inferno Dragon-based deck, but I think Batman is probably a bit of a stronger player. He's got more of the Nova team behind him to help counter it more. I'm sure they got a player on their team who's just playing Godslayer's exact deck list and practicing against it. So I'm going to favor Batman in this game, but I really hope this match, but I hope it goes to 3 games, and I hope we see some action at a Godslayer. And look, we have chairs this week!
And in the training camp.
Oh wow, you're right. You don't see this arena too often. Here comes Bandit. Oh, your favorite, buddy. Bandit comes down. It's going to lock onto the
tower. Yes.
Batman goes in with a very strong punish, and that's what you want to do against these big tank decks. When you see Lava Loon or Lava Hound come down, you know your opponent has at most 3 Elixir to defend with. So you can go really hard down the other lane, and you know they're not going to defend with much. You see 3 Musketeers out. Well, there's a Rocket in the deck, but there's not a Lightning. So he's going to have to... Oh, there's a Lightning! What do I know?
The lightning comes out on the 2 Musketeers, and it connects to the tower, and Godslayer just let that Musketeer clean up the Lava Hound, and the pups are going to do a pretty significant amount of damage.
And yeah, actually a lot of damage on both of Batman's towers already, and what came from that was the counter-attacking Mega Minion and Minions were largely ignored by Godslayer in order so he could save up the Elixir to play 3 Musketeers.
Yeah, and we see a Tombstone coming up from Godslayer, so a little bit retro Lava Hound deck. Usually nowadays you don't see the Tombstone in the Lava Hound deck, but we're seeing it make a little bit of a comeback. Do you think that's because of the potential of the rise of the Bandit?
Potentially the Bandit. I think it's also great against Battle Ram, which we saw a lot of last week. You don't really need, people have kind of moved away from Tombstone as a hog counter because of zaps and logs. They use Tornado instead, but with Battle Ram showing back up, I think Battle Ram's much weaker to Tombstone.
Yeah, and one bat is going to lock onto the tower here, and it's going to get in some really good damage.
Wow, and then he got the spawn. The Night Witch made a spawn right before dying, so you ended up with 5 bats there. A lot of damage, threatened the tower. And Godslayer actually still has the damage lead in this game, although he's changed his deck from last week. We saw Elixir Collector in his deck. This week, no Elixir Collector. Batman's got it, and he's been pumping up.
Yeah, so we'll see the Lava Hound rolling up on the right-hand lane to obviously the weaker tower, heading into double Elixir. And 3 Musketeers are going to come down behind, but a Lightning might be coming out fast. But the Ice Golem comes down as the Lightning block.
That is a pro maneuver right there. If you are a 3 Musketeers player and wondering, oh, Lightning just gives me so much trouble, one of the most common plays you're seeing out of pro players is they drop an Ice Golem down right near it. The Ice Golem will absorb one of those Lightning shots, protecting one of your Musketeers.
Yep, so now we have 2 Musketeers rolling down the right-hand lane. Battle Ram Ice Spear coming down the left, and the Battle Ram might be able to connect the tower. If Godslayer doesn't get the zap in time, he doesn't. And that Battle Ram is going to do massive damage and even take down. Ooh, very close. One more Barbarian swing, and that tower would have been down.
And this is where we see this deck really take over. Double Elixir time. You can cast 3 Musketeers pretty safely and be able to get more of them out. He's just cycling. I mean, he blasts another 3 Musketeers while Musketeers from the last cast are still on the board. Batman gives him the thumbs up, respects the play, but I think he had not just a strong counter deck, but a great game plan.
Yeah, and Batman was able to pump up almost every time he had pump in hand. He was throwing that pump down.
Good game comes out of Godslayer, and game 1 goes to Batman.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play by Batman. He knew Godslayer was going to try to save the Lightning for the 3 Musketeers, and he knew he wouldn't Lightning the pump because then the 3 Musketeers would have came down and would have stopped Godslayer's entire push. So it was brilliant for Batman to play offset of where Godslayer was playing. We saw the Lava Hound go down in the back. He was playing the pumps on the left-hand side. So he was able to adapt and kind of, like I said, in week 1, Batman is a very control-oriented player. He loves to make his opponents play something they don't want to or make them not play something that they want to.
Yeah, and I think we saw that even with some of his deck choices. He had Ice Golem in there. Not only is Ice Golem great at blocking the Lightnings, but it allows him to put together cheap, threatening pushes when a Lava Hound comes down. So Lava Hound gets played, you only have 3 Elixir to defend with. Batman can drop Ice Golem Night Witch, can drop Ice Golem Bandit, can drop all 3 for 9 Elixir, and those are really tough pushes to deal with because the Ice Golem for only 2 Elixir is going to distract the tower and blow up on skeletons, goblins, anything like that that might block your push coming in.
Right. Let's throw it back to the locker room and see what the guys and gal on the couch have to think.
Godslayer just can't break up with Lava Hound. He just can't do it. He had to leave it in there.
All right,
So,
no,
Will,
that doesn't count.
Tell me about your
He
prediction
didn't
again.
play Lava.
He didn't, that's true.
He's gonna go back. He's gonna play Lava
Yeah.
Loon, and it'll be okay.
Yeah.
I told you guys, Batman coming in with the 3 Muskies because he knows that that's going to counter the Lava Hound. Batman, you go. I am so proud of you.
It's a really solid play there by Batman too, dropping the Ice Spear with the Battle Ram so
Yeah,
he gets to the tower. That
stopped it.
ended up getting it
Genius.
just close enough so he could take that down. I mean, really.
And there was
honestly,
also-
though, the pumps getting out of hand, I think, is what
Yeah.
kind of sealed the deal.
Yeah, that's hard. And he didn't like, one of the guys pointed out, Godslayer wasn't running Elixir Collector this time. So, and he couldn't keep up with it quite. Though he did have Lightning, but Batman had 3 Muskies, so you got to say the Lightning for them, kind of.
Yep. Honestly, I think we're gonna see him switch back to Lava Loon.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
I
Last
think
week,
so.
last week he tried playing the P.E.K.K.A deck and lost
Yeah.
against. I think it was Oxalate that he played the P.E.K.K.A deck against, and then he, from then on, played Lava Loon. I think he's just doing the same thing. Round 1, trying something new.
Yeah.
Rest of the rounds for the day, Lava Loon.
All right, well, let's see it. Will Godslayer bring out his famed Lava Loon? And I think the title's probably going to go to Brownback. He's a lot more animated. But Realm Hammer full frontage. Bring us to game number 2, boys.
All right, Will coming in with the prediction of the Lava Loon. I would have to agree with him on that. I think Godslayer is going to play what he's comfortable with and get ready for a win and try to push us to a game 3.
Yeah, even though famously known as like the Lava Loon deck, Lava Hound is a really versatile card that had tournament-winning deck archetypes prior to really combining it with the Bloom. Bloom was kind of a bad card for a while until balance updates had hit, months ago. Lava Hound used to be played. Oh, is going into Lava Loon. Lava Hound used to be played though with miners, minion hordes, all sorts of other stuff, and using the tank into Lava Pups card in a variety of ways, but Godslayer is back. Ooh, I like the Tombstone here. You mentioned Tombstone about, Bandit Battle Ram, but it's also great against Princess. She's going to sit there and just shoot one skeleton after the other and never really get too much closer.
Yep, the Goblin Barrel is going to connect for a few hits on the right-hand side, and the Goblin Gang will get logged out from Batman. But, so Batman running a log bait against this Lava Loon.
Very good choice against Lava Loon for 2 reasons. Great at punishing, one of the best Punisher decks out there. If you ever catch yourself low elixir between the Princess, Goblin Barrel, Goblin Gang, I mean, there's so many ways your tower can get shredded. And also, the rocket in the deck gives him something to drop onto the Lava Loon. Like, you can hit the balloon and the Lava Hound with the rocket, be thrilled. You also, of course, have the Inferno Tower. No lightning in the deck this time, though, and that's going to be tough.
Yeah, he does have Zap, but look at the Knight on the bottom right, sneaking away, doing 1,000 damage to that right-hand tower, bringing it almost to triple digits. And while Batman hasn't received anything.
I mean, as a Golem player, I can tell you that this is one of the decks that I struggle with the most because there's almost no opportunity, especially if Batman does a good job at keeping high tempo on the board, just constantly putting one threat at a time. Put a Princess at the river. A couple seconds later, throw a Goblin Barrel. A couple seconds later, throw a Goblin Gang at the river. If you force your opponent to react to everything, you never get to the point where I can just be like, all right, I can comfortably cast a Lava Hound at 10 elixir.
Yep, Batman's deck is so good at keeping pressure up, and that's exactly what Batman wants to do. And that Inferno Tower rocket kind of adds an extra layer of counter to the Lava Loon, which Godslayer is known for.
Yeah, and honestly, like, the Fireball and Zap is not as good as a Lightning. I mean, I know they cost the same, they both cost 6 and all that, but having played a lot of Golem and big tank decks, like, you would just rather have the Lightning against Inferno Tower than the Fireball Zap.
I wonder if he put Fireball in for a chance of minions, maybe like minion horde kind of thing.
I don't think he expected the Zap bait deck, because I think if you thought your opponent was going to play this, you would have brought Log and Arrows. Yeah. But here we go, we got the coming in, he's going to zap it.
We can see the rocket coming out, it's going to hit the balloon, and that balloon has no health. Princess will be able to, actually the Ice Spirit took it down. And then Godslayer finally connected to Batman's tower, but I think it's a little too late.
Clinic for Batman. I mean, the two Nova esports player, Batman and McHugh, have just seemed like a tier above the other players in this region. And with their match already done, like, are we going to see a clean sweep out of those two players against everyone else? I know you're rooting for your boy Oxalate, but I have been super impressed by what we've seen out of these players here. Batman throws a little bit of emotes. I think he's getting back at Godslayer. We saw Godslayer throw a couple of emotes last week, so I've given him a taste of his own medicine.
You can see them both smiling a little bit on stage. They're just having a good time.
Smirk on Godslayer's face. 2-0 win for Batman as he moves to 3-1 in the standings.
Yeah, so he did take the loss earlier to CMC, and he's back on track. I think he's one of the players that even if he loses, like you said before, he doesn't tilt. You said he's probably one of the players that even if he takes a loss, he won't tilt.
Yeah, no, I think he's got a good demeanor about it. He's got a good attitude about it. I love Batman's almost lack of response. That dude has ice in his veins. The man just won one of the biggest matches of his life on stage in front of thousands and thousands of viewers, and he just ice cold, buddy.
Just like the Ice Spirit that took down the balloon.
That's it. That's it. He just did. I got to kill this balloon. I rocketed it, then I Ice Spirited it. Boom, no reaction. I'm loving it. Do you watch Hassan Minaj's new Netflix special? He talks about that. Ice cold, buddy.
Ice cold.
Nothing's going to stop Batman.
Nothing is ice cold as an Ice Spirit. So, all right, let's send it back to the locker room and see what they have to think about Godslayer's unfortunate defeat.
Batman still top of the ladder. He is the man to beat. CMcHugh, the fan favorite. Everyone, well, I could probably say fan favorite. I think everyone likes him. Trying to watch him climb that ladder. He's now 0 in his differential. 1 win, 1 loss. He's got a lot to catch up to Batman. But the day's unfolding as we go through. How do you guys feel about that game?
Will, tell me, how do you feel about that game?
It doesn't count. It wasn't the Lava Loon rocket deck. I said this last time, it doesn't count.
It was Lava Loon, though, that second game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit closer, but I mean, again, he's just trying to steer himself back in the direction of the Lava Loon rocket deck that he's so proud of.
It's almost like he
lost,
forgot, and
he
he's
lost
trying to
himself.
remember.
He's a young man that has strayed from the path. I believe that he has it in him to return to the path. That is good.
Lava Loon rocket. I mean, I'm kind of surprised he didn't bring out the rocket, and he was really trying to save that Zap for that Inferno Tower push.
Yeah.
But he never got the push out. Only one Lava Loon push the entire game. Yeah. And even then, there was just so much to answer with it. We had a rocket plus an Ice Spirit.
I think Batman just did so well with 3M the first game that he threw instead of rocket the Fireball Zap, so he could just get rid of those real quick. Expecting that again.
And like I said, this is one of the that's log bait rocket cycle deck that Batman is playing, just like CMC played. This is one of my favorite decks to play right now, and I think Batman played it flawlessly. I mean, because you've got to really place your troops properly, like the Princess, to counter the Lava Hound, and place your Inferno Tower correctly. And you got to hit that rocket on point to hit both of them. He played it very well.
He obviously rocked it. I mean, Godslayer didn't get close. Unfortunately, he did not
Nice
get
choice
close.
of words.
Yeah.
He rocked it. Rocketed it.
You never cease to amaze me, dear friend. You never do.
I tried to slip him in there.
Yeah.
I like it.
So that match is done, but the next one, everyone's everyone's questioning, will he be able to make the climb? CMcHugh and Oxalate. Oxalate, a player we're going to get to hopefully chat with today, I think. I've been told, but sometimes I'm told lies. I don't really know. CMcHugh, though, right now, 1 win and 1 loss. Do you think he can pull it off?
Yeah, he's got the luck of the Irish in him. He's 90% Irish. So he's got that luck on his side.
That's a lot. That's
He's got the red hair for it. I don't know what the 10% is, but he's 90%
How do you get
Irish.
10% of something else?
I don't
know.
Super diluted.
I'm not good at math. I'm not going to try to figure that out.
That's a lot.
I was going to say maybe his mom was like half Irish, but that doesn't work out.
Somebody strayed from the path like 3 generations ago, and they're like, no, never mind. Back to
Yeah, we're
Irish.
going back there. Oh, gosh. I think CMcHugh is going to be able to take it again.
Yeah.
I mean, he said it himself, tweeting, he's still got so many matches left. And I said earlier that maybe he's just giving himself a handicap. As joking as that was, I wouldn't be surprised if it rings true, because he is just so freaking good.
Yeah.
He is.
He comes out, he puts the one up. He knows it. He wants to be the number one. He wants to pull it off. Oxalate, though, I think is a player that a lot of people, he got on the final day, the last day, and some might say it kind of was the mistake on his opponent for the final game that he did win.
Yeah.
Not to say he didn't deserve it, because he won the first game and probably would have won the third one.
Yeah, I mean, it was a
going how the series was going. But his opponent made a huge mistake. He got it on the 8th day. But do you guys think he's got the skill to go up against CMcHugh?
I think he does. He's a great competitive player. He's on a strong team, so he has a lot of people behind him training him. I've got my money on CMC because I've seen him perform, and he's been in these settings where he is live in front of an audience. So I think he's got that comfort zone a little bit here. So.
Yeah. Oxalate has kind of, so far, we've only had 1 weekend, obviously, but so far been playing a lot of minor poison, giant minor kind of decks. CMcHugh, on the other hand, plays pretty much everything. So if Oxalate sticks with that theme, he's probably going to get stomped.
So far, every game that CMcHugh's been a part of, he hasn't lost since the qualifiers.
Yeah.
He wasn't there for the first one, so I guess you can't technically count it. But every game he's actually shown up for.
Did we get a confirmation? Did he win his soccer game?
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to ask.
I would like to know.
Yeah, that's important.
All right, well, now I know who I definitely want to interview today, because I need to know if he won that. But I'm curious to know what you guys think. Rumham and Full Frontage, take us away.
Oh man, Hammers Esports versus Nova Esports, Oxalate versus CMC. What do you think about this matchup?
I think, what do you think about this, buddy? You've got a dog in this fight with your clanmate, Oxalate from Hammers Esports. I'm obviously a huge McHugh fanboy, so I'm going to keep rooting for that. But what's interesting to me is I think Oxalate is really in a do-or-die situation here. You got 5 games left. You really need to get to that winning record today. And this is a tough matchup for you, but if you win this matchup over McHugh, if Oxalate comes out here and can dominate with his graveyard deck or something else, pulls out a little trickery-do, and wins the match over McHugh, he not only moves to 2-1 in a winning record, but takes a game off one of his competitors for those top 2 spots.
Yeah, and this is going to be a huge momentum shift if Oxalate can come out and take this victory, especially over especially over CMC, who is also 1-1.
Here he comes. Collins coming on out again. Now again, Nova Esports against Hammers Esports. These two have a very long record going back for the entire year of competitive Clash Royale esports. Hammers has won multiple major events. Nova dominates the ladder. McHugh is one of those Nova ladder players who consistently is finishing in the top 10, top 20 in multiple #1 finishes. Hammers Esports won the North American Open, won ESWC with Surgical Goblin when he was still on your team. Like, this is really a clash of 2 teams that are known to prepare well for these events and be ready on the biggest stage.
Yeah, practicing for hours and hours helps so much, and that is why these players are here in the top 8, because they practice for hours, and I think this is probably going to be one of the best matchups of the day.
We haven't had a Game 3 yet. North America was like that last week. North America had the fewest Game 3s out of any region, and so far it's shaping up to be another set of 2-0, so I want to see which players are evenly matched enough that we get to see the most fun Game 3s.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this was the first game to go to a game number 3.
Yeah.
Both players play so well. We've seen CMC be able to adapt to his opponents extremely well, especially mid-match. Even if he doesn't have a counter to it, he will adapt, and the cards he has, he'll make them a counter to whatever he needs to.
We saw the matches between McHugh and Batman be very close. Came down to like 500 damage on the towers. I expect this match to be another one of those. Both players like to play a wide variety of decks and generally prefer decks that don't have glaring weaknesses. Like, for example, Lavaloon, great deck, very powerful, can be countered effectively. Both of these players like to choose decks that can be played in multiple variations. Something that's not having glaring weakness to it. And here we go. McHugh opens with an Elixir Collector. That means you've got to go in and push. You cannot let people just get away with collectors. Those 3 skeletons are murdering every graveyard skeleton.
The skeletons were spawning in an unfortunate position for Oxalate right there. And CMC skeletons were able to defend that graveyard almost perfectly. Or as perfect as you can get.
Yeah, but hey, buddy, 1 for 5 Elixir trades. That's good work if you can get it.
Yeah, that is fantastic. Now CMC has 2 pumps on the field.
Another good opening. Ops 2 instead poison. Instead of pushing on the already weak side, is going for the poison on the bigger side. Arguably, I think you could have poisoned the weaker Elixir Collector. You're not going to get as many pumps off, but you are at least keeping all your damage on the same side. But 3 Musketeers come out for McHugh. I do not believe that Oxalate thought that was going to be a 3 Musketeers deck, or maybe he did, but either way, using that poison puts him in a bad position because what's going to kill these Musketeers?
Well, I think the Executioner is probably going to have a decent advantage, but the Skeletons are going to come down. Night Witch is going to come down as well. Oxalate's going to need a Tornado, this Battle Ram, but it looks like he's just going to take it and Tornado the Barbarians away from the tower so they don't get any more damage as they did.
The Musketeer was caught up on the bats, so that gave at least the tower a reprieve, wasn't getting shot up by the Musketeer that whole time.
Yeah, and then the Night Witch was able to take down the Musketeer. A little bit of a reset here, but CMC does have the pump on the field now.
Notice that you cannot see Elixir bars this week. That's on purpose so that people who are in the studio don't have a disadvantage over people who are not in the studio.
It's actually the new update. When you spectate, you can only see the person you're spectating's Elixir bar. Whoever's on the blue side, that's whose Elixir bar you can see.
Cool. Well, either way, we're not going to be showing Elixir bars in this week's tournament so that there is no competitive advantage or anything for either player. Before that, because of that though, I can't really tell you if anyone has a massive Elixir lead right now. It feels like McHugh's got a bit of an advantage because of the pumps and because of just the tempo. Like, it seems like he's the one starting all the pushes, keeping the pressure up. So I assume he's ahead in Elixir, but really, who could tell?
Yeah, 1,000 health left on Oxalate's left-hand tower. He's going to opt to poison the Musketeers here. I like that play.
Definitely. Now he's got to stop this damage bleeding onto his other side, though. He's going to use a great Executioner there, caught up by the Ice Golem. It allows the Executioner to clean up the Musketeer without taking any damage.
And this could be a graveyard push here for Oxalate. Yes. The Baby Dragon's going to come down. Here comes the graveyard. The
Tornado?
Ice Spirit is going to jump onto the Baby Dragon. Tornado's going to come pull everything together. Executioner, Baby Dragon doing a lot of damage. And the Skeletons might build up on the tower and dish a lot more.
And just like that, Oxalate takes the damage lead from McHugh at 13 seconds to go before we move into double Elixir time. McHugh did get away with a pump, though. We're going to see yet another split of Musketeers. Poison comes down. Can he hold those Musketeers in position so the poison kills him? He needs an Ice Golem down. Oh, he uses the Baby Dragon.
Is going to come down. Executioner's going to come down. It's going to get held up by the Ice Golem, but the Skeletons will clean up the Musketeer, no problem.
This can do it, though. Battle Ram is no joke.
Ice Golem is going to come down. Oh, the Battle Ram is going to connect to the tower. The Executioner's rolling down the right-hand lane. It's going to clean up the Night Witch, but the tower is locked on.
He's using he's pulling them all together. Oh, I guess okay. It's being held in place by the Night Witch, tornadoes them all together, but the Baby Dragon gets cleaned up, and now those 2 Musketeers are following the Battle Ram. This might be the moment where McHugh pulls the game out.
The Zap is going to come down. The Battle Ram is going to connect. The Barbarian is going to swing, and CMC takes the game. He was able to get the Elixir advantage with that pump and just kept the pressure up on Oxalate.
You can see both of their clan logos in the shot. You've got Nova on one side, the big H of Hammers Esports on the other. Oxalate gives a little bit of an exhaustive sigh. I think he knew he was so close to winning that game. It was in his hands, but the really unfortunate 3 Musketeers there at the end, he tried to tornado them all together and use the Baby Dragon to clean them up. If pulled off, that's a 7 for 9 trade. That's really good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, 2 of the Musketeers locked onto the Baby Dragon. 1 Musketeer will kill a Baby Dragon, so you can imagine 2
powering away at
shot
that Baby
right out
Dragon.
Of the sky.
So the elixir advantage was key there. Oxalate had to save the poison to take down the 2 Musketeers to make sure CMC couldn't build up a huge push on one of the opposite lanes, because 3 Musketeers is so notorious for getting that split damage done and then just pressuring your opponent once it comes down to the weaker tower. We'll see the game-winning replay right here where he does tornado the Musketeers, and we see right here the Ice Golem explodes and then the 2 Musketeers lock on.
Actually, it looks like all 3 turn over. The goal there is, of course, we saw this happen a couple times. You want to put the poison down and then use Ice Golem to hold those Musketeers in place. A full-length poison will kill a Musketeer. You just have to make sure they stand in it the whole time. So using that combination of poison plus Ice Golem, 6 elixir can kill 2 or 3 Musketeers, but just didn't work right there. It kind of betrayed him because the Baby Dragon was too close.
Yeah, I did like the play by Oxalate with the Tornado Baby Dragon. I like that idea. But with the Battle Ram incoming, where he doesn't have a zap in that deck, I feel like the Tornado would have been better used to pull the Battle Ram away from the tower rather than pulling the Musketeers together to get that splash damage with the Baby Dragon. I think he would have been better off setting up a defense and then defending the Battle Ram versus the 3 Musketeers.
We're going to see if there's another Elixir Collector in this game. There is not. Okay, it's going to be a very different game then, because McHugh had an Elixir Collector last game, and I feel like in any game with an Elixir Collector, the game becomes about the Elixir Collector. Can you counter it? Can you punish it when it's played? And if you can't, like Oxalate struggled in last game, the Elixir advantage will just take over. McHugh has switched now to more of a chip cycle control deck. This isn't, it's minor poison. But with
minor 2.9.
Wow, oh, it's a 2. Oh, you're right, it is that deck. That's a very popular ladder deck.
Yep.
That he's bringing here into this tournament gameplay. On the other hand, we've got Oxalate playing Giant Beatdown, not Giant Poison, Giant Lightning with a Miner and a Night Witch.
Yeah. Interesting that usually a Giant Miner combination is used in a Giant Miner double minion deck where they have minions and minion horde. But in this one, Oxalate is kind of playing it a little bit different. I wonder his deck choice on this, but it looks like a very effective deck, and we'll see if he can make it work here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, what am I missing here about this deck, or what's sort of the new innovation? Of course, the new balance changes in. Deck lists are going to be changing a little bit because balance changes always throw everything into mix. A lot of confetti coming down on McHugh's side. Electro Wizard meets at the river. It's going to hopefully shoot that thing. It's going to kill it.
Yeah.
Oh, take one hit.
Get one hit though.
Those little advantages. It's a game of inches.
Yep. And the Night Witch will die here, but the bats almost clean up the Electro Wiz, no problem, but the Giant's going to walk in front of the tower and just tank all that damage from the Miner and the Electro Wizard.
Electro Wizard doesn't do that much damage. It's about 20 to 25% less DPS than a Musketeer, so if you can distract it or just put little junky stuff in the way to buy time, you could be pretty happy with it.
Yep, so the Skeletons are going to come down here and just take down this Giant, no problem, with the assistance of the Inferno Tower, and Oxalate does have the damage advantage right now.
Yes, he does. We're going into double elixir time here. We got 1 minute left on the clock. 62 viewers, the most live viewers we've had in-game of anyone. Both of these members, all clans are on deck to watch this game.
Oh yes, Goblins are going to come down in the back. They're just going to get logged away. The Giant's going to come down as well. Let's see if CMC keeps up the pressure with the Miner. There it is, top right-hand side. Mega Minion's going to come down on top of it. Giant's going to Giant's going to aggro the Electro Wizard, and Night Witch is going to come down behind it and clean up that Electro Wizard, no problem. Bats will clean up the Knight.
And the Miner Poison deck is such an interesting deck. If you're like a new tournament player, a new Clash Royale watcher, Miner Poison, the whole point is the Miner will deal some damage, but you're really setting up for, because whatever they defend with, you hit it with a log or a poison. If you think Goblins are coming down, throw the log. You think Minions or Minion Horde is going to defend it, throw down the poison. And between getting the damage of both Minion and Poison, you kill the defending troops too.
The Miner of Oxalate was getting a lot of damage on the top left-hand side. Lightning's going to come down here, Miner's going to come down, Night Witch going to come down to defend against that Miner, and the Inferno Tower cleaned up the Giant, no problem.
We're both looking at about 1,000 health. Oxalate's tower is going down a little less, but he's about to start this counterattack here. Miner comes down to distract the tower. Log comes through, cleans up the remaining troops, but those bats have to get stopped. Electro Wizard cleans up the bats. You are right. A lot of damage coming down from Oxalate's tower. Now we're going to see another poison here.
And Zap comes down to reset the Miner. The Log might be able to come in and finish this tower off on the left-hand side.
I think so.
131, 101, 5, and CMC is going to take it in an extremely close match, but he will win 2-0 over Oxalate.
He's such a precise player. Like, you can just see that he's counting in his head. And he's like, there's this much damage on it. That is 2 Miner swings plus a Zap plus a Poison plus a Log. I can do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a... He's doing the math in his head so effectively that he's never getting into those situations where it's like, oh, if only I had one more thing, I could win. He's only making the moves that he's confident are going to win him the match.
Yeah, and CMC was doing a fantastic job pressuring with the Miner. And Oxalate really had no counters to the Miner. We saw him playing the Mega Minion and then CMC getting value with the Poison spell. But then if he played the Goblins to distract the Miner, then the log would have came down because CMC was pre-logging a lot, and then he noticed Oxalate wasn't using the Goblins as much, and then he started using the Goblins on offense. So CMC knew that the only counter that Oxalate had at the time would be the Mega Minion, so he was just able to poison, get value off on the tower and the Mega Minion, and kind of weaken Oxalate's counter push.
If you're a student of the Clash Royale game, I would recommend that last game to watch how McHugh mixes up his miner placements in two ways. What we noticed was that not only did Oxalate not have great counters, but they were being misplaced. Like the Night Witch, for example, would not necessarily be where the miner was. Two things were happening. If you put the miner in the back, he was setting up for a poison, because whatever you put all the way back there, log's not going to reach it. Put the poison down, kill it. When he minered in front, he would cast the log before the miner even popped up, because he knew it was going to be in front. He knew that whatever was played to defend, like Goblins, would walk to the front of the tower and the log would clean it up. Those placements, not just mixing them up, but having the spells in hand to complement them, makes it so hard to defend that damage.
Yeah, and there's 3 placements on the miner that you can actually stop the tornado from pulling it to activate the King Tower. On the top 3 left-hand corners of the tile, on the arena, on either side. So if it's on the left, top 3 left. If it's on the right, top 3 right. If they cast a tornado, it won't be able to pull the miner to the King Tower.
And yeah, we saw that just so many times. He did that in the first game with the Goblin Barrels, not letting the tornado really get a lot of damage on him.
Yep, so let's send it back to the locker room and see what the guys and gal on the couch have to think.
CMcHugh starting in the red, and now here he is, 1 away from green. Almost preferential seating for him. I can't say that word, apparently. Almost preferential seating for CMcHugh. Now 2 wins and 1 loss. He's doing well, starting off his entire tournament here with a forfeit, but he's able to get 2 in a row back-to-back. Although that last game right there with Oxalate was as close as it can get.
Oh, yeah. I mean, both of them were.
That you just said started in the red and now we're here.
Oh, did Neither can I, Will.
Yep.
Neither can I.
You could drop your cue cards like Oxalate dropped his.
But yeah, CMcHugh, I think probably, definitely the favorite in here was kind of expected to win that match. So really well done by him. Played it really, really well. Still super confident here in person, which is really exciting to see.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think he was one of the only minor 2.9 players in bracket play, so it's exciting to see him bring that back.
Other than B-Rad.
Oh.
But man, I mean,
they qualified.
True. Sorry, B-Rad. Almost.
All right, B-Rad.
But I mean, yeah, CMC definitely, he's finished now 2 games where he's used the spells to really finish out doing the fatal blow to the tower. So, I mean, we saw it one of the beginning matches. He did it. He started cycling that rocket. This time, he used that poison to the log to do the final blow to Oxalate's tower.
As Rumham explained, minor poison, what you do is just send the miner in, and then your spells do a little bit extra damage on top of it. You do that over and over, you take the tower eventually, and he just played it really, really well.
And it's true to his style. CMC is a patient player, and so I think he's okay defending, chipping when he can.
Yep, he's definitely, I think he's a chess player. Like, half of these dudes are chess players.
I know.
CMcHugh is kind of a self-proclaimed chess prodigy. And you can kind of see that in his play style. Like, it's very much kind of turn-based.
Very methodical.
He like defends, and then he attacks, chips a little damage. And then he defends, then he attacks, chips a little damage.
And under pressure, especially when things are coming your way, understanding like, hey, I got just 200, I got 300 off their tower. To take that as a success, I'm losing my words here. I'm all in a mess. I'm just sweating. It's a little muddled here. I think it's just
You're looking a little shady.
I got to pat it off. All right, but every single week, there's been 2. Every single week.
100% of the weeks.
I can't keep track. But we see a large variation in decks, surprisingly. I know sometimes the meta can turn into maybe like just 2 decks that counter each other. But right now we're seeing a pretty large variation, and cards in general have been going up and down. And we heard it from Full Frontage earlier, was that 81% of the decks in North America were Baby Dragon. Baby Dragon has had a huge incline in usage because it just does so well against a lot of the decks that it's going up against nowadays.
I know, he's so tanky, and it does the splash damage. So, I mean, it counters so many different deck styles. I mean, it can counter the Lava Loon because it can tank for the Lava Pups, and they all target onto that Baby Dragon. It does the splash. It can counter the Graveyard because it does the splash again on the skeletons.
I think a lot of its prevalence lately can be attributed to 2 things, which is 1, it doesn't die to lightning, and 2, Tornado is super popular right now. And it's you see it a lot in Splash Yard, but every single deck pretty much for a while now has been mostly running Tornado. And Baby Dragon, once everything is in there, obviously excels because if it's on offense, you just drag everything to the tower, and then you get splash damage on the tower and everything that's defending. If it's on defense, you just tornado everything and you get rid of the attackers.
Now, Tornado makes Baby Dragon super useful, but a card it doesn't, Hog Rider. It's had a really steep incline in usage. I think last week, 50% of decks had Tornado. And I think even before that, even more so when there was so much more Executioner. Everyone was having to deal with Lava Loons. We saw tornadoes in nearly every single deck. And if a Hog Rider can get pulled to the King Tower, that puts you at such a heavy hit, especially if you're running a graveyard deck. You're pretty much screwed.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I think that's why it's gone down, because of the tornadoes increase in use, because you can, like you said, you can just pull that Hog Rider to wake up the King Tower, and then from then on, you have that death zone just right in the middle of your arena, and you can just start sucking the Hog Rider, and that way all 3 of your towers hit him.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to see him missing, because he used to be like such a signature card, and for so many different players, but now he's almost gone. He's kind of been replaced by the Battle Ram, which doesn't get dragged as easily by Tornado. They can just kind of outrun the wind, which is great. But it's kind of, I'm sad to see Hog Rider go, because he's one of the more exciting cards to see. He just gets out there and everybody's excited to see if it's going to be 1 or 2.
Yeah.
You start the chant.
And you have to react so quickly. I mean, he immediately is in full sprint. He can hop over river. He's got a lot of presence. And then every now and then there's cards that don't have as much like incline or decline in the way that they're played. Rocket always has value, no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
It does crazy damage. It can deal with things like Sparky. It has a decent amount against Lava Loon. Granted, it won't take either out, but it can put them in low enough health to where you can deal with it with much smaller cards.
Yeah.
And if all else fails, just start cycling your tower.
Yeah, and I mean, Rocket is definitely a card that it's versatile. It can go in so many different style decks. Like Godslayer, we saw he put it into a Lava Loon deck. And then as we've seen today, we started seeing people playing the Log Bait Rocket cycle, and they're cycling that Rocket, like you said, to get the damage. So it's very useful in that sense.
I want to be honest with you. If Godslayer's done with Rocket, I'm done with Rocket.
Yeah?
Rocket's dead to me.
Not me.
It doesn't exist anymore.
The Texas boys stay strong together. If he doesn't want it, I don't want it.
Yep.
We're going down together. All right,
Exactly.
so we know a decent amount about the game, but I think full frontage of Rumham Knoll is a little bit more than we do. Maybe
Lies.
a little more. But they're going to take a look at a couple of decks, and they're going to kind of show you what's good, what's bad about them, and how they counter each other. Rumham full frontage, show us what you know.
All right, thanks so much, guys. So we are here finding flaws in a couple different decks here. So I believe the matchup we have is Splash Yard versus Lava Loon.
Now, the goal of this is to understand the matchups a little better. Sometimes people just play a deck, you learn how to play the deck, but you don't know how to adapt when you come up against matchups that you're not as familiar with. So Splash Yard, one of the most popular decks on both ladders and grand challenges, a bowler Baby Dragon deck on defense uses the splash attacking defending cards, with Graveyard as the main way to win the game, the skeletons overwhelming the tower.
Of course.
And then you use Tornado on both offense and defense very effectively. On defense, you're pulling them all together so your splash damage can kill them. On offense, you're pulling things away from the graveyard and in front of the tower where the bowler and Baby Dragon can double damage tower. What about Lava Loon?
So for Lava Loon, typically the most common deck type with that is going to be obviously the Lava Hound and the Balloon. We've seen Rocket obviously from Godslayer. Typically the most common one is Lightning to be able to hit down that Inferno Tower. We've also seen a combination of Fireball Zap. We've seen Rocket Zap. And we have the deck lists on the side.
We're using these specific deck lists. These are probably the most popular variants, I think, of these decks, or at least among the most popular. Now, if I was a Splash Yard player and I wanted to beat Lava Loon, what's my matchup look like just with these deck lists?
So for this deck, actually, in the current meta, Executioner is probably better than Bowler.
Well, just right now, just with these decks
but
right
with this right now, I've actually seen this deck beat a Lava Loon deck exactly the way it is, because you can keep up the pressure with the Baby Dragon, and you can poison on defense as well.
Sure.
And the Baby Dragon poison actually kills Balloon,
I think
even behind a Lava Hound.
I think
and
it
then
could
you can
work.
just tornado everything back and then push opposite lane with Night Graveyard.
I'm going to say it's an unfavorable matchup.
It is an unfavorable matchup.
That's what we're talking about,
I have
buddy.
seen it, Victoria.
Yeah, of course. Hey, buddy, I've seen people win with 6 spells. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's a deck you can win with. But here's the thing. The deck has one big weakness, one big flaw in this matchup, and it's Bowler.
Yeah.
Cost 5, good amount of health, but doesn't attack air. And there's so many air units in the Lava Hound deck. I mean, it's all air units with the exception of the Goblin Gang.
Yeah.
So, and Bowler wrecks Goblin Gang. So,
Of course, yeah.
you have this card that's meant to deal with ground-based decks and a whole deck that is air-focused. So what can we do to change the Splash Yard deck to increase its matchup against Lava Loon?
Definitely Executioner for Bowler.
Bowler out.
100%. And I'd probably say the next change would maybe be even an Ice Golem for the Knight. Because the Ice Golem, when it dies, it slows the air units down. It'll also damage the air units a little bit. So if they have minions in the deck, and even against the lava pups, they'll destroy the ice golem, and then the ice golem will burst, and they'll just be one-shotted from the tower.
Yeah, and that also cuts the elixir cost year down a little bit more. Yep. I'd like seeing something like skeletons out for Ice Spirit. That way, you're not going to have much ground troops to try to defend with the skeletons. They're otherwise just sort of sitting there distracting like Mega Minions and Baby Dragons. But with Ice Spirit, you can have it jump on the clustered Lava Hound and Balloon, freeze them both, buy some time for your Tornado, your Baby Dragon, your Executioner to deal a lot of damage to it. And I think it's going to be a lot more effective in your deck than
for sure,
than the single skeletons.
Yeah, and that'll definitely take down the minions as well. It won't take them down completely, but it'll make them one-shot from the tower. So that'll help against that as well.
Of course, one thing you're terrified of is the lightning in the Lava Hound deck. One weakness that you have is that Executioner has less health than Bowler, much more vulnerable to lightning, but that's where the Ice Golem comes in. We saw it so effectively in that Three Musketeers match earlier. Yep. Batman dropped the Ice Golem to absorb lightning shots, and just like this, you take out the Knight, you put in the Ice Golem, you've got one more thing to help absorb those shots. You might be able to defend your Mega Minion, your Electro Wizard, your Baby Dragon from getting wiped off by a lightning if you can use that Ice Golem on defense.
Yeah, and the poison in the Splash Yard deck adds tremendous value against air units. You can use it on the Lava Hound and the Balloon, and with this one, you can hit it with the Tombstone as well, and the poison is just, it's probably the best card to pair with the Graveyard.
So 3 changes. Take out Skeletons, put in Ice Spirit. Take out Bowler, put in Executioner, and take out Knight, put in Ice Golem, and you're pretty confident that I'd be able to beat Lava Loon a good majority of the time with those changes.
Yeah, unless you face a really good player like Godslayer, then you might have a little bit of difficulty, but you know.
All right, well, I'll get back into the deck building. I got 5 deck slots to play with now. I'll put it in one of them.
All right, let's send it back to the locker room and see what they have to think about those decks.
You've got room? You don't have 5 decks that you just go to at all times?
I mean, we have, 5 deck slots.
I was picking on, never mind.
Whatever.
I was trying to make
I take things literally.
Apparently. So Godslayer's a player that, when we talk about, he doesn't have a lot of history in the Clash Royale scene.
Yeah.
He's a player that was just a guy who liked the game a bunch and turned out to be really good, qualified in. Unstoppable, another one of those kinds of people.
Yep, he's kind of off to a rough start in this top 8, but hopefully, I mean, going to this next match, he's our next player.
Yeah.
Clue. He's got something to prove. Hopefully he can step up to CMcHugh, take him down. It's going to be really, really hard for him. Unstoppable so far has just been playing a lot of like really heavy elixir decks, and I think that hopefully if he doesn't have something that he can play a little bit lower elixir, switch things up, you can just kind of be like, all right, my opponent's going to play something huge. I'll play, I don't know, 2.9 or something, outcycle him, keep him low.
I think definitely this will be an uphill battle for Unstoppable because he hasn't won a match yet. But, I mean, there's still plenty of time in this tournament. But, I mean, CMcHugh, so I think this is going to be kind of like a David versus Goliath battle because CMC, he's got so many variety of deck styles. We've already seen them today. We've seen Three Musketeers Battle Ram from him. We have seen the Log Beat Cycle from him. So I don't know what Unstoppable is going to bring. I don't know what CMC is going to bring.
Yeah, Unstoppable and CMcHugh. I think CMcHugh's patience would definitely deal with anything Unstoppable throws his way, anything heavy elixir. If you're just calm and patient and try and play defense, accept that you might take a little bit of damage. It's not a huge deal. Don't dump too much into any counterattack or defensive play. I think CMcHugh's patience will definitely put him on top.
Yeah, the fact that he's like really, really defensive, really patient is scary. It's really hard to deal with somebody that's pretty much always fighting in their half, and then just, I mean, what we saw last match was just doing a little bit of damage with minor poison and defending all out, like turtling up. It's really hard to deal with somebody like that. And CMcHugh's really proud of the fact that he can do that really, really well. So we'll see if Unstoppable can find a way to just break that seemingly impenetrable defense.
Yeah, I mean, Unstoppable, I think he can be patient also. You know, Unstoppable likes to fish. And I feel like when you are a fisherman, you have to have so much patience to just sit there and wait for something to
I can see where you're going with this analogy. He's got to bait the fish out of its hole. Yeah, right.
Wait, they don't live in holes?
The fish?
Yeah, all right. Fish do live in little holes. This is something. Well, I mean, yeah, in stream, if you're fishing in a river or a stream, or I guess a stream, they hide in like little cubby holes where the water slows down and it's a little bit more clear. So that's kind of where all the bugs gather. So
we get it. I'm an idiot. I don't know anything.
I'm just
tell us more.
All right, Unstoppable, a player we have yet to see, and CMcHugh undefeated in the day. Will he keep the reign up?
I fish while I snowboard.
Impressive.
That's impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Fishing while snowboarding.
Ice fishing on a snowboard?
Ice fishing.
He just goes in circles around the hole in the lake?
All right, so we have match number 5 of the day, Unstoppable versus CMC. We haven't seen Unstoppable play today, and this is his only game of the day, and this is CMC's last game of the day, so let's take a look at the players.
All right, I'm excited.
Yes.
First up, we've got Unstoppable. Now, Unstoppable looked quite stoppable in week 1, dropped both of his matches, does not want to fall to 0-3 in this match against Juggernaut CMcHugh. He's not in studio today, so he's going to be sitting at home thinking real hard under the bright lights. I want to see if he pulls out something different. Obviously, what he played last week didn't work with the balance change happening on Monday. He's got an opportunity to mix it all up. Doesn't have to play anything that he played in week 1 and could hopefully have stronger performances. Here comes, though, CMcHugh. There was so much discussion about how he would perform on this stage, and it's like not even close. He's dominated his 2 opponents, vaulted to 3rd place on the leaderboard, tied with his teammate Lucifer and only 1 match behind Batman. With this win, he could tie Batman with a 3-1 record.
Yeah, and that would put them at a pretty comfortable place to be able to come in next week and close it off and finish it off pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, this is the 3rd and final CMcHugh match of the day. Don't forget, go on Twitter, Clash Royale's Twitter, and vote on the fan matchup you want to see. It'll be our 9th match of the day, but McHugh is not in any of the options, so this will be his 3rd and final match. If he can go 3-0 in his first week in the studio,
that would be
unreal.
Unreal.
Nobody did that in week 1. I mean, NemSensei went 3-1, played 4 matches, but nobody's just come in and just won 3 matches and been like, see you next week, guys.
Yeah, and I feel like if one person can do it, it's definitely CMC.
Yeah, I mean, there was questions, I think, in week 1 of, is he the favorite? Like, we think he's the favorite, but he's not here. We saw Tinu, we saw Batman, whatever. But in these 2 games, I mean, dominating Batman in 2 games, dominating his last opponent in 2 games. Here we go. McHugh is in red along the top, Unstoppable in blue along the bottom.
All right, so both players, Pump coming out from Unstoppable, Princess coming out from CNC, and an aggressive rocket right there to make sure Unstoppable does not get that elixir advantage. A perfect trade right there for CMC.
Don't have the deck list along the side, but just from 2 cards in, I can guarantee you we're seeing another log bait deck out of McHugh, the same one that he played in the first match.
Yeah, we might even be seeing potentially 3 Musketeer, or with the Mega Minion, I'm kind of leaning towards Lava Loon, but we'll see.
You think
Royal Giant?
Wow. Wow comes out of McHugh. Wow comes out of me. So here's the catch. Royal Giant, though much maligned on the ladder, not a very good tournament card. Generally what you want to do with your Royal Giant is play it in response to a big investment. They drop an Elixir Collector, they drop a Lava Loon, a Golem, you come in and hit them. McHugh has the Inferno Tower, which should normally be a good matchup. He's got to clean up those. Oh, it goes down.
The lightning's going to come down, and the Royal Giant is going to lock onto the tower, and it's going to get some really good damage right here. The first appearance of the Royal Giant in the Crown Championship coming out from Unstoppable.
I think McHugh's a little surprised at this because he gave up the thumbs and the well played and all that. At the beginning, I think he expected a little bit of an easy matchup. Logbait has not only the Inferno Tower, has a lot of high damaging troops. You've got Goblin Gang, you've got Goblin Barrel. But I was actually thinking of the Knight as well as a pretty good defender. You just have a lot of decent troops to defend against the Royal Giant. They're all cheap, so you're never like really low on elixir. But so far, Unstoppable has come out in the first 2 minutes of this game and shown that he is not intimidated by McHugh. Almost has a damage lead.
Yeah, CMC's Princess was getting so many shots on that right-hand side. I think he got about 6 or 7.
The trick for Unstoppable is got to be really judicious with his log uses. Like, do you log here? If you log here, he's going to throw a Goblin Barrel, you don't have a log anymore. If you ignore this, you're just going to take hundreds of damage. Maybe you should have logged, you know?
Yeah, but now the log is going to come out, and the Dark Goblin barely lives with any health, and the Princess is going to be able to take it down no problem.
And there it goes.
Oh, it does get a shot off, though. Minions are going to come down. I think this tower is going to go down on the right-hand side.
The Princess ought to be able to
might splash. Yep, it splashes onto the tower as well. So the Royal Giant strolling down the left-hand lane. Unstoppable's got to have quite a bit of damage on this left-hand side, or he's going to lose this game.
Great players are excellent at learning and changing their patterns of gameplay. We saw in the very first exchange, I think Unstoppable got the better of McHugh in that early exchange. McHugh adapts and goes, all right, you're not going to pull that one off on me again. Good job. Enjoy your 1,000 damage. You're not going to rope-a-dope me another time. And sure enough, other than that one push early on, this has been all McHugh all day.
Yeah, and that left-hand tower is going to go down as well, and CMC dominates game number 1 in match number 5 of the day.
I mean, how does he do it, right? Because we're all playing the same cards, we all get the same amount of elixir to play with, and yet it just seems like consistently McHugh has elixir advantage, he has board advantage, he's constantly keeping the pressure up, and he has not once picked a deck that gets hard countered by his opponent's deck. You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't once made a bad deck choice going into these games.
No, and watching CMC play, he makes the game just look so easy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, his placements are so precise that that's what gives him the elixir advantage. He's able to use his cards that he has. Like I said before, he's one of the players that if he doesn't have the direct counter to it, he can still make a counter to it.
Yeah, and we saw, like, just in that last matchup, for example, his placements are so precise, his timing is so well done, that I can only think of, like, one time this whole day where we've seen something like, oh, that Mega Minion got a swing on the tower, or like, oh, that Night Witch accidentally took some damage she wasn't supposed to take. Like, you just don't see that come out too much. I think McHugh is the prototype for what we're going to see out of future Crown Championship players. He might be the best in the world right now, certainly in the short list of discussion, and I think in 3 to 4 years, every player will be as good as CMcHugh is today.
Oh yeah, and the Giant actually shielding that Night Witch, so Unstoppable has a Giant Night Witch push going down, while CMC opts to pump. Let's see if he can defend this push.
He's going to have to be really careful. This is a 9 elixir push coming down that can be incredibly deadly. He could take a lot of damage here on this opening exchange.
Oh, great zap right there to kill the Night Witch, and the Goblins are going to sneak in front of the Giant, but they're going to get distracted by the Ice Golem.
Goblins are still on it, too.
One Goblin actually turned to the tower. One Goblin's still alive. He's doing massive damage, bringing that tower down to 528, down to 270.
More swing.
Mega Minion, 12 health remains on CMC's tower.
Both pump.
Brilliant play from Unstoppable, but CMC does have the elixir advantage right now.
Look how much elixir is still in that first pump, though. I mean, he was able to cycle so quickly. It's not like the first pump was, you know, oh, it's low. It had over half health and half of its pumps remaining, but McHugh's almost down a tower.
Yeah, Night Witch Battle Ram coming on the right-hand lane to answer the Giant that was placed on the left. Goblins are going to come down. Zap comes down from both players right there, and it's Unstoppable defend this push pretty well.
Yeah, I think he's going to be happy. They spent less elixir, defended well. Giant is coming in. Looks like so far unanswered. 3 Musketeers come out again. Will there be a Lightning in Unstoppable's deck? There is a Lightning! Takes out all 3 of the defending Musketeers. A 6-for-9 trade is brutal! McHugh is fighting himself now at a very huge disadvantage for maybe the first time in this entire tournament. 12 health on the right tower, 1690 on the left tower, pumps up again, but he's only got a minute to take a tower, and both of Unstoppable's towers are nearly flawless.
Yeah, and now Unstoppable has 2 pumps on the field as well. Ice Golem, Night Witch, Battle Ram coming in on the right-hand side. Night Witch is going to come down to defend with the Mega Minion, but Battle Ram is not going to be able to connect to the tower because of the zap, and the Ice Spirit's going to jump onto it. No connection.
Wow.
And perfect defense from Unstoppable.
Absolutely perfect defense. I mean, we saw not just a zap to stop it, but an Ice Spirit came down, and before the next charge could happen, it comes down again. Another zap hits.
Oh my. The zaps from Unstoppable are perfectly timed, stopping the Battle Ram from connecting the tower and dealing that almost 500 damage.
We're seeing all 3 Musketeers in one lane. The only reason I can imagine that happening is trying to draw it away. He gets the Ice Golem down just a little too late. 1 Mega Minion swing takes it down. It looks like McHugh is about to lose his very first game of the Crown Championship here.
Yeah, the Battle Ram's going to be coming in. The Zap is going to come down. Ice Spirit's going to come down. Does not connect with the Battle Ram. The Battle Ram is going to connect, but the Goblins and 2 Mega Minions will clean that up. No problem. CMC takes the first loss.
Too much health, not enough time. I mean, the game entirely changes when Unstoppable can get a push like that. When you get a push where in the first minute of the game their tower is almost dead, you can completely switch modes. You don't have to attack at all. Every play you make after that can just be like, no, on the very back, I'm going to put a Mega Minion and just, you know, if you try to attack me, I'll already have stuff on the board.
Yeah, we saw this mistake in day 7 with Tinu versus Isopa. When a Giant Night Witch was coming down, the pump came down as well, and that just allows the person with the Giant Night Witch to be able to punish, and that's exactly what Unstoppable did there. He had the Giant slow rolling in the back, and then he met it with the Night Witch, and then CMC opted to pump instead, and I think that set him back a little bit because he wasn't able to defend that, and then he tried to defend the Goblins that were coming in as well, and one Goblin sneaked away and got almost 500 damage on the tower.
That Goblin was key. I really enjoyed Unstoppable's commitment to his attacks. So, for example, a lot of times, and I think average Clash Royale players do this a lot, where you think it's like, oh, that push is done. But what you don't know is that your opponent's out of Elixir. If you play anything else, it will follow through and take the tower. I like that he had the Giant Night Witch. When McHugh defended with the Night Witch, goblins, like, kept going with more stuff at the river. Here it is. So you could easily with this Night Witch be like, all right, I think that's done. But no, goblins come down. They help clean up the Night Witch very quickly, throws the zap in there to get him a little closer. And those goblins were all the difference. And the Mega Minion as well.
Look at the one goblin in front of the Giant. He's just sitting there. He's dealing massive damage.
But following up with that extra 7 Elixir, the Zap, the Goblins, and the Mega Minion were all the difference in order to take that tower. And that 7 Elixir commitment to follow through on his attack allowed him to play defense the rest of the match and not let McHugh put really anything together on offense.
Yeah, in that replay, CMC actually had a beautiful zap where he zapped the Night Witch, so when the Night Witch struck again, they struck at the same time, so the bats that spawned in from the Night Witch died with the zap. So we got the zap damage on the Night Witch and the bats because of the timing.
Oh, wow.
And it was just absolutely crazy.
That's the sort of stuff, the little fraction of a second plays that really make all the difference when these elite players meet.
Yeah, and I think that Match 5 was actually the first Game 3 we had in Week 1. Match 5, first Game 3 in Week 2.
You're right. Wow.
This is the first Game 3 we've had, and it's CMC versus Unstoppable.
I think it was Match 5 last week as well. Yeah. Oh, it was 6 last week.
6 last week, yeah.
But you're right. Like, these players just seem like they each have each other's numbers in almost like a round-robin way. It's like, McHugh's got Batman's number, Batman's got Rice's number, Rice, you know what I mean? Like, they keep taking each other in these dominant matches. I'm excited to see this first Game 3. What do you think is going to happen here?
I would... Going for the underdog, I would like to see Unstoppable pull it out, but I think CMC has just been playing so well today, and I think Unstoppable caught him on an off play that we usually don't see from CMC. Yeah. So, but I do want to give it to Unstoppable. I would love to see the underdog come out here and take down the reigning champion right now, as he's atop the leaderboards right now.
Everyone loves an underdog except Rumham. Favorites. McHugh, buddy. You're right, though. He caught him off play. I sort of feel like because there's a 1 or 2 second delay between when you play a card and when it appears on the field, he might have had the pump already on.
Yep.
And because he played the Night Witch, right? So I sort of think his goal was to go, I'll pump, and then I'll drop a Night Witch. The Night Witch does a ton of damage. The Night Witch will kill the Giant. Everything's going to be fine. Yep. The Night Witch of Unstoppable really put the rope-a-dope in the plans. Tried to kill the Night Witch. Wasn't super effective. Right? He was clearly focused on it with the zap and all that. Wasn't effective enough in getting it off the board, and paid for it with the scraps of that push.
And the goblins coming in from Unstoppable definitely helped against the Night Witch. I was able to take the Night Witch down really fast, and then the Mega Minion that came in from behind was able to clean up the bats, keep the goblins alive, and we saw the goblins sneak by the Giant and get to the tower. CMC tried to kite the goblins with the Ice Golem, but the Ice Golem took a wide turn and walked to the left of the Giant instead of the right. And that allowed the goblin that was coming in from the right-hand side of the Giant to just go in and choo.
We're here in Game 3. Unstoppable's back is against the wall. He is 0-2, one game away from being 0-3. At 0-3, I can confidently say you ain't in the top 2. You could win every other match. No. You're not going to be in the top 2 at a 4-3 record. So not only that, he'll be in the lowest position and really fighting for his tournament life, trying to not get eliminated at the end of it.
But on the flip side, if he comes in and takes this and goes 1-2, he still has 4 more games to come out and potentially go 5-2, which would put him maybe not in the top, but it would put him very close to it.
And he would move McHugh down to 2-2. Remember, he's got that forfeit loss from Week 1 against Lucifer. So obviously McHugh's looking to go 3-1 today, but 2-2 is a very different record. Like, you'd have to come into Week 3. You got 3 games. You would have to win 2 out of those 3 games or really want to win all 3.
And at that point, the pressure's on.
Right. I think right now McHugh's in a really strong position that he felt, especially after Game 1. I'm up a game. Yeah. Just got to win 1 more game. I'll be 3-1. There'll be no problems in my life. But like at 2-2, Week 3 becomes a very high-stress situation.
Yeah. Now, do you think Unstoppable is going to be able to stick with the beatdown, or do you think he's going to switch it up a little bit? Because that beatdown worked pretty well for him in that last game.
I think if you have seen McHugh play a ton of log bait, you know he's a really aggressive player. You know he takes advantage of a lot of weaknesses and misplays. I think you want to play a deck that doesn't offer that many vulnerable moments. I don't think I'd play Elixir Collector. I don't think I'd play Lava Hound or Golem. I think we saw in a match with McHugh where Batman had like 2 pumps out, McHugh had none, and he won that game. Right? Yep. So, like, don't be that worried about these big investments that you think are just going to, like, steamroll you to victory. Play something like the Giant decks where you're never really below 5 Elixir and you're never caught completely defenseless.
Yeah, I think Unstoppable would it would probably be in his best interest to stick with a kind of giant, like you were saying. Don't play Golem, don't play Lava Hound, because that's a big commitment, and a player like CMC will definitely punish you for that.
Yeah, and he's waiting for those moments. You know, a really smart player is, once I go against a Lava Loon deck or a Golem deck, I'm waiting for the key moment that I know they're low, and then you attack. You're not just throwing attacks around randomly.
No.
So if you never give your opponent that sort of vulnerability, it allows you to play smart defense, to counter whatever comes at you, and maybe eke out a game.
Yeah, and especially against those bigger cost troops like the Golem and the Lava Hound, you never... I almost feel like when I'm playing against those kind of decks, I never want to commit to one side, because then my opponent has the elixir to defend it, and then they can come in with a counter push, and it's like, oh crap, now I can't punish because I just threw out my Ice Golem graveyard when they play a Golem on the right-hand side. Now I don't have it, so now I have to set up for defense. And I think that's where CMC shines. He's able to kind of hold back and let his opponent make the mistakes, let his opponent make the first move, and he's a very control-oriented player, similar to Batman, which I guess is why they practice with each other, so I guess they kind of have similar play styles in that sense.
Let's take a look at Game 1. We had a good replay here that we're going to throw up on screen. I'm pretty excited about the Game 1, or I'm sorry, there might not be a replay just talking about Game 1.
Here
it is! We do have a replay! Technology!
The log bait, and this is when the Royal Giant was coming up for the second time. And the Princess, look at the splash damage on the Princess. It took down the tower, and this essentially sealed the deal for CMC in this match.
Yeah, and that's one of the strengths of this deck. And we mentioned you don't want to play any big investments. When you are down to only 4 elixir or less, you just don't have that many cards and that much elixir to defend with. McHugh pressures both lanes at the same time. You have to make a commitment of which side you're going to defend, and you're going to take damage on the other side. We see it right here. He lost the right tower because it was so hard to prevent like 150 damage from getting through.
Especially when you just play a Royal Giant down in the back.
Right, and he's not defending the left side because he committed his little bit of elixir to the right side, and that allowed the left side to go down as well. It quickly went from a kind of close, we all have all of our towers up, to being a 2-tower advantage for McHugh.
Yeah, and I think also people underestimate the Princess. She's a very valuable card.
One of my favorites.
We just saw it in that last replay. The minions were pretty far in front of the tower, but her splash damage was just so big that it was able to clip the tower and take it down, kill the minions, and then also cross-shot to help defend against a Royal Giant.
Some Princess plays we've seen, but not quite, like we've seen them attempted but not executed, is when you play a Princess at the river, and you know they're going to play Goblin Gang in front of this Princess, and you pre-log, the log wipes out the Goblin Gang, and the Princess is still shooting.
You're just sitting there like, deal with it.
Yeah, buddy. And they're like, I don't have any other cheap cards to kill your Princess with. 140 damage every single time that Princess hits your tower. Even just 2 shots, like let's say you defend with a Valkyrie or something. Valkyrie doesn't kill her in one swing. Nope. She'll get a second shot off. That is 280 damage for 3 elixir. It's better than a Fireball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Fireball does 229.
She has infinite damage. I mean, there was a great graphic that we found. It was posted on Reddit, and it was the amount of damage a troop does if ignored. So it's like if you ignore skeletons, 0 damage. They just don't reach the tower. Goblin Gang, a couple hundred damage. Battle Ram, couple thousand damage.
Yep.
Princess, infinity sign. Like the bar goes all the way off the graphic.
Because she stays out of range of all the towers. Her range is, what is it, 8.5?
9.5.
9.5 tiles. So that is, obviously she stands on the opposite side of the bridge. And then even if that tower is down, she'll walk up to the King Tower, and she'll still take it down.
So sorry for that delay, folks. We had 2 players who were really thinking about their decks. Wanted to make sure that for both players, this match matters intensely. So they took a little bit of extra time on deck building, and we are in the match now. Unstoppable looks like he's cycling for something. You normally wouldn't log those 2 skeletons unless you were looking for something specific. There's the pump. And gets the pump down.
I wonder if CMC is going back to the Miner 2.9. Because we see the Electro Wizard coming out, there's a Miner coming down. It's going to go right onto the pump. And it looks like Unstoppable is going to let that Miner chip away at the pump.
I think he's got to be happy. Look, you can kind of relax. I think he's happy with that setup for a few reasons.
The Knight is getting so much damage on the tower.
He's got to be happy with that. The Miner in the middle would normally be attacked by 2 towers, but with 1 locked onto the Knight, that allowed the Miner to not just clean up the Elixir Collector, but go ahead and hit that left tower a little side. And Unstoppable's looking unhappy.
Oh, he is angry about something. The emotions are flaring in the arena in game number 3 of match 5 of the day.
We talked about how McHugh rarely picks the wrong deck, right? He's at least got a deck that has some game against his matchup. I think Unstoppable's kicking himself because he realized he picked a deck that gets countered very hard. 3 Musketeers has Miner, 4-year elixir collector, a lot of opportunities to punish, and with poison, he's always got something for your musketeers.
Yeah,
and
a minute and a half into the game, and that right-hand tower is already down.
And it's not like they're trading damage. McHugh's towers are looking pretty. Not even the paint is scratched.
No, they're very healthy. There might be a little bit of nick in the wall in that right-hand tower, but nothing too crazy.
And we talk about tilt and your mental state when you play this game. Unstoppable's already lost a tower, already thrown some angry face emotes. I wonder if he's going on tilt here, going like, throwing his hands up already, like, God, it's only a minute and a half and I've already got to deal with this.
Yeah, he's throwing 3 musketeers down with no pump, which is, I mean, CMC's doing a great job countering the pumps, but it looks like Unstoppable hasn't even been able to defend the pumps at all.
Yeah, and that's the problem is that normally you use the pumps in that deck as a bait. You put the pumps down, you want them to lightning the pump so you can then play 3 musketeers. He didn't go for it. McHugh instead, he minored the pump, attacks with the Knight and Electro Wizard, really puts the pressure on, and saves that poison. No matter what, the poison is going to be saved for those 3 musketeers.
Yeah, and CMC is just dominating this game right now.
Yeah, this looks nothing like Game 2.
No. Unstoppable played awesome in Game 2, and he's not able to get that rhythm going here in Game 3. He lost that tower early on. The split push from CMC was too strong, and Unstoppable has been stopped once again, falling to 0-3.
We spent quite a few minutes discussing if Game 2 was a fluke or flaw, and I think we can chalk it up as a fluke. McHugh looks like he's just on another level in this game. Had a great deck choice, 2.9 Minor Cycle, a very popular ladder deck, dominates 3 musketeers here in tournament play as McHugh takes our first Game 3 for a 2-1 match win over Unstoppable.
And that is exactly what you had expected, even though I was kind of going for the underdog just because it'd be, like, everybody loves an underdog story. But yeah, CMC definitely showed up. He came to play. He's flashing the Nova jersey, #1.
Airing out that jersey, showing, hey, you know what? McHugh gets to go home sitting pretty. 3-0 on matches today. He is done for the day and vaults into the #1 spot on the leaderboard, tied with his clanmate, Batman.
Yeah, and Batman is in our featured match of the day with Batman versus Oxalate.
And could be in the fan-voted game as well, so Batman might have quite a few games to play and can take that #1 spot back again.
Yeah, so let's head it back to the locker room and see what they have to think about our first Game 3 of the day.
Our salute to CMcHugh. Undefeated 3 matches today. He is done for the day, and he must be feeling great. Unstoppable, not particularly living up to his name. He's now 0-3. Gonna be a tough battle.
It took everything in me to not laugh while we were sitting there with our fingers up. I'll just say.
CMcHugh's definitely living up to his reputation.
Yeah,
I mean, he came into this with a huge reputation, went undefeated day 2, and a small part of me was like, there's no way he's going to keep that up through top 8, but so far 3-0 today, and the only match that he's lost was a forfeit. So.
Well, he did lose one game to Unstoppable, but no matches, you're right.
True.
So, I mean, it was interesting. We saw from both of them 3 different decks from each player, which is pretty interesting.
Yep, I was a little disappointed that, I mean, CMcHugh plays so much minor. I was a little sad that I didn't see like a tornado or something to take advantage of that from Unstoppable. But
oh, look at the value that he was. That he was got so many strikes off.
That night,
it's
it was like the first
both
night.
I know.
Yeah, first night of the game, first card of the game, just went and took away like 1,200 damage from the tower. Just nothing to deal with it. That was painful to watch. Taking down the elixir pump at the same time too.
I mean, seeing that Unstoppable got that second game though, and he got it well. By the time he
did.
pretty much had that first tower, CMcHugh had a total of maybe 300 damage between the 2 towers done to Unstoppables, and that's just really impressive, especially since he's a player that we haven't gotten to see much in competitive Clash Royale.
Yep.
I know. And I mean, it was interesting to see that. I think this was our first Royal Giant of the whole tournament so far.
Yeah, that was actually kind of surprising. Yeah.
I was like, what? A Royal Giant?
I knew Unstoppable was going to play something, because that's all he's done so far, and still true. I knew he's going to play something like big, beefy, that just kind of chips away at the tower. It's hard to stop. Not really chips away at the tower, that can't really be stopped and takes the tower.
Yeah.
I did not expect a Royal Giant to come out.
Me neither. I didn't, but I mean, he lost that one. I mean, CMC played it well. He had the quick cycle deck to just counter it and just rapidly go through his cards.
All right, well, CMcHugh, he's 3-1 now. Let's see where that puts him on the leaderboard now. We're almost halfway through the day. Actually, a little over halfway through the day.
CMcHugh has fought his way into the top 2 after starting with a disqualify from day 1.
Tied
really,
with
really
Batman.
impressive. Yeah. I'm really, really impressed by CMcHugh showing up today, but I mean, I think it's kind of expected. Everybody thinks that he's the best player here. He's proven that true. I mean, he's done for today, but hopefully next week he can come and keep it up and set an example for the rest of the guys here.
I know. I mean, love him or hate him, he is good at this game.
Yeah,
he's one of the best. He's proving it, yes.
Yeah. He's a god. You know who's going to take him down?
Not
The
Godslayer.
Slayer of Gods? Is that the Texas boy?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Will's got high hopes. All right, and we did it a little earlier in the broadcast. I want to make sure no one misses out. We put out a code for 20% off in the Clash Royale store. I believe it's shop.clashroyale.com, but you can go check it out now. It expires within 24 hours from 10 a.m. today. You should go to the store, check it out. I know we sure will the moment this broadcast is done. I got a couple of figurines I want to get, a couple of sweet shirts.
Yeah,
So
I'm going to get the collectible pack.
Yeah.
With 20% off. That's a deal. It's already like one free collectible. Now it's another free collectible.
Oh my god.
Is that how math works?
Yeah.
You've already
Yes.
figured out that
Have
I
you
don't know
mathed
math.
before?
No, obviously. Once earlier, it didn't go well. Yeah.
So CMcHugh's doing well, but there's plenty of players we haven't even gotten to see. Well, not plenty, a few. Lucifer being one of them.
Lucy.
The next match, Lucy and Oxalate.
Yeah.
Oxalate's he's been showing his skill, but he hasn't been able to truly thrive. He hasn't been able to go undefeated. And Lucifer, we have yet to see today. What do you guys think is going to happen?
Wow, I think Lucifer, he started out a little rough, but he did say that I think he's somebody that said that he likes to play sitting down. As soon as he sat down on that stage, I think that's when his game changed. So I think he's gonna,
We're about to see Lucifer go to another level.
Yeah,
A Lucifer that we haven't seen before.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be Lucy. As much as I love Oxalate, I think Lucifer has found his stride.
Yep. I mean, Lucifer did start off kind of rough last week, but played all of his games. I think one of his games went to game 3. All of them were really, really close.
Yeah.
One was the DQ with
He is now the only player to beat CMcHugh, even if it wasn't in a game.
True.
And he could be the only one. I mean, that's big for him, especially if CMcHugh is supposed to be as good as he's been showing. Getting that win on CMcHugh, I mean, that's got to be big. That's supposed to be one of the most difficult matches for you in the round robin. And when you get a free win off of it, you're not going to complain.
Yeah.
If it's free, it's for me.
For the sake of tension, I hope Oxalate wins, just because he's 1-2, Lucifer's 2-1. That would even the scores. I think that'd be really cool. But my money's on Lucifer for this one.
All right. Well, I wonder what the casters think. Ramam and Full Frontage, show us what you got.
All right, here we go. Match number 6 of the day. Lucifer versus Oxalate. We saw Lucifer come out, started 1-2 last week. So what do you think he's going to do this week?
This is a tough match because you have another Nova Hammers Esports matchup, right? And I feel like the Nova guys have all been testing together and sharing info all about Oxalate because they're all focused on scouting him, whereas Oxalate and the Hammers Esports team have to scout all 5 Nova players in the top 8, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little tough because I think Oxalate's training time isn't probably as focused as the others. Let's jump into the arena and see how they end up doing.
Yeah. All right.
So Lucifer's coming out first. Now, a longtime member of Reddit Alpha won the Clash Royale North American Open Tournament last fall and moved on to the arena battle. Since then has joined Nova Esports. He's out here feeling a lot more comfortable. Oh, yeah, give him the fist. Look at that. He's a tough dude. Now, this week, of course, they're going to have chairs. Last week, I think Lucifer was one of the players who was in studio, really struggled with standing with an iPad. It's a lot to handle.
Yeah.
Oxalate's coming out now, also in studio last week. The inventor of sitting on the stage, but this week, they will both have chairs to sit in. Oh, it's cracking his knuckles. I like that they each have like fighting game poses now. You know what I mean? They've got their little crack the knuckles pose. Oh, he's still wiping off his iPad, drying his hands, dropping it off.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh,
praise me.
Loving it. Now, Oxalate, we've said it a million times. He's a graveyard player through and through. Do you think we're going to see that in this matchup?
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he did pull it out. I would love to see Bandit from him. Because I know me and Bags have been talking about the Bandit a lot. Bandit is one of my favorite mechanical cards in the game.
Yeah, so much fun.
And I feel like it's really good against Logbait because it can have like a chain effect to it where if the princess is in one lane, you can play and you can push the opposite lane and then just drop the bandit right at the river. It'll dash to the princess and then it'll come back to the other lane because your opponent's playing troops in the center to kind of obviously stop your push and they don't want it to get poison value, so they're kind of playing it away from the tower. But that also will pull the bandit back towards the push and support that. So I would love to see some Bandit play from either player in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most fun cards to cast. I think you're right. There's a lot of opportunities. Unlike a lot of players who focus on one deck, Lucifer plays a variety of different decks. So it's hard to predict what exactly he's going to bring, but I definitely think that a card like Bandit, it takes the deck choice off of, like, does my opponent counter me? And it's more puts it on the mechanical play. Can they counter a Bandit? Bandit's not really a card that's easily counter. I mean, it is. You can counter it, but a really good Bandit player can set up crazy plays. And we do. There you go. We have Oxalate playing Three Musketeers. Oh, no kidding. They are playing identical decks, at least from what we see so far. You're right. Wow, so this must be a popular deck going around this last week. The pro teams are playing it, testing it out, sharing info with each other, and through an hilarious coincidence, Lucifer and Oxalate ended up playing the exact same deck in game 1 of their matchup.
Yeah, so it looks to be a Three Musketeer Bandit Night Witch matchup. Battle Ram's going to come down behind the Ice Golem on the left-hand side. Night Witch is going to come down. Zap will reset the Battle Ram, but the Zap comes out, the Ice Spirit jumps in, and the Battle Ram does not connect to the tower.
This looks like it might be a very offensive game. It wouldn't even shock me to see a 3-crown in this game. Both players have a ton of offensive game plan. They have a very offensively powered deck, but also they don't have a lot to defend against these cards. There's not a lot in either of these decks that's going to stop like a Bandit or a Battle Ram. And if these, I think this might just come down to who can put the better offense out sooner.
Yep. Here come the Three Musketeers out from Lucifer, answered by Oxalate. So 2 Musketeers both going down the left-hand lane from both players. Meanwhile, Ice Golem and Musketeer on the right.
No Rocket, no Poison, no Fireball, and no Lightning. No big spells in either deck to deal with these Musketeers. It is just going to be raw battles.
Yeah, and the Battle Ram actually came down from Oxalate as a meat shield, and this might be some pretty good damage for Oxalate here. Battle Ram's going to come down to tank some health, and that Bandit is going to do work.
Yeah, finally goes down to the last shot, but right. It looked like Bandit was setting up to clean up both of those and then charge the next. Counter push coming for Oxalate. He's already got a little bit of a damage lead. Both players have seemed to avoid the pump plan as both of them are trying to make the most of their counterattacks.
Yeah, the Battle Ram is going to connect, but not on a charge, so it's not going to do as much damage. But the Night Witch Barbarian, Night Witch is going to do a decent amount of damage, and Oxalate all of a sudden, is he going to take the tower with the the Zap?
If not for the Zap, that tower was donezo.
Because he used the Ice Spirit to counter the Battle Ram, so Lucifer did have the Zap in hand.
Oh, unfortunate split for Lucifer. Actually, maybe, no, that might not be a mistake at all. There are no big spells in the deck. There's no downside to putting them all in the same lane. There's not even a log to really make you regret it.
So the Battle Ram's going to come down again as the meat shield. I like that Battle Ram is a meat shield kind of thing because look at the Three Musketeers are down, and now Oxalate is pushing that left-hand lane with 3 Musketeers, and he's able to defend the Battle Ram Night Witch on the right-hand side. Lucifer throws down the good game with 3 Musketeers charging towards the King Tower, and this is looking pretty good for Oxalate. He's standing high in game 1, match number 6.
What he was trying to do there, what Lucifer was trying to set up for was, you know what? I'm going to undercommit on defense on the left. You can take that tower. You've got all 9 elixir of your 3 Musketeers over there, that's fine, you can have that. And instead set up about a 10 elixir push on the other side. He had Night Witch, Battle Ram, and Ice Golem. A 10 elixir push that's really threatening, but props to Oxalate, made exceptional defensive plays using the Night Witch, the Bandit, had his own Zap and Ice Spirit, didn't let his tower go down while taking his opponents.
Yeah, I think the highlight of Oxalate's defense was he was putting down the Battle Ram while the Musketeers were coming up. So we saw Lucifer playing down the 3 Musketeers first, and Oxalate would just mirror exactly what Lucifer was playing with him. So if 2 Musketeers were going on the left, Oxalate would mirror it and play his 2 Musketeers on the left and have the one going down to the right. But Oxalate was playing the Battle Ram in front of his Musketeers, and Lucifer's Musketeers were focused on the Battle Ram, then the Barbarians, while the Musketeers just came up behind, cleaned up his Musketeers, and he had full health Musketeers, able to put an Ice Golem in front. So Oxalate defended perfectly, kept his Musketeers on his side of the arena, and then put things like Ice Golem or even Night Witch in front of the Musketeers, and really set him up for a strong counter push.
Yeah, in matchups where you're playing mirrored games, right, where like everyone has the exact same deck, it really comes down to the mechanical play, and I think Oxalate had an advantage here. He was just a slightly better player at setting up, like for example, putting the Battle Ram in front of his 3 Musketeers to block the other Musketeers. He did that a couple times. We didn't see Lucifer do that at all. That was a key strategic choice that he made that allowed these pushes like this to get through. The Battle Ram absorbed all of the offensive, or all the defensive firepower, while his Musketeers cleaned out the defense, and then that let a little bit of remaining troops get through and clean the tower up.
Yeah, on that replay, Oxalate actually zapped the Bandit when the Battle Ram exploded and the Barbarians came out, the Barbarians were able to just focus right onto the Bandit right away and live with a lot of health because the Bandit was stunned from the zap, and Lucifer really had nothing. The Night Witch was up top trying to defend, and then it just came in. Night Witch was able to get down on that tower and do some massive damage.
Oxalate only 1 game away from a match win over Lucifer. Now this would move Lucifer down to 2-2.
Yep.
Back to square one with only 3 matches to go. So Lucifer really needs to turn around here in game 2, push it to a game 3, because of course winning, if you could go to 3-1 and join Batman and McHugh at the top of the ladders, we've got a 3-horse race at that point.
Yeah, and if Oxalate wins this, he'll be tied up 2-2 with Lucifer, so we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, Oxalate definitely does not want to fall to 1-3 down into the red zone.
Not.
Yeah, so that's a really hard hole to climb out of. That's the best part about round robin, though. Everyone's got a chance in it, and you get a good series of games across multiple different players. Even if you start off 0-2, you could turn it around with a 5-2 finish.
Oh yeah, both players pump at the exact same time right there, and it looks like they're both playing the same deck again.
Yeah, I mean, the deck isn't bad, right? You can't really say, like, oh, I had a bad matchup or whatever. That just came down to, like, I didn't play it right. Could have done something a little different. I think this time Lucifer's going to keep a much closer look at putting that battle ram in front of his 3 Musketeers.
The Bandit faster charge saved Oxalate's tower right there, and a massive counter push coming in.
The zap. Oh, the zap comes in just a second too late.
And the battle ram connects to the tower. The Bandit will die of Oxalate, but this Night Witch is going to roll in and do some pretty... Oh no, the bats are going to take it down.
I mean, that missed zap was literally 800 damage. You know, if you stop that battle ram and break it before it hits the tower, not only do you not take the charge damage, but the barbs are far enough away, they start to fight your defenders. Instead, he ate so much damage, the barbs locked onto the tower and chunked that thing down to 1660. Both players still do have 2 pumps out, though. Like, the elixir's probably even.
Yep, they're keeping the same elixir, and let's see, Oxalate, he mirrors the 3 Musketeers on the same side once again. Let's see if Oxalate plays a battle ram again, or if Lucifer will do it as well.
He's got time. He can put the battle ram in front of that ice golem. It does come down right the same. Only 1 Musketeer switches over.
Zap from both players. And the Night Witch is now going to come in front, so the Musketeers will clean up behind the Night Witch. And now a massive push coming in for Lucifer.
Lucifer is about to give Oxalate a taste of his own medicine here with putting the battle ram in front of the 3 Musketeers.
And the Ice Spirit is going to jump on. 2 bats are going to survive. The Bandit's going to survive as well, but is it going to lock onto the tower quick enough? No, the Ice Golem's going to come down.
Does get a charge off, though, which is pretty good. The bats took the tower shot because they move very fast. They flew ahead of the Bandit, took a few tower shots, let a charge get off.
I wonder if the Bandit would have charged onto the tower or if it would have died from the tower before it even locked on.
Once again, they're both doing the little battle ram tricks here. They're really both just stacking tanks in front as quickly as they can play them because they know that whoever's 3 Musketeers gets to shoot for a longer period of time will be the victor.
Yeah, and it looks like, whoa! 5 Musketeers down at once from Lucifer, but Oxalate evens it out pretty fast.
It is a shooting gallery here. That low-health Musketeer is still surviving, though. Cleans up the Bandit, and we've got another tank in front. Bandit goes in front, 2 Musketeers there. That Night Witch gets cleaned up almost instantly.
Oh, the Bandit's going to lock onto the tower.
Past the battle ram. There's no tanky coming out of there now. Tower goes down to triple digits.
Oh man, this is going to be crazy. Battle Ram is going to come out once again, but the Night Witch is going to be in front. The Bandit's going to charge onto the Night Witch. Zap is going to come down. The Battle Ram, is it going to lock onto the tower? It does! 304, 145. The Barbarian connects, and Oxalate goes 2-0 against Lucifer in match number 6.
And I think that just comes down to expertise with that deck list. I think both were playing the same. It felt like Oxalate was a little more practiced, not only with the deck list, but with the mirror match. In game 1, he knew I had to put my Battle Rams in front in order to win. And it comes down to game 2, Lucifer adjusts, starts making the same plays, starts to put those same decks, the same tricks back at Oxalate to take the tower. A little bit of rock, paper, scissors there at the end for him. I do not think that match was rock, paper, scissors. That felt like Oxalate outplayed Lucifer in 2 consecutive games to win that mirror match.
He even won the rock, paper, scissors.
Did he win the rock, paper, scissors? Wow, it's game 3.
Scissors beats rock, scissors beats paper. So, no, actually, Oxalate was... he was pretty excited to use the Bandit. He was telling me about that, so I'm really excited he came out to use that. And seeing a mirror matchup like that, and really the expert plays from both players, we saw Oxalate do it in game 1. Lucifer was like, hey, that's pretty smart. I feel like I could do that. So we tried it again in game 2, but Oxalate came out. We see right here the 5 Musketeers almost down at once, but Oxalate plays a Battle Ram once again, and he zaps the Musketeer at the river. Look at the second Musketeer on the left-hand side. 1 health, but the zap timing from Oxalate allowed that Musketeer to live, and it's still
Ice
alive.
Spirit. I know, it actually took 1 bat swing and survived, and it's still shooting. How many extra shots does that Musketeer get before finally going down? It's got to be 1,000 damage worth.
Yeah, that it took out 2 Musketeers. It took out the Night Witch. It took out the Battle Ram. It took out the Ice Spirit. It took out the Bandit. It took out bats from the Night Witch. It was just doing work behind everything.
The key mistake there, I liked where Lucifer was going. He's like, let me get more 3 Musketeers out. But it seemed like that game came down to neither side, neither player could kill the Musketeers, so it just came down to how long can I keep my Musketeers shooting? When he committed to the 3 Musketeers, get you more Musketeers, but there was no tanks in front of him, so with the deploy time, with them being caught up on battle rams and barbs, Oxalate's remaining 2 Musketeers just rattled them down.
Yeah, so Oxalate had 2, Lucifer had 5 at one point, and then the Battle Ram came down because Oxalate didn't play the 3 Musketeers like Lucifer did right at the bridge.
9 more elixir to put in front to tank with.
And so Oxalate was playing the Battle Ram, 4 elixir, the Ice Golem, 2 elixir, and then the Night Witch, 4 elixir, so that's 10, but that's also a 1 elixir disadvantage, but you have more tanks tanking for your Musketeers, and Oxalate's Musketeers just swept over Lucifer's no problem.
Night Witch Night Witch and Battle Ram were both really effective because they had their 2-stage troops. The Battle Ram takes damage, then the Barbs can take damage. The Night Witch will take some damage, then the Bats take some shots, and that really just held up those Musketeers for a long time, allowed Oxalate to win.
Yeah, well, it was Musketeer madness in the arena. Let's see what the couch has to think about that last match.
6 matches down, 3 to go for week number 2. Batman and CMcHugh tied for first place, but now we see Oxalate trying to catch up to Lucifer. They are now neck and neck, 2 wins, 2 losses. And remember, this goes by differential, so it's the difference between your wins and your losses. We got someone special here though with us. Batman, you played earlier today. You're 1-1. You're doing pretty good. But how's it going? Welcome, by the way.
Thank you.
Should probably start off with that.
Welcome to the couch. Welcome to the hot corner over here.
So, we keep talking about Godslayer. He pretty much announced, I'm going to use Lava Loon the whole time. When you were in that matchup against him, did you just prepare for Lava Loon?
Yeah, that's what I did. I played 2 hard counters to Lava Loon, Log Bait, and 3 Musketeers. And in that first match, I got that 1 lightning rod at the end, and that's what won me the game.
Yeah. Smart. In retrospect, probably not the greatest idea to announce to everybody what deck you're going to be playing the entire tournament. But good job not being faked by that.
Now, I mean, today you have played at least 4 different style decks. Is there any one style that you feel like you go to most often?
Usually, I just try to think about what my opponent might use, and I just try to counter that. That's pretty much what this meta is right now.
You usually, I'm sorry. You usually like to play aggressive, right?
Yeah, it depends on the deck, but usually I do play aggressive.
Right on. Yeah, you played the P.E.K.K.A deck a little bit last week, which I thought it's usually like a super control and mostly defense and then counter push, right?
Yeah.
Which was totally different from what I was expecting.
Yeah, the P.E.K.K.A is mostly for defense, and then your main win condition is the Battle Ram plus the Lightning.
Right.
I think you started a trend with Findable Carpet's favorite, the Dark Goblin in there. I think what made you put the Dark Goblin in there as opposed to like a princess or archers?
So the first day I was pretty nervous, and I messaged a friend online, and I asked him for a couple decks, and his name was Jigsaw, and he sent me like a deck, but he had Hog in for Battle Ram, and I just decided to put in Battle Ram, and
so had you not played that deck before last
No, that was my first game with it.
That's actually awesome.
Oh my God.
That's a confident
Wow.
move. Nice,
Yeah.
Man. Do you pick up decks really easily? Like, is that common for you to just play a deck and win with it? Because that's kind of a big deal. Nice.
That's very
cool. So you mentioned, you took Battle Ram instead of the Hog. Do you like having that presence of bodies once it goes down? Do you find that to be a lot more prevalent?
I feel like with Tornado in the meta, Hog just isn't really good, so I just put in Battle Ram, which is a good replacement for it.
Yeah. Is there anything, I mean, since you've already played it once, obviously you did well, but is there anything else you'd replace in that deck?
Not really. Maybe Bandit now, since it's really good.
Yeah, true. What would you switch it for? I'm asking because I'm going to go and play.
He's like taking notes.
Maybe Goblin Gang, since it got nerfed and then Bandit got buffed.
True.
Write that down.
Yeah.
So you're a featured match against Oxalate. I don't want you to give away too many secrets because you might have some things planned, but how do you expect to deal with that? Like, what are you expecting to see from Oxalate?
I have no clue. We'll see when it's time.
Yeah. And you actually might play another one. Apparently, at the moment, I think you're doing pretty well in the polls for the 9th match. So that's against Tinu. That's a lot of matches for you in a single week. For you personally, would you rather like do them all at once and just get them out of the way? Or do you like having some time to think in between your matches?
I feel like 2 or 3 matches a day is fine, but I don't know. It's fine. I can still do it.
I mean, you're kind of on a roll. If you win this next match and then potentially the match that might happen after that, you're sitting pretty for the top 2. I mean, that may or may not just secure the top 2 for you, which has got to be pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Is there any one player that maybe you have played already or you haven't yet that you were really anticipating to be a big match?
Me against CMcHugh. He's one of the best players here, and yeah, that was the game I was looking forward to.
Which is pretty impressive now because you guys are tied for first, so you've got to feel really great about that.
Yeah, I had a tough matchup against him. I had a good matchup first game against him, but I lost that. And second match, it was in his favor, and he won.
Is there anybody else that you're looking forward to playing or afraid to play, maybe?
Tinu's he's really good, and I'm looking forward to playing against him.
But he's Batman, so he's not afraid, right?
Yeah.
No way.
So Tinu's actually our next matchup against Godslayer. While you're here, we might as well ask you how you feel about that. So you just played Godslayer and you haven't played Tinu yet. How do you feel like these two players match up head-to-head?
I feel like Tinu uses Siege like Executioner Tornado like he used last week, and I think that's going to be a tough matchup for Godslayer.
Yeah, what about you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Godslayer fan, but I'm pretty sure that he's going to just keep playing Lavaloon, and he's going to get countered by Expo.
I mean, no matter what, like I said, I have to go to Tinu because he is from Virginia, and Batman, he's from Baltimore. So we are all like our DC, Maryland, Virginia team, so go us, East Coast.
There's actually a lot of people in the building from the DC area.
Yeah.
It's really surprising.
Yeah, CMC's from New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, a bunch of us. Well, Batman, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having
Hopefully we get to have him more. You'll get to see him plenty more if you're excited to watch him play. Potentially 2 more matches. But in the meantime, let's get in it. Godslayer, Tinu, full frontage and Rumham. Take it away, guys.
All right. Thanks, Batman, for joining those guys on the couch. It was an awesome interview. But we have Godslayer versus Tinu for match number 7 of the day. Tinu, notoriously known as a Siege player, versus Godslayer, who is more of a Lava Hound player. So how do you feel about this matchup if Godslayer stays with the Lavaloon deck he runs?
I mean, it's really tough because a lot of the times Expo decks will run, they'll run Rocket as a way to finish it off. Like if your Expos are getting blocked and they have Rocket, and any Rocket deck is going to have a pretty good matchup against any Balloon deck because the Rocket can not only hit the Balloon, but whatever's tanking for the Balloon as well and take pretty much both of them out. So there's a lot of opportunities, I think, for the Balloon to maybe get through, but not quite yet. Let's get through the arena. Tinu is coming out. Now, a member of, again, former member of Reddit Alpha, definitely here to prove that he is really the bannerman. I want to keep saying Reddit Alpha, that's not really the case. Tinu is the banner for Siege players in this. Out of all 8 players, none are really known as a Mortar or Expo player, not nearly as much as Tinu is. Here comes Godslayer, though, the Lavaloon avatar, wearing all 10 gallons of that hat on his head. Boom!
Do you think the Lavaloon would wear a 10-gallon hat?
I think Lava Hound can't wear a hat because when you're flying that high in the sky, the winds just blow it right off.
Okay.
So he wears goggles, I think, like a little strapped-on hat.
All right, so again, Expo does have a favorable matchup against a Lavaloon deck, but Godslayer's version runs the Rocket. Do you think that'll help in Godslayer's? Do you think that'll be in Godslayer's favor if Tinu does run Expo and Godslayer does run Lavaloon Rocket?
You know, here's the thing. I've always heard, going back to the North American Open last year, that Expo is a good matchup against Lavaloon.
Yes.
Right? Like, they play Lava Hound in the air, Expo on the ground better. But I've heard more recently players go, actually, I think Lavaloon's favored in that matchup. So maybe it's like a different style of play or certain lists, maybe. We'll see. Right away, the game takes off, though, and damage lead goes out for Tinu as the Goblin Barrel comes out. There was no arrows to defend by Godslayer.
Yeah, it looks like Godslayer had the minions for that, but it still took some damage right there. So Spirit Goblins are going to do some damage. Here comes a Lava Hound to tank for that Mega Minion. Inferno Tower is going to come down. Princess across the arena. Ice Spirit's going to jump and freeze those, and the Princess is going to get some splash damage onto those pups. And this Inferno Tower is going to fall, but not before it takes down the push from Godslayer.
So we have Logbait going up against Lava Loon. And we did talk about the Expo matchup. How do you think this Logbait deck pairs up?
Oh, I think the Logbait goes really well against Lava Loon. The Inferno Tower there would stop it, and the Rocket also to do some additional damage, especially where it can hit the balloon and make it one-shot from an Ice Spirit.
A great resourcefulness out of Tinu there. He used the Knight on defense, 3 Elixir, to counter the 4 Elixir Baby Dragon while the tower cleaned it up. Even though only the half health of the Knight remained, it was able to tank the tower. Goblin Barrel comes down, gets a good chunk of damage on the tower while it's shooting at the Knight. You're using a card on both offense and defense very effectively.
Yep, minute and a half in, and Tinu has not received a tick of damage on his tower. Lava Hound coming down in front of that Mega Minion. Here comes the Inferno Tower in response. Let's see what Godslayer does against this.
I think he might have, unfortunately, been a little low on Elixir. You drop the 7 Elixir Lava Hound at the river, you don't exactly have a follow-up. If he had a Lightning there, a Lightning on the Inferno Tower and the Princess would have been really good value, and could have pushed 1,000 or more damage onto that tower.
He opts to throw a Goblin Barrel onto that, and the pump is going to go down, but if that one Goblin in the back lived, which it doesn't, it would have activated the King Tower.
I think Tinu's happy with that either way. I mean, that's 3 Elixir to take most of the damage, or almost every pump off of that Elixir collector. That's the same as a miner, right?
Yeah, 876 down on the left-hand side for Godslayer, and Godslayer is looking to be in a lot of trouble right now.
I think Godslayer does not have Log in his deck, right? He's got Zap. I think Tinu just made that read for the first time. He's like, I've seen every card in your deck, you ain't got Log, buddy. And he's feeling a lot more comfortable putting things like Goblin Gang and Princess right next to each other. Normally you're hesitant to do that stuff because a Log wipes you out, 6 Elixir for only 2. But when they don't have it, you can be a lot more greedy with your Logbait sort of plays.
Yeah, Zap is going to come down on the Goblin Barrel, but the Goblins still get 2 hits, and Goblins from the Goblin Gang are going to connect, and 28 damage, or 28 health remains on that left-hand tower, and Tinu is just going to take it down, no problem. Takes game number 1 in match 7 of the day.
And we talk about how matchups can really make all the difference. Your deck choices, you only get 8 cards to put in your deck. The choices between Zap or Arrows, between Log or, Arrows, whatever, these really make all the difference. And in that game, we saw Zap really let down Godslayer. Zap did not kill the Goblins out of the Goblin Barrel, so if it was shooting a Knight, those Goblins are doing all their damage. Zap didn't do anything, right? There were times where we saw Goblin Gang at the river, Princess at the river. Zap didn't kill any of them cards.
And it killed the Spear Goblins, but the Princess is still alive and you have Goblins rushing towards your tower. If there's another tank in there, like a Knight, then you're going to receive a lot of damage, where if you have the Log, you're kind of just taking the damage from the Knight at that point.
So that one choice, Zap instead of Arrows or Log in the deck, I think decided that matchup. I mean, it didn't seem like it was that close, but it wasn't that close because every single time you wanted to make a Logbait play, you did it. You got through.
Now, if Godslayer is worried about Inferno Towers, I would kind of push him to run Arrows and Lightning, because if he's worried about air units as well, which is kind of why the Zap is in there versus Log, I think Arrows would be a much better option because 1, he can take down minions, 2, he can take down Princess and Goblin Gangs. He doesn't have to worry about the Zap doing that. And then the Lightning is just a big damage spell that can also clear most of the Inferno Tower, do some damage to the Crown Tower itself, and also take down another unit. So I think Godslayer should be pushing towards using the Lightning Arrows combination.
That's my favorite 2-spell combo. I mean, in my Golem deck, I run Arrows and Lightning because I'm on the ladder, so you want to make sure you can get those cards maxed out. But you're right, Arrows is so effective against cards like Minion Horde that sometimes Log will let you down. We open up with an Elixir Collector, and then a Rocket comes out. I think Godslayer is already back onto his preferred Lava Loon deck. We might see the Rocket this time. The Rocket's actually pretty decent against the Inferno Tower. I think you'd rather have Lightning, but we'll see.
Yeah, so Goblins are going to come out here, take down the Princess. Goblin Gang will finish those off. And 3 Musketeers coming out from Godslayer.
Wow. I wonder if it's a Lava Hound 3 Musketeers deck, or if he's just actually playing 3 Musketeers and going to give you the old rope-a-dope.
Yeah, he might have been seeing other players play it, and he's like, hey, that looks fun.
Yeah, this card seems good. Win some games. You can do that. Princess is coming down. Tinu looks like he's locked into the same deck, the Logbait cycle deck. No miner I noticed in this. This is just straight Logbait. No.
Oh, there's the Bandit coming out. The Bandit isn't going to charge. No, the Goblin Gang comes down. I love the anticipation of the Bandit.
And taking out some of those Goblins already, though, reduces the amount of damage the Goblin Gang will do on the counterattack. So while it is countered, it does soften the blow.
Yeah, Rocket coming out from God. I think Godslayer at this point is just baiting out the Rockets.
Yeah, I think you're just doing that because as long as he's rocketing an Elixir Collector in the middle of the field, he's not rocketing your towers.
Yeah, and you don't want him to get, you don't want Tinu to get any kinds of rocket value on your tower. Battle Ram Goblins coming in, Log, Ice Spirit, take that down. Knight will clean up the Battle Ram, no problem.
I believe what Godslayer is trying to do here is just survive until double elixir time. Assuming he's got some sort of, whether it's Three Musketeers, whether it's Lava Hound, whether it's both, double elixir time is going to help you out so much more, because even if you're vulnerable, you're only vulnerable for a few quick seconds before having that elixir back and being able to defend.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Bandit is going to come out at any point right now, or is Godslayer's just going to let them go. Musketeers actually lock on for a few hundred damage on that right-hand side.
Just like that, Godslayer takes the damage lead here in Game 2 over Tinu. Another pump comes out. We're not going to see a rocket this time. Looks like he's going for it.
Yeah, Goblin Barrel going onto the pump. Minion Horde coming out from Godslayer, though.
And that's the first time we've seen Minion Horde in this matchup. The Princess is going to start softening him up, but they've already done their job.
Oh, the Bandit's going to take down the Princess. Oh, the Knight comes down and blocks.
Wow. Wow, she is definitely alive, and I don't know if we're going to see a log or a zap or something like that to try to get rid of the Princess. She's going to get a couple more shots.
Yeah, the Princess did some serious damage to those Musketeers. Battle Ram's going to come down. The heal spell from Godslayer.
3 Musketeers heal. We didn't see this at all. We didn't see it win a single qualifier match. I don't think we saw it at all last week in the Crown Championship in any region. I'm excited to see it here. The Bandit's still going. The Musketeers still shooting.
Oh, wow. Godslayer keeping up the pressure very well.
Ooh, good Ice Spirit. Here comes the Goblin Barrel in.
Oh, it misses a Goblin. The Log missed a Goblin. Wow. The Goblin was able to take down the Princess.
Great sequence of plays there by Tinu. Set up the Goblin Barrel, use the Log to take out the Musketeers. Between the Ice Spirit, some Princess shots, and the Log, it took it down. And unfortunately, we're seeing another.
Bandit
oh, it does hit!
The
And
Bandit charges!
And it's locked on. We got a tower down to 1090. Godslayer keeps taking the damage lead back. We've got a really back and forth game here. We are in overtime. The next tower to go down means the game is over. Every hit point matters. We're starting to see a rocket cycle out of Tinu. This is the time to go, and are we going to see a heal here? We do see a heal to counter the Princess.
Oh, the Goblins are going to go to the Princess. Are they going to kill it in time? The Bandit is going to charge onto some of the Goblins. The Bandit is not going to live. The Log is going to come out, and Tinu is going to be able to rocket cycle right here.
Exceptional defense. I loved Godslayer's deck choice. I liked how he changed it around, but unfortunately it was not enough, fast enough to take it out. Once Tinu switched to rocket cycle and went to pure defense, Godslayer just couldn't get through. Tinu takes the game 2-0. Takes the match 2-0.
Yeah, wow. The Bandit plays from Godslayer, but defense from Tinu was absolutely phenomenal.
Once again, I think Log almost made all the difference in that matchup. I mean, Tinu had a couple logs that felt like he turned the game around. The key moment, if I could switch one moment in that entire game to favor Godslayer, would have been that Ice Spirit that was coming towards the tower. If he just let that thing hit the tower, it'd have been fine. Like 100 damage on your tower, does it suck? Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. But what ended up happening was the Ice Spirit jumped on 2 Musketeers, did about 100 damage to both.
Yep.
Princess hit them once, Princess hit them a second time, a log finished them off. Ugh.
Yeah, and the heal spell came down a little bit too late. That's why Godslayer had said oops in the middle of the match. The heal spell came down. It did heal the Bandit and the Minion Horde, but like you said, the 2 Musketeers fell before the heal came down. Yeah.
I love the switch up though. Someone who's known as a Lava Hound player, saw what happened in game 1. If you're going to play that Lava Loon deck, you're going to get punished for it. So he's like, I got to mix it up. What's something totally different that nobody would expect? Switch to 3 Musketeers and honestly did really well.
Yeah,
like there's a lot of situations where he could have beaten Tinu in that game. It just came down to a few expert plays that come with the familiarity of playing a deck a million times. Tinu pulled him off. Godslayer struggled a little bit, and that's the game.
And I think 3 Musketeers is probably one of the most difficult decks to learn.
Absolutely. It's so hard. You have to. It's not just mechanically demanding. It's strategically demanding. You don't have big spells to bail you out. If they get a big push going, you can't just be like, no, I'll just poison it. Oops.
Yeah.
Not a game.
I think the biggest spell I've seen in a 3 Musketeer deck is probably arrows, or sometimes even Fireball.
Yeah, you almost never see 2 spells either, so they don't have the ability to combine like Fireball, Zap. You're right. It's one of the most challenging, mechanically demanding, matchup intensive decks. Like you really have to know. Some matchups you're splitting them behind the King Tower, some matches you're pumping up, some matches you're putting them in front, some matches you put them all on the same side.
Yeah.
I don't know it, which is why I'm not playing the deck. But it worked out really well there for it didn't work out so well for Godslayers. He would have liked Tinu takes the match.
Yeah, so Tinu coming out with a log bait, asserting his dominance. Let's head it back to the couch and see what they have to say about the last match before the featured match.
Dad said, yes, we can keep him. He's back. Our brown bag, we got him to help us analyze that. Tinu Godslayer, the 3 Musketeers heal. Whew. Yeah.
It's great to
With a
see.
bandit.
It's great to see that deck come back, especially with the bandit. Godslayer, he had a really good heals. He just unfortunately couldn't connect those minion hordes to tower.
Yep, I was really, really excited whenever I saw that heal come out, but I have to agree with Rumham that I do think the turning point might have been that Ice Spirit that just let the Three Musketeers die.
Yeah.
So just let that get to tower.
Now that deck, that Three Musketeer heal deck, that's one that I've been seeing a lot in the past week, having the minion horde in there. And I think the minion horde is in there because not a lot of people are running arrows right now. They prefer zap or log over arrows. So it's interesting to see him actually use that deck, and he switched it up from a Lava Hound deck, which I'm proud of him for that.
Yeah.
But Tinu taking the win, 2-0 for that.
It's really fun to see how healthy the meta is right now for Clash Royale. I mean, we're seeing so many different decks, and like you're saying, right now Arrows isn't super popular because he did almost pretty well with that, which is not pretty well, I guess. Because he did okay with that, we might be seeing more minion horde.
This princess placement, I don't know if it's easier to so much aggro on her, nothing locked on to tower, and it stayed alive through everything. That placement alone, I think, will save that tower.
He did that a lot. He got so much value out of his princesses.
Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to have to say, though, my favorite play of the game was the Goblin Barrel on the pump.
Yeah.
So he started rocket. Tin started rocket on the pump. He got a knight on the right-hand side, and then very, very sneakily, Goblin Barrel, bam! Right onto that pump, takes it out with damage, and he is able to take that pump out effectively.
Who gave you a weapon?
Who gave him props?
Did you steal that from the Goblin line?
He's sneaking around the lockers, probably.
I might have been. I may or may not have been hiding in those lockers the entire show.
Nice, but yeah, definitely really smart play to switch it up, throw a Goblin Barrel at the pump instead. Words are hard.
Tinu, though. Tinu now, I think he's 3-0. No losses for him. That puts him way up there.
Sitting pretty.
As a matter of fact, I believe it puts him up there.
Yeah.
There he is. #1 above Batman and CMcHugh, who were tied for first with no losses on Tinu's plate. That will put him at the best differential.
Yeah, and I think he really earned it. All his matches were against tough opponents. They were hard matches. And he really, really put in the work, and just always came out ahead.
Yeah, he's really been pushing it through.
He's actually killing it. I'm really excited to see Tinu doing really, really well, because this means a lot for next week. Now he's that guy to beat, and he's in a really, really good spot, so everybody's going to be looking to take him down, probably prepare a little bit more for their matches with him next week.
Everybody been expecting Tinu to play Siege, and he hasn't. He's been switching it up, keeping his opponents on their toes.
Tin, bring the Expo back, please.
Well, I was going to say, in fact, the decks that he have been playing are very high skill cap decks. You know, playing that log bait, that's something where the timing is very important. One miss on that princess, you were complimenting the princesses earlier, and exactly, like if the princess goes the wrong way, or you let too much damage come out from a log, you're done.
There's a lot more decision making, I think, for log bait than there is for other decks. I mean, you have to think about pretty much every single card that you're putting down, how you're putting it down, when you're putting it down. It's not easy to, I mean, for a lay person, it's not very easy to put down these 2 and 3 cost cards and make something come of it.
And it's all about monitoring their cycle, so you know when they don't have a zap or a log in their hand.
All right, so we've been waiting for it all day. The featured match of the day, Oxalate and Batman. We had Batman on the couch earlier. He's very level-headed, which I think is really good, especially in a tournament where there's a lot on the stakes. He's now at a potential opportunity to come out ahead for the day. What do you think, Brown Bag?
Well, I think that Batman is an extremely strong player. In fact, if I was going to say who would have beat CMC, I would have thought it would have been Batman. CMC did pull off that match, and now Oxalate, he's looking at, I feel like he's going to look at Batman a little bit more easy. He's like, oh, he lost to CMC. It's not as big threat. He might be more comfortable to take this match.
Yep, that's super true. His confidence going to this is probably a little bit higher because he lost to CMC.
Time to put you guys on the spot. I'm going to ask for predictions, starting with BBXH.
Okay, my prediction, as much as I love Oxalate as a player, I'm going to go with Batman. Batman is my boy from Baltimore, and he's really shown himself to be a great player. He's played a variety of decks today. We've seen at least 4 different style decks from him, so I think he's going to pull off the win.
All right, low 5.
I'm not so sure. Oxalate just came off of a win, and he has seen Batman lose today, so I think he's probably going to carry that momentum forward and take this win.
You disagree? You agree? What do you got?
I mean, I'm going to have to agree with low 5. I think Oxalate will surprise people and end up taking the W just because he's coming off of that high. Most people are expecting Batman to win, expecting Batman to pull out this, amazing counter deck. with Bandit and all these updates being so new, I don't think he really had the time to prepare against all the decks.
Yeah, but I mean, we just had the interview with him. Apparently, it doesn't matter if he's prepared or not. He'll just play it to perfection anyway. Yeah.
I don't know. I think since Batman confessed that was his very first time playing that deck that he ended up winning with, that we were all really happy to see the P.E.K.K.A, Dark Goblin, and Battle Ram deck, and the variety of decks that he can go through. I'm going to have to give it to Batman. I think even with not a lot of preparation, and he's always thinking about his opponents as opposed to himself, I think he's going to pull the win here. But I think it's going to go to Game 3. It'll be real close.
Yep, you're probably not wrong. But I still got my money on Oxalate. I'm not going to change my vote, but great point.
The confidence just oozing out of Lo-Fi here right now. You got any more props before we toss it over to the cast? You got any more props?
No, I'm good. We're good. We're good.
Okay. All right. Well, without any further ado, the highlighted match of the day, Rumham and Full Frontage. Show us your moves, guys.
Featured match of the day, match number 8, Batman versus Oxalate. Who do you have?
It's so hard for me to choose because I don't want to hurt your feelings. But here's the thing. North America, we're obviously the first of this weekend's tournament. You can tune in tomorrow for Latin America and Europe. But looking at the schedule, the standings now, after week 1, it was kind of hard to make any calls because people only have, one match, 2 match, or 1-1, or 2-1, whatever. But here in week 2, we've seen a ton of separation between the players. We now have 3 players clearly at the front of the pack. And the 4th place, Oxalate, is 2-2. He's 500. So we're going into the arena to see how this match starts out, but I think what's going to be key in it is if Oxalate wins this game, he is back in the discussion for the top 3. If he loses, that separation gets even worse for North America, and it comes down to, a 3-horse race going into week 3.
Yeah, so Batman is currently 3-1. Oxalate is currently 2-2. So if Oxalate wins, then all of a sudden Batman's kind of back towards that middle of the pack top tier. Both sitting at 3-2.
Yep, Oxalate's coming out, doing his knuckle cracks, drops his hand wipe. He is ready to battle. I'm loving the style. I think North America got criticized last week for being the least characterful of the regions. I couldn't watch Latin America and hurt my feelings watching Latin American players be so exciting, and the North American players are bringing it this week. Batman comes out, ice in his veins, stone cold, comes right off the couch into the arena.
Yeah. Got that ice spirit ready to go.
It's worth mentioning, we've talked about this so many times though, Batman, member of Nova Esports, hundreds of thousands of cards won, multiple community tournament wins, but most importantly, an incredibly strong ladder player, and out of him and McHugh, we've seen some popular ladder decks played to perfection here in this tournament.
Yeah, and they're taking their experience in the ladder into the tournament scene, and they're making it work.
Yeah.
Because they're such good players that they just make it work so well.
Top of the ladder is one of the best places for these players to practice because maxed out cards are, of course, very similar to the tournament cap cards.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the same exchange app. You don't have to deal with higher level cards, lower level cards, anything like that. And of course, so many of the best players in the world play at the top of the ladder, the top 50, 100, 200 players, that you are every single match going up against a Batman, an Oxalate, a McHugh, and that's where a lot of these players cut their teeth.
Yeah, for sure. So, Batman, what do you think he's going to run? We've seen him play so many different kinds of things. It's kind of hard to predict. But against Oxalate, who's more known as a graveyard player, do you think Batman will kind of come in with a graveyard defense, or do you think he'll just kind of blow it off and play his game?
Both him and McHugh played that log bait deck very well so far this week, so I sort of think that was like some teammate practice stuff where they're really getting good with the log bait.
Yeah.
The catch is log bait's not so great against graveyard decks because everything you have is weak to poison. We are seeing a non-graveyard, but definitely a little bit of a counter-defensive deck here out of Oxalate, a control deck going up against the Hog Lightning deck that was so popular during the CCGS qualifiers.
Oh yeah, the Hog Lightning was pretty popular for quite some time, and Batman's rocking the Hog Rider now. Let's see if Oxalate has the Tornado to pull the Hog to the King Tower. And there it is. The Hog is going to get to the King Tower and activate it. This could be pretty bad for Batman.
Wow, great turnaround. The Miner comes out for Oxalate just before the Executioner is going to swing again. After killing the Bats, it did not lock onto the Night Witch. It locked onto the Miner, and that allowed the Night Witch to get a little bit closer and to get some damage onto that tower.
Yeah, and I think Batman, even though that exchange did happen, Batman defended that probably as well as he could. He played the Skeletons just outside of the poison spell, and the Executioner was coming in, sweeping through to the Miner, and then the Night Witch was able to die from the Knight and Crown Tower.
The big advantage, and we haven't seen it yet this week, this is the first game we've seen it, is that Oxalate managed to get off an early tornado on the Hog Rider without taking too much damage. Both of his towers over 2,000 health on them, and so he can comfortably use tornadoes on every future Hog Rider and never really take any more hog-based damage.
Yep, we see Oxalate playing his Miner in a very safe position. The log is going to come out and predict the Goblins right there. But Oxalate's Miner are being played in those top 3 tiles that I was talking about where you can't pull the King Tower. And Batman knows that, and he's just putting down Skeletons, Ice Spirit, Knight, right in that position to make sure he can counter that Miner so it doesn't get a lot of damage on Batman's tower.
Interesting choice by Oxalate to play Goblins, 2-cost Goblins. 1 Elixir Skeletons got nerfed, 3-cost Goblin Gang got nerfed. Oxalate splitting the difference between those 2 cards with 2 Elixir Goblins. They can't be zapped, a little cheaper than Goblin Gang.
Yeah, so double Elixir coming in. Here comes the Hog Rider. Lightning's going to come down, and it's going to hit 2 Goblins instead. But Batman with the Lightning could add up some pretty serious damage.
With Lightning off the field, it's safe to go play that Executioner. You know he's not going to get Lightning walking by the tower. So I think that's what these players look for. They look for these openings where they go, all right, I can't normally do what I want to do because I'm going to get countered really hard. Let me figure out some way to get him to play as Lightning, and then I will get my Executioner out shortly after.
Yeah, we saw Oxalate just play the Miner in the back right-hand side this time, knowing no Tornado would be coming out from Batman. Tornado's going to pull everything together. Lightning is going to come down, but that Hog is not going to be able to get a hit off on the tower. And Oxalate could be coming in with a strong counter push here.
This game is so close. Before that, Lightning only 2 damage separated their towers. And once again, we're at within 100 of each other.
Yeah, Oxalate is going to have to keep the pressure up with this Miner Poison. Otherwise, he's going to fall deep behind Batman's Hog Lightning. So let's see what he can do here.
The Tornado is proving super effective. These Hog Riders aren't really doing anything. Damage is getting through, but it's just, oh, good defense there. Batman defends the Miner. This is the first Miner I believe he's caught so far.
On the backhand side where it's not on the top left 3 tiles. So Oxalate's switching the Miner position now.
The Goblins are getting to clean up there. This is just really tough. The Executioner falls a little short, doesn't reach far enough to hit the tower. If he could have hit that tower with those 2 attacks, totally different game. Here comes, see, a Tornado's gonna pull it in. The Lightning comes down to shoot.
It only hit the tower though.
Doesn't hit the Executioner, that's brutal.
Oh, Miner played right into the Ice Spirit. Log is going to come down for the Goblins. Poison's going to come down as well. And all of a sudden, this match is in Batman's favor.
We are in overtime here. Less than 100 damage separates these 2 towers. We are in overtime. The next tower to go down is going to take it. This match is so important for both players. A Lightning comes down, hitting nothing. He just needs to get back to 1 more Lightning. We're going to see a Miner come out now. This is the last push for Oxalate before he gets Lightning down the game.
Tornado's
in the way. The Miner's locked on. The Night Witch
is going to come in.
She gets
the Tornado comes down.
Can we see a Lightning come out before the Tornado comes in? The log coming through. Every bit of damage matters. He's saving up for the 6 Elixir.
36, 6,
Oh, it takes it.
Oxalate! Oh my gosh, Oxalate coming out with the victory right there.
That is not just the first match, but the first game that Batman has dropped to somebody not named CMcHugh.
Oh my goodness. I don't even have
that's why it's a featured match, buddy.
I'm literally speechless right now. Both of those players played that absolutely phenomenal. And the Lightning from Batman, he wasn't looking for value. He was just going to get damage on the tower.
Those are the games that we live for, buddy.
I know.
That was the entire match. It felt like they were within 200 damage of each other. They were never getting that far apart. It really came down to who is going to make the crucial play at the crucial time to win, and it really came down to Oxalate just outplaying Batman in the last 60 seconds of that game.
What do you think was going through Batman's mind? Do you think he was just trying to get as much damage as possible? He knew the Hog Rider wasn't getting through. He knew Oxalate was saving the Tornado for that. So towards the end, Batman just started to lightning the tower and not look at any value.
Batman played 1 too many Hog Riders. You know, like those hog pushes, after the first one gets tornadoed, you know all the other ones aren't going to be effective.
Right.
It looked like early on he was testing the water, seeing, can I outcycle this tornado? Can I just be a faster deck and have a Hog Rider down when he can't afford a tornado? Didn't happen. I feel like there was just
beautiful
one
tornado
too
right
many.
there from Oxalate. Pulling the Executioner the opposite lane, forcing Batman to finally use this tornado. That was the first time he used it all game. And then the log comes in, and the poison's about to get its last tick. And I feel like Batman was just ready to hit that lightning.
You could tell because he only played the knight and then he just played skeletons and that was it. He was sitting there counting.
He just
4,
stopped.
5, 6. You're doing that thing where you're mashing on the tower and it's
he's
like
just
4 out of 6, 5 out of 6, 6 out of 6, and the poison ticks and blows
Yeah.
up.
That was just very unfortunate for Batman, but a beautiful play from both players. Oxalate just had that little advantage and was able to come out swinging and take that first game.
That was the first little chip in Batman's rubberized armor outer shell that we've seen out of someone who is not a member of his team. Oxalate has 1 more game to wrap this matchup and move to 3-2. Batman has 2 more games to try and tie it back up.
All right, so pump coming out from Batman. Miner immediately going to the pump. Night Witch is going to come down to defend it, but the Miner's going to take... Oh, and almost took down the pump with the assistance of the Zap spell from Ox.
You mentioned the Zap, using the Zap against Night Witch is pretty effective. Bandit, Night Spirit coming in on the other side. Bandit does have to stop, though, and fight those low-health goblins, and that's going to stop her.
Yep, the Night Witch is going to get some value. Now, Oxalate doesn't have the Zap because he used it on the pump, so the Bats are going to get some good damage, bringing it down to 1579.
And sometimes like that, you just got to take the L. I think a lot of times new players have this feeling of like, oh, I have to do something. I can't just sit there and take the damage. But sometimes you got to know when you're beat. It's like chess. You mentioned a lot of these chess players. You just lose the bishop, take the L, move on.
Yep. So 3 Musketeers coming out from Batman right now. There's the lightning coming out from Ox.
Batman didn't know that there was a lightning. That was the first reveal of it out of Oxalate. So from now on, he's going to have to play around that lightning. Lightning's a tough one because he does have Ice Golem. He's going to have to put the 3 Musketeers down in double elixir time and try to almost immediately follow up with an Ice Golem to block the lightning.
Defensive Miner right there from Oxalate. Miner's going to connect for 1 hit, but you know when you have to play a defensive Miner that you're kind of in a little bit of a sticky situation. Now Batman is able to pump, no problem, but it looks like Oxalate might be able to punish here.
Going in with Giant Night Witch. They came out at such the same amount of time that their sound effects were overlapped. You hear that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the Night Witch goes down. Ice Golem comes into block, but there's going to be 3 bats coming out of this Night Witch that might be able to get some damage onto the tower, but maybe not. The bats were getting cleaned up.
Yeah. And the Giant was able to connect for 2 shots on that tower. Now we're pretty close to an even game. Oxalate's right-hand tower is about 1,600. Batman's right-hand tower is about 1,700, so...
Batman,
pretty
super
close match.
stoic player, gave a nod when he realized he had defended that without taking much damage and managed to get his Elixir Collector safely, to the promised land. He seemed like, yes, this game is going the way I want it to go here in game 2.
And Batman predicted the Miner. No problem right there. 3 Musketeers coming down, and they immediately get lightning. Oxalate opts to kill all 3 Musketeers rather than hitting a tower in 2.
That's a +3 elixir trade. I mean, I don't care at what point of the game you're at, you are happy to take trades like that.
Battle Ram Bandit. The Battle Ram's going to connect, though, but the Night Witch, Mega Minion Goblins will clean that out. Let's see if Oxalate puts a Giant here. He does. Are 3 Musketeers going to come out?
They certainly could. I think if I'm Oxalate, well, actually, no, definitely not, because he just spent all 10 elixir on those 3 troops. Doesn't have it. That doesn't mean you should use your lightning, though, right? You still got to hold that lightning pretty much at all times for 3 Musketeers.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So the Goblins did a lot of damage to the Bandit, but the Bandit's going to charge to the tower and get a swing off. Oxalate has to lighten those, and the Ice Golem comes down.
And I think that still worked out well for Oxalate because the Musketeer is ahead of the Ice Golem, so you don't really have to worry about that tanking. It's just going to be hard. How many hit points can you put in front of that side and still take out that Musketeer?
Yeah, Night Witch is going to come down, one-shot that Musketeer, no problem. And a defensive Night Witch coming from Batman along with the Battle Ram. Oh, man.
I think Batman feels like he's got an elixir advantage now. He's feeling really comfortable going for these aggressive pushes. I don't know if it's going to work out for him, but at least he's feeling like this is the moment to put the boot on.
Yeah, and Batman's only spell is going to be that Zap, so we'll see what happens here. The Miner's going to come down to tank in the back right-hand corner.
He loves that back right-hand placement. It seems more.
Oh, what a lightning! Value lightning from Oxalate right there.
Now, Batman has to get out 3 Musketeers as soon as possible, but I don't think he's going to do it because he's already so low on elixir. I mean, they're both kind of redlining it, trying to get these pushes through. I don't think, even though lightning's out of hand, he's going, I can't save up. I just can't do it.
Oh, no. Here comes the Night Witch down on defense.
Wasted bats almost. Like those 3 bats, there's no Miner. There's nothing really tanking for him. He's looking to defend one more time. Less than 1,000 damage on both towers. If this this connects! It does connect!
Ram
the Zap comes down too late!
The Bandit! Is it going to get off? No! Miner has to come in right here from Oxalate. Here comes the Miner. Back left predicted by the Ice Spirit. Miner's going to swing on the tower, though. Bandit's going to come down. Is the Mega Minion going to be able to connect to the tower? Lightning might come down here. Oh no, the Mega Minion gets distracted from the Bandit.
I'll say if he lightninged the Bandit and the thing, the Mega Minion would have been on the tower to attack it and maybe finish the game off, but I don't know what their elixir bars are looking like.
Yeah. Stop Battle Ram gets immediately shut down right there.
Yeah, it was another great Zap. Stalled the charge, bought some time.
Oh, Bandit,
Oxalate
anything in the face
for the Bandit. Oh, the Miner comes down just in time
He
for
had
the Bandit.
4/5 of a second to predict that and managed to do it. Great play there by Oxalate. Oh, the Night Witch is going to pull him across, taking him for a walk.
But the Giant's going to come down here. Night Witch to follow. Battle Ram's going to come down. This might be in favor
This
of
might be,
Oxalate.
I think so. What's going to stop it? He doesn't have enough damage. There's no buildings. The
Nothing's gonna
Bandit
be able
doesn't
to
do that
stop
much damage. One
the Giant.
punch.
The
And the
lightning
lightning!
comes down and Oxalate takes a sweep over Batman.
That has got to be the most relieving win of this entire Crown Championship for him. At 2-2, facing 2-3, a losing record, he wins the match. And for the first time in the entire Crown Championship, Oxalate has a winning match record, and he does it over one of the best in the region, Batman. They are now both tied at 3-2.
Oh my goodness, that is a huge momentum shift from Batman, who is in second place right behind Tin2 and tied with CMC. Now all of a sudden, he sees Oxalate coming up right next to him on the leaderboards. So this is absolutely crazy.
This is what's so cool about the later rounds of a round robin is that these matches really matter. Early on, it's hard to say. Like, you take a loss, you get a win. That doesn't really mean anything.
No.
It's hard to say after two. But now, as the records are solidifying, the number of remaining matches is shrinking. Every match starts to matter that much more. And I think Oxalate took potentially the biggest win of the entire Crown Championship over Batman right there.
That is a huge momentum shift for Oxalate, and also it could be a setback for Batman.
Batman went 1-2 today.
Yeah.
You know, in the matches so far, he was 2-0 first week, one of our favorites. And even though he's sitting well at 3-2, he had a losing record on today's matches. And I think that's got to really get into his brain moving into week 3.
Yeah, so he took the loss to CMC, losing 2-0. Then he came back and beat Godslayer 2-0. And now he loses to Oxalate 2-0.
And
so
he might be playing in the fan-voted matchup next. We're going to have to
be.
find out what that matchup is.
Yeah, let's head back to the locker room and find out what that matchup is going to be.
All right, there's a reason we picked that one to be our highlighted match of the day. So many incredible plays, and I know he didn't take it, but that last pull with the Night Witch.
I saw that Night Witch play, and I was like, oh my god, he's going to win. Because of that, he's going to win. Didn't happen.
Oxalate played so well, so
Yes,
calm,
he
level-headed.
did.
Every time he had the opportunity, his lightning countered the Three Musketeers so well, he just shut it down immediately. He's like, I don't even want to wait. Only one Ice Golem was able to take out a lightning at a single time threat in that match.
Oxalate's pick on that lightning, such a good pick to throw into that deck. We know that the pump has been really, really prominent today, and Three Muskies making its debut, coming back. So just beautiful reads there.
Amazing.
Yeah. So that is 8 matches today. 2 weeks now, pretty much done as far as scheduled. Let's see how the scoreboard settles in. Tin2 still at the top. Not a single loss for him. He is sitting pretty.
I am really, really excited to see if he can hold on to that and go 4-0 for this week. I'm so glad that he's the viewer's choice match for this week.
Yep.
And how can you not be with an undefeated score? Absolutely gorgeous.
I know. I mean, the ranks have totally shifted this time around this week, and that's a true test of round robin. I mean, you just never know what can happen, and it leaves opportunity for people to go up the ladder or down.
Yeah, I mean, CMcHugh started at the bottom, and now he's in the green.
Yeah. All right, so Lo5 already prefaced it, but we have Tin2 and, I just saw Batman, sorry. Tin2 and Batman for our voted match. You guys voted on Twitter, which means we're not going to be able to vote next week, sadly. You guys have already decided the third week's match. It was the other one you didn't vote for, so now you guys know what next week's schedule's gonna kind of look like. But this next one, I just want to get right into it. I think Tin2 is in a little bit of a time constraint right now. He has to get to his graduation soon, so real quick.
Gameplay.
How do you feel?
You know what the cool thing about mobile esports is? He could play it in the car on the way to his graduation.
That's true.
Yes. Hopefully, though, he has Wi-Fi and he doesn't live somewhere where it's in the middle of nowhere and no Wi-Fi.
All right. Well, let's just get right to it. Tin2, undefeated. Batman, fresh off a loss. Who knows how it's going to go? I bet you Rum him a full frontage, do. Take it away, boys.
Well, congratulations, Tin2, for graduating. That's awesome. But viewer voted match of the day, Tin2 versus Batman. Let's take a look at the players. Come on in. Obviously, Tin2's on his way to his graduation, but
he's riding in the school bus all the way into the arena. So here comes Tin2. Now, again, we talked a lot about how he's an Expo player, hasn't shown it at all today, shown a lot of different decks today. He's looking to be the first player in any region to go to 4 match wins. He's only 2 games away from being the leader in all 3 regions and being a graduate.
Yeah, so Tin2, if he wins this, this is absolutely huge for him. 4-0. We almost saw NemSensei do it last week in the Europe region, and Tinu has the opportunity to do that today, to go 4-0. And Batman coming off 2 losses in a row right now. How do you think he's feeling right now?
I mean, I think Batman knows the pressure is on. He started the day 2-0. To end the day 3-3 would be devastating. I mean, to go from #1 in the standings to the middle blue lines, it really puts your pressure on your single week 3 match. I mean, at this point, he'll have played 6 of his 7 matches after this. So really, you want to get out of here at 4-2. You want to move back up on that leaderboard. You want to take the lead over Oxalate, who just beat you. Losing, not only do you lose to Oxalate and tie it up, but if you lose again, Oxalate's going to pass you.
Yeah, and that could be crazy hurtful for Batman, so we'll have to see what he does here right now in the viewer-voted match.
Batman red along the top, Tinu blue along the bottom, both of these players hailing from the United States of America, like all North American players are.
And the Bandit's going to come down behind that Giant. Let's see if the Bandit's going to walk onto the tower. Electro Wizard's going to come down. That's going to get cleaned up really fast. And the
Bandit, gonna go bad.
Oh my gosh. Batman coming in with dominance on the first push.
Did not have an answer for the Bandit. Tried to put down the Electro Wizard, but as any Electro Wizard player knows, not real great when someone's punching him in the eye.
Oh no, not at all. But Tinu does keep his pump alive.
Didn't take any damage on it, so theoretically he's got a good elixir advantage that he can use to build a counter push. But we're going to see how he's going to start that, because it depends on what kind of deck he's running, right?
Now he has a second pump down. Ice Spirit's just going to jump right onto that. Oh, and the lightning's going to come down. This is huge for Batman.
Here's the thing, if it's a 3 Musketeers deck, he might be like, oh cool, I can play my 3 Musketeers now. But the downside is with that 1 tower down, your opponent has that extended deploy zone that's going to really help, and they can probably jump on your Musketeers. Although it looks like it might just be a giant beatdown deck.
Yeah, the minions are going to clean up that Bandit, no problem. The Zap will come down and make sure that Mega Minions go. Oh, great zap right there from Tinu, but the Ice Spirit will clean up the minions. Oh, wow. And the Giant's going to smack away a few more times, bringing that tower close to 1,000 damage.
Yeah, so Tinu's not out of this one yet. We've got 90 seconds to go in this game 1, and he's got the tower down to 1057, a reasonable range to bring it down either with spells or a moderately successful attack.
Yeah, Batman went from feeling really good to...
maybe unsure.
Uh-oh. Baby Dragon's going to come down here, and that Giant is just going to get eaten by the Goblins, Bandit, and Baby Dragon. Doesn't even get to the tower.
The biggest winner of this balance change might be Zap. I feel like we've seen a ton of Zap today after hardly seeing it at all last week. And not only are we seeing it, but it's an amazingly effective spell. It's changing the course of so many different combats.
Yeah, and it's not like it resets the Bandit or anything, because if the Bandit isn't charging, it's just like holding its charge. Anything you put down, it's going to go to that closer target. Yeah. So it's interesting to see that Zap is kind of making its way back into the meta.
We talk about patterns and how these players are adapting. That second time that Batman went for the Giant Bandit push, Tinu did not let it play out the same way.
Oh,
not at all.
No, not at all. Giant's going to come down now. Ewiz is going to come down to support the Giant. Mega Minion is still alive, and that Giant gets melted once again.
And that's all on Tinu. That was not a fluke. He used the Electro Wizard to zap the Baby Dragon and make it retarget onto the Giant, allowing the Mega Minion to survive.
Yeah, oh, the Electro Wizard almost lived, but it did not. The Giant is not going to be able to get a hit here. No. Fireball's going to come down. Oh, it misses the Mega Minion, though. And Batman is going to take this game, no problem.
And we mentioned earlier, you win one game, you take 1 tower early in the match, it changes how you play for the whole rest of the match.
Oh,
you at no point are like, oh, I got to stick my neck out there with the Giant. I got to stick my neck out there by casting 3 Musketeers in the back. You just hang out. You watch whatever your opponent's doing. You just cycle through your elixir playing safe calls like Mega Minion.
Yep.
And when your opponent gives you that opportunity, just punish them on defense.
Yeah, I can't remember which match it was exactly, but I remember we were talking about this earlier. When the pump comes down and you have a Giant beatdown deck, you can punish a lot harder than you can with Golem or Lava Hound.
Yeah, because we saw that actually a lot in the North American Open last fall. Golem and Giant Bowler were 2 of the biggest decks. When Giant Bowler played against anything else, it was largely a beatdown deck. It's like, I want to put my Giant in the back, put a Bowler behind it, build this big push, take your tower. Against Golem decks, other bigger, heavier, tougher things, you wanted to play like Giant Mega Minion at the river in response to a Pumper Golem and punish them. We saw it work out really well there for Batman. The early Giant Bandit Mega Minion just took the tower almost instantly, and after that, never really had to make himself vulnerable.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Batman sticks with the same deck here. he played that pretty comfortably. Graveyard coming up from Tinu.
A very odd Graveyard, because like, what's the, I guess he, okay, so he wanted to pull the Mega Minion plus what other defense came over, get the value poison on both of them. It's 9 Elixir, but he did get about 400 damage and take out 6 Elixir worth of troops. Not too bad.
Now they're behind an Inferno Dragon! The Inferno Dragon's first appearance today.
Did we see a Zap come out already? Because if a Zap was already played, that makes you a lot more confident playing your Inferno Dragon.
Yeah, we have not seen a Zap, and that Inferno Dragon lives with like 1 health on it.
Hey, we talked about getting 7% more health in the balance updates.
There it was.
There it is. That's the 7% health. That is the balance update in action.
Yeah, so Tinu, didn't he play the, or was that Rice? Did Rice play the Inferno
Rice
Dragon?
played the Inferno Dragon in his Lava
Loon
deck last week against Godslayer, yeah.
And an immediate response on the left-hand side from Batman when the Lava Hound came down. And look at the Bandit go, it's getting so much damage on the left-hand tower.
Big shout out too to Goblins, just regular old stab Goblins. They went in that push, and it was an Ice Spirit and Spear Goblins that went in there. They were countered by arrows, but that's an even Elixir trade. That's really not a big advantage there for Tinu. If that was Goblin Gang, it would have been Elixir positive for him.
So a Lava Hound Graveyard coming out from Tinu.
Super unusual deck.
I think this is the first ever Lava Hound Graveyard I've seen in actual competitive play.
Yeah, not since like June of last year. I'm sorry, not June, whenever Graveyard came out. But you're right, like Lava Hound at the very beginning of Graveyard's release was a popular target because you had the Lava Pups and the Graveyard Skeleton. It seems like they went together really well. It's not nearly as popular of a Graveyard deck anymore, but maybe Tinu's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, and the Tombstone, again, in response to the Bandit.
Double pushes.
Absolutely phenomenal. And the Inferno Dragon's going to come down, and this Giant is about to get melted.
Yeah, there's just no zap for it. The Ice Spirit was used over there on defense. It wasn't able to get in there. And Lightning comes down just a little too late.
But look at the Goblin Gang go on the right-hand side. This could be going to Game 3 if Tinu can defend this for the last 30 seconds. Oh, is Tinu going to get the 3 crown?
It looks like it. There's a lot of pushing there. It finally gets countered. Second Lava Hound comes down. Unfortunately, it doesn't take the tanking of the left side tower, but it is keeping the pressure up, and this keeps Batman from building a push of his own. If you're constantly defending this, how are you ever going to take that tower? It's only got 700 health, but you can't even get to it.
You can't. The log's going to come down, and Tinu is about to get the first 3 crown of the day.
This is a tale of 2 weeks for Batman. I mean, wins every single game in week 1, struggling here in week 2. They're going to game 3. Tinu has a chance to take this match from him.
A second game 3 of the day, but
wow. I mean, okay, so let's talk Lava Hound Graveyard. That is not a usual deck. Why did Tinu play Lava Hound Graveyard as opposed to any of the other billion combinations of 8 cards?
Maybe he felt like he had the upper hand versus a Giant deck. So
maybe, okay, I can see that.
Because even if you put the Giant down to defend, or like you put it in the back, and you have a Lava Hound going same lane, the Pups will come out and they'll do some damage to the Giant.
We're in game 3 here, and now I wonder if Tinu's going to stick with the same deck. It would be dangerous in some way to stick with that deck because your opponent might play a counter to it. On the other hand, who off the top of their head can just counter this random wacko deck you've never played against before?
Yeah, I've honestly never seen a deck like that. Battle Ram Minion Horde going down the right-hand lane. Baby Dragon going to come out and counter, and the Tornado will clean that up, no problem.
9 Elixir spent on offense. Oh, it almost hit. 7 Elixir spent on defense, but I think Tinu's happy. That 2 Elixir just bought you about 800 damage.
Yeah, and here comes the Baby Dragon Graveyard counter push, a defensive poison right there from
Tinu. Oh, no, Tinu!
Oh, the Baby Dragon. Oh, he has to zap to reset the Baby Dragon.
That is extra elixir you do not want to spend.
A lot of damage. Oh, wow.
And this Ice Golem is not really going to do much. It might die on the tower.
That tower is going down below 1,000.
Wow, Batman's got to be happy. He's nodding again. Again, real stoic player. Probably has the least emotion of anyone on stage, but he gave a knowing nod. He's like, yes, that went well.
That just happened. And that could be the game difference right there.
1 charge comes in. He's going to charge again to the tower. Oh, Bowler comes down to block.
Come down, yeah.
Bandit actually does a pretty good amount of damage to a Bowler, given that you would expect.
Almost taking half health.
Yeah,
another Inferno Dragon from Tinu.
And this Inferno Dragon has been a thorn in the side of Batman in their last game. Let's see if it works in this game as well. No, he's going Night Witch, Battle Ram. Will we see another Tornado? Maybe, yeah.
Wow, the Inferno Dragon actually targeted the Battle Ram's going to connect. Now an Ice Golem Inferno Dragon going down the right-hand lane. The split push is huge from Tinu.
An unbelievable mechanical play. What he did there is he used the Battle Ram. The Battle Ram's charge speeds up the Night Witch. The sped up Night Witch is not easily tornadoed, and we've got an Inferno Dragon locked onto Batman's tower.
Gone. 10-2, using two of the most recent buffed cards, Bandit and Inferno Dragon, and he is making it work.
Now, and he's also got a damage lead on the second tower. This is why we say it's so important to practice with your teammates. It's so important to keep knowing what the meta is going to be. 2 cards were buffed, a bunch of other cards were nerfed, but here we are, Tinu making the most of the new meta by playing this Inferno Dragon deck in 2 games, and it looks like he's just 30 seconds away from going 4-0.
The Battle Ram is going to connect to the tower. The Bandit's going to come in, but neither of the Barbarians were able to lock onto the tower. They were both distracted by the Knight. Poison coming down right there from Tinu, building up a little bit more damage. And Batman's going to need to have a huge graveyard push here if he wants to win this game.
We have 15 seconds till we go into overtime. Now, of course, overtime changes everything. It don't matter at that point. Looks like the Inferno Dragon is not locked onto the board where it wants to be. This tower's going down. Oh, okay, it's not taking any more damage. It seemed to have stabilized.
The Minion Horde came down, and the Minion Horde will die to the Poison. But Tinu might be able to get a huge push off here. Here comes the Night Witch Battle Ram. Is the Bandit going to get placed in the center? Yes, it does. The Tornado's going to pull everything together, but the Battle Ram is going to connect to the tower.
Tinu moves to 4-0. He takes game 3 over Batman. Batman moves down to 3-3 after starting the day 2-0. With only 1 match to go, Batman has 1 match next week to determine whether he's got a winning record or a losing record. But let's talk Tinu. 4-0. The only player with 4 match wins in any region. The only undefeated player left in North America. Tinu. What a match over Batman.
The only player to use Inferno Dragon today twice. He used the Inferno Dragon twice, and he made it work. His deck choice was absolutely phenomenal in that last matchup.
Only 2 players, Tinu and CMcHugh, have gone 3-0 in a single day. McHugh is now sitting at 3-1, Tinu at 4-0. They are going to be playing next week a match of 2 really undefeated players. McHugh hasn't lost a match that he's played.
I feel like that has to be the featured match.
It's got to be. I mean, that's like the highlight match of North America for sure. Tinu looking to keep going undefeated. McHugh trying to win.
Yep, so they both have 4 games under their belt, so they both have 3 games left. So if they play each other in that last match and they both say they both go 1-1, now all of a sudden
that's the match that decides
who's first and who's second.
I could imagine a world where the winner of that match stays in the green and the loser falls down into the top 6 blue. You're not eliminated, but you want that favorable seating.
Yeah, you want the preferential seating going into the playoffs, and that would be huge. And Tinu, all of a sudden, after coming in 1-0,
Yeah, and that's really our fault. Like, we didn't really hype him up that much because, of course, the players who have more games, more matches, hard to make a judgment on a guy who's 1-0. But after that, at 4-0, you'll be hearing about Tinu on next week's tournament talk. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure. Let's send it back to the locker room, see what they have to think about Tinu going 4-0.
Tinu absolutely earning his top spot right now on the leaderboard, 4-0. The only player right now to go completely undefeated. That is going to be all of our matches for the day. 9 matches. I have to say, the Tinu replay with the Bandit. The Bandit play as the Inferno Dragon comes in.
I mean, there were
freaked out.
so many
I
pretty
actually
sick
freaked out.
plays during that match.
Yeah.
Yes, that was great. I want to point out that last play with the Battle Ram pushing the Night Witch all the way to the tower despite the Tornado to get a hit in. Didn't really matter because the Battle Ram connected anyway. But
let's take a look at it. Honestly, let's just take a look at it.
So clever.
Just so you guys can see how absolutely close it was that Bandit snuck in just before the target of the tower onto the Inferno Tower.
Using both the Bandit and Inferno Dragon, both got a buff this last balance change, and Tinu showing that it was making him work now.
Yep, completely turned that match around by just getting the Inferno Dragon on the tower. I mean, everybody knows that thing heats up, your towers are gone.
Yeah. And honestly, the mental fortitude Tinu have to come back and reverse sweep it. He took that L really quick, and that's really painful, right? You're coming into the featured match, you're already undefeated, and you take a loss. Like, for him to come back from that is really awesome.
I am super, super impressed with Tinu today.
Yeah.
He killed it. He absolutely killed it.
He's going to graduation.
Yep.
He's probably like in the car playing.
Yeah, he's having quite a day for him.
Yeah.
Especially if he is honestly going to graduation. Congrats to him.
Yeah.
So I want to check out. I think we have top 5 plays.
I don't think he would have lied.
Or sorry, scoreboard. Apologies.
Going to graduation?
Checking out the scoreboard just one more time, just to remind you guys of how the day has gone. Tinu now, the man to beat. 4-0. CMcHugh, after having 1 game last week and getting DQ'd, he comes back and wins 3 straight in a row to put himself in the 2nd spot.
Yep, those 2 guys are definitely the ones to watch in this tournament. CMcHugh has his huge reputation. Tin2 kind of developing that here. He is playing phenomenally.
Totally agreed. Tin, the man, the myth, the Tin, coming in and doing mad work on that last one. I honestly, his deck choices too were so good. He did take the loss that first match. He went the early pump, and you got to know there's a risk by doing that.
Right.
If you're gonna play first and you're gonna put that pump out without seeing what your opponent has, like there is a risk to doing that. But man, he just played really good decks and he played them really solid.
Yeah, I'm sort of seeing a theme playing the pump really early in competitive play. It doesn't look like the smartest move. A lot of these players are getting punished pretty heavily by pumping first.
You're essentially hoping they don't have a strong hand.
Yeah.
You're just hoping that their first 4 cards aren't crazy punishable.
Yeah.
But it's just such a gamble. Like, is it worth it? They have half their deck.
Yeah, and it was definitely a dangerous move to make against someone like Batman, who literally came on and said, I pay attention to everything, and then I make my counter deck around that. So it was really, he did exactly what he said he was going to do.
Yeah, definitely. Super smart player. Definitely does his research.
Yeah, we had some serious finesse today. Some players that really did what they needed to do. Top 5 moments of the day, all 9 matches. We're starting off with match number 4, game 1. It was an Oxalate Executioner Tornado.
It's been a long day.
Wow, versus CMC.
Yeah, that Tornado
Look at
Beautiful
that.
really pulls everything together for the Baby Dragon, allowing it to get that extra chip on tower.
Yeah, despite a small nerf, Tornado and Executioner still do so much work together.
Number 4, match 5, game 2. The Unstoppable Giant and Night Witch, 12 tower health by the end of it.
Such a strong push with the Giant Night Witch behind. I mean, it's so hard to stop that unless you have a solid counter for it.
He just went all in. He just kept dumping cards knowing that he couldn't deal with it.
And I love the Ice Spirit. Ice Spirit coming back in favor of Skeletons falling out after those
I
nerfs.
was going to point that out too. The Ice Spirit has been doing so much work today. You saw it taking out the Night Witch right there.
And my favorite one, we're going to see. Who's more animated?
Who's this guy?
Is it Brown Bag or is it going to be the impersonation that we're going to see shortly after?
Oh boy.
Actually moved so.
I don't know. I think Brown Bag's a little better. I still like Brown Bags.
Well, I mean, Romham was just making fun of him. I bet if Romham really gave it his full effort, he'd
Be
probably
pretty close.
We should give it to him. This one, CMcHugh with a Battle Ram overtime win for number 2 play of the day.
Oh yeah, it snuck right in there, hit the tower.
We're seeing a lot of Battle Ram this week. I wonder if anybody's going to come out with something next week to beat all of these Battle Ram players. So, I mean, we're really not seeing a whole lot of structures like Inferno Tower, Furnace, or anything like that.
Yeah, Tornado's been such a strong, just defensive card even after the nerf.
Yeah.
And this is it, our first 3 crown. So much pressure. You'd think Batman would be able to deal with it, but just a couple mistakes here and there. And the first 3 crown here for North America.
On Batman,
Just,
of all people,
yeah.
who was number 1 going into the beginning of today.
Godslayer ran this Lava Loon graveyard deck earlier, but Tinu definitely ran it better.
Look at all those lava pups. That was a ton. When you have 2 lava hounds on your side, I just feel like, well, all right.
That was a mess. Graveyard and a bunch of lava pups. Whatever else was in there, I don't know.
Well, honestly, it was a great deck to play, right? You're not expecting that Graveyard to come out with the Lava Hound, so it really throws them off.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that, I mean, shoot, Batman was the one that played that deck earlier when Godslayer played it. It's funny that he played it and beat it once, and then it comes back later to beat him in a game 3. Just kind of a weird coincidence.
So week number 2's done. I'm curious to know, quick thoughts before we wrap up. How do you guys feel everything went? Tin2 now undefeated.
Impressive.
Pretty much doing what we expected him to do.
Yeah.
Putting himself back up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, honestly, I think our level of play this week was so good. I think people were a lot more comfortable, and they came in and they just hit it really hard. CMC, he got in his zone. He played everything perfectly. Nothing fancy. He didn't go for anything fancy, anything crazy. But what he played textbook, and that's what won him all the games.
I want to point out Oxalate. I feel like Oxalate, he brought it today. I mean, he's kind of started a little bit of the lower middle part of the pack, and he's slowly but surely climbing up to the top. So I'm really impressed by Oxalate today.
I'm stoked to see Tin2 killing it. I want to see the Expo come back.
Oh, yeah,
but I
you
am
do.
really, really looking forward to the CMcHugh and Tin2 match next week. It's going to be sick.
Battling for the first spot. All right, that's going to be it for us today. We have another week of jam-packed action for you, and do not worry. Will someone be able to take down T2? T2. What is up with me today?
Is that a new nickname?
I'm done. Yeah, T2's kind of cool
really
though.
hot in here.
Everyone's just going to think it's Terminator. Yeah, I'm
Heat
sweating.
stroke.
This is not nervousness, I promise. It's just normal, good old, it's hot in here sweat. All right, but from myself, Pineapple Carpet,
Thanks, Mom and Dad, for letting us keep him a brown bag. Oh, never mind. We're giving him back.
No.
We're going to give him back.
Oh, he's broken.
BBXH and Low 5. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.